Chapter 1 Determination. Early in the morning, the sky was slightly bright. Chuan Yi was swimming in the swimming pool in the Chuan family's territory. The arms and legs swing rhythmically, and the movements are smooth and natural. Although the movements are not very intense, the speed is not slow. Beautiful white water splashes on the water surface, sparkling in the morning sun. The swimming pool is 25 meters long and 5 meters wide. Chuan Yi's task in the morning is to swim 1,500 meters. What is the concept of 1,500 meters? It usually takes about 40 minutes for a normal adult to swim 1,500 meters. But Chuan Yi, who is only 6 years old, can already swim it in half an hour. The current results are due to Chuan Yi's unremitting efforts in the past 4 years. Since the exercise plan was set 4 years ago, Chuan Yi has insisted on swimming every day regardless of wind and rain, and has been constantly increasing the distance of swimming. There is a reason why Chuan Yi works so hard. Chuan Yi is a reincarnated person. In his previous life, he was a senior high school student. Although he was an orphan, he was also an excellent young man with a bright future. Until one time, in order to save someone, Chuan Yi was accidentally hit by a truck and accidentally reincarnated into this strange world. This is a fantasy world where everyone has a martial spirit, but it is also a feudal society with clear status and class solidification. At the top of this social pyramid are the soul masters. As long as you can become a soul master, you have surpassed 99% of people. And if you become a soul master, the country will also issue subsidies to help you practice to level 40. Even if you don't break through, the country will continue to issue subsidies so that you will have no worries about food and clothing in your life. Therefore, Chuan Yi really wants to become a soul master, but to become a soul master, you must have soul power. And soul power seems to be determined by nature, and whether you can become a soul master seems to depend on the will of heaven. Born in a soul master family, Chuan Yi has a high probability of awakening innate soul power compared to most people. But Chuan Yi is a cautious person. He dare not pin his hopes on the probability of nothingness, he wants a more accurate basis. Therefore, Chuan Yi began to read a lot of books about martial spirits and soul power. Through research, Chuan Yi found that innate soul power may not be determined by innate. The most obvious clue is that the ratio of male to female soul masters is as high as 5 to 1. The number of female soul masters is far less than that of male soul masters. If soul power is really determined by nature, how can there be such an outrageous difference? Chuan Yi pondered and combined his knowledge about martial souls and came to a conclusion. Fundamentally speaking, martial souls are a collection of energy and the embodiment of life energy. These energies are not generated out of thin air, but from the body. The body is the foundation of martial souls. The stronger the body, the more energy it can give to martial souls. And the more energy, the stronger the martial soul will be. Moreover, martial souls are proportional to soul power. The stronger the martial soul, the higher the innate soul power. Conversely, the higher the innate soul power, the stronger the martial soul. Therefore, the level of innate soul power may have some secret relationship with physical strength. Combined with the above inferences, women's physical strength is inherently weaker than men. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why there are fewer female soul masters than men. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi could no longer hold back his excitement. He seemed to see a broad road to becoming a soul master. With a strong body, it is possible to awaken a powerful martial soul, and then get higher soul power. But the biggest difficulty facing Chuan Yi is that he is still very young. Can his young body really withstand high-intensity exercise? Is there a way to exercise without causing a huge burden? Chuan Yi combined his memories of his previous life and found that swimming just met his requirements. Affected by buoyancy in the water, the joints of the body will not be under great pressure like on the ground, and swimming can also exercise all parts of the body. Swimming is undoubtedly the best sport at this stage, with little damage and high efficiency. Moreover, if the swimming pool is built indoors, Chuan Yi will not be restricted by the weather. Chuan Yi, who was only 2 years old at the time, immediately went to find his mother and told her that he wanted to exercise through swimming. Chuan Yi's mother, Solinger, has a head of fiery red wavy hair, a plump figure, and graceful manners, perfectly showing the charm of a mature woman. And she was very tall, at least 1.8 meters tall, taller than an ordinary man. Solinger heard her son's thoughts, and a look of surprise flashed across her gentle face. She knew her son's mental state. Mature, different from others since childhood, but unexpectedly it was far beyond her imagination. Solinger felt both relieved and worried. Xiao, exercising is very hard, and only long-term persistence can see the effect. This process will be very painful, and you will not be able to see the effect of long-term persistence. Kunyi showed a firm look on his face, his clear eyes looked straight into his mother's eyes, and he replied very firmly, Mom, I want to become a soul master. In order to become a soul master, I can't waste time. I only have 4 years. What 4 years? Solinger asked Chuanyi in confusion. Chuanyi explained his reasoning process to his mother, and emphasized to Solinger the relationship between physical fitness and martial soul and soul power. Solinger fell into deep thought after listening. Solinger is a genius soul master. He has reached the Soul King realm in his 30s and is now a 53-level combat soul master. He has a mutant martial soul, the fiery sun lion. As an excellent soul master, Solinger is of course very clear about the importance of physical strength to soul masters. Physical fitness can not only allow soul masters to carry more soul power, but also enhance the combat effectiveness of soul masters. Every excellent soul master will not relax physical training. But Solinger has never heard of the saying that physical strength will affect innate soul power. For a long time, in people's minds, innate soul power has always been determined by innate. Therefore, when Solinger heard Chuanyi's inference, she was greatly shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Xiao, although what you said makes sense, it is ultimately a castle in the air. If you have not conducted large-scale experiments, it is impossible to verify whether your inference is correct. Moreover, you are our son. Your father and I are both soul masters. No matter which martial soul you inherit, you will most likely have a high innate soul power. Although Solinger's heart has not yet calmed down, she still replied to Chuanyi very calmly. But Chuanyi has made up his mind. Mother, I can't completely entrust my fate to God. My future should be controlled by me. I don't want to complain about why I didn't work hard now after I don't awaken my soul power in the future. Mother, please help me, I don't want to regret it. Chuanyi's steady and resolute voice echoed in Solinger's ears. Solinger felt that she had always underestimated her son's growth. Unexpectedly, her son has become a resolute man. Solinger's pride was also ignited by Chuanyi. She excitedly hugged Chuanyi and promised firmly. Good ambition, worthy of being my son, don't worry, Mom supports your decision. No matter what the result is, Mom will accompany you to the end. Feeling the warm embrace of his mother, Chuanyi felt that his whole body was full of strength. This feeling was something Chuanyi had never felt in his previous life. His mother's trust and promise made Chuanyi secretly determined not to let her down. Night fell into darkness, with only Chuanyi's room still shining. At the desk, Chuanyi wrote seriously under the dim light, as if he had returned to the night of his senior year in high school. Chapter 2 Training Plan. At night, in the underground training room. This is the training room for the head of the Chuan family, Chuanyi's father. The training room is underground, and there is only one passage to enter. There are always people guarding the door. The training room is full of various cold weapons, including swords, spears, armor, and shields, and the number is amazing, enough to arm 100-man army. A tall and mighty man sat cross-legged in the middle. Although there were many dangerous weapons around him, it seemed that he had no effect on this mighty man. He sat cross-legged on the ground calmly and practiced soul power. This man is the current head of the Chuan family and Chuanyi's father, Chuan Yu. And this, although it is Chuan Yu's training room, it is also a storage room for the family's weapons. Chuan Yu, a 59-level weapon soul master, 39 years old. Wuhan, Black Iron Gauntlet. He is a Soul King level soul master. As for why Chuan Yu meditates and practices in the family's storage room, we have to mention the concept of simulated practice environment. Each martial soul has its own adaptive environment, and practicing in this environment often achieves twice the result with half the effort. And Chuan Yu's Black Iron Gauntlet is a protective gear covering the hands and forearms. The storage room full of weapons and armor just fits the simulated practice environment of the Black Iron Gauntlet martial soul, which can enhance the practice effect. Madam, may I ask what's the matter? The clan leader has ordered that non-emergency matters should not be disturbed. I have something important, please tell me. Hearing the lady's order, the guard at the door shook the rope hanging at the door twice. The rope was connected to the bell behind the door. When something happened outside, the guard could remind the people inside by pulling the rope. After waiting for a while, the heavy warehouse door opened from the inside, and a tall figure slowly walked out from underground. Linger, come in and talk. After speaking, Chuan Yu re-entered the door, followed by Solinger, and the heavy door was closed again by Solinger. Coming to the underground practice room, Chuan Yu looked at Solinger gently and asked, "Speak, there must be something important." "Sorry, husband, I know you are in seclusion to break through the bottleneck, but this matter is too important, I think you should also know about it." Solinger immediately told Chuan Yu about Chuan Yi. After listening, Chuan Yu's face became heavy. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, worthy of my son Chuan Yu, only 2 years old, so smart and decisive. My son has such ambitions, so of course I, as a father, must help him." At this time, Chuan Yu felt a great surprise from his son, because the family affairs were busy, and he was busy breaking through the bottleneck of soul power recently, so his attention to his son was inevitably reduced. But after all, Chuan Yi was still young, and it would not be too late to accompany him after he broke through. Chuan Yu originally thought so. But now Chuan Yu felt that he should pay attention to it. Now Chuan Yi has begun to need his help. If he is absent at this time, he will miss the most important moment in Chuan Yi's life. The next day, morning. In the cafeteria, Chuan Yi saw my father who I hadn't seen for a long time, and Chuan Yi realized that my father should have known it. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down, Chuan Yu said, "Xiao Yi, I already know about your plan. I have asked people to start building a swimming pool, and we are planning to let you give it a try." Chuan Yi looked at his father and saw the seriousness in his father's eyes. He understood what his father meant. Chuan Yi immediately stood up and bowed solemnly to his father and mother. "I will never let you down." After saying that, he took out a folded paper from his arms and handed it to Chuan Yu. "This is my schedule, please check it out." Chuan Yu opened it and saw that it was densely written all over the paper. Schedule 1. Swim 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and evening. It is required to reach the limit of physical strength. 2. Insist on sleeping for more than 10 hours a day. Ensure sufficient rest time and recovery time. 3. Insist on taking enough nutrition every day. It is required that 3 meals a day, you must consume enough soul beast meat, preferably soul beasts with fire and gold attributes. The more you read, the more frightened you are, especially when you see the plan about soul beast meat at the end. Chuan Yu can't help but sigh. Through extreme training, energy is consumed, and then replenished by taking soul beast meat. Soul beast meat has rich energy, and the continuous intake of fire attribute or gold attribute soul beast meat will definitely have a positive effect on the formation of martial soul. Moreover, what is even more rare is that Chuan Yi did not forget the time for rest and recovery. Chuan Yu himself only realized the principle of relaxation after he became an adult. Although the plan is simple, it covers all aspects. It is hard to believe that this schedule was designed by a 2-year-old child. "Xiao Yi, did you really design this by yourself? If you can really implement this plan strictly, maybe you can really create a miracle." Chuan Yu felt that he had endured too many shocks in just one day. "Father, this is what I wrote based on the knowledge in the book, and the most important thing here is soul beast meat. I wonder if you can provide it to me. We can directly buy soul beasts after people get soul rings in the soul hunting forest. People generally only pay attention to the soul bones and soul rings of soul beasts, but ignore soul beast meat. We can buy it there at a low price." Chuan Yu's eyes lit up. Chuan Yi had even considered this. It must have been a long-term plan. Chuan Yu was a decisive person and agreed immediately. "Okay, let's do as you say. Don't worry, our Chuan family still has some money. It's easy to provide food and drink for a child like you. Chuan Yi, just move forward." The deep love of his father made Chuan Yi's eyes warm. He suddenly felt that choosing to save people in his previous life was the best choice he made. Without it, he would not be able to meet his parents. Maybe this was a reward from God. At this moment, Chuan Yi had another reason to want to become a soul master, that is, to protect his family. Only by becoming a soul master can he have the ability to protect them. The efficiency of the Chuan family was very fast. In less than 2 weeks, a swimming pool was built. This is a 1-story swimming pool with a large area. Inside is a wide swimming pool. The swimming pool was built near a stream, and the pool was connected to the stream. When water needed to be added, just open the upstream valve and the water would flow in. When the pool needed to be cleaned, the downstream valve could be opened to let the water flow out through the pipe. In this way, the water in the pool could be kept clean and clear. The design here contained the wisdom of the architect. Chuan Yi was amazed. In the past 2 weeks, the first batch of soul beast meat had been delivered to the Chuan family. This batch was bought from the nearest soul hunting forest of the Chuan family, but the distance was still a bit far. Considering that the meat would rot during transportation, the Chuan family members directly pickled the soul beast meat in a jar and made it into pickled meat, so that it could be preserved for a longer time. Everything was ready, and Chuan Yi officially started his training career. Chapter 3 4 years. Chuan Yi's first task is to learn how to swim. He has never swum in his previous life or this life. In the first few weeks, Chuan Yi stayed in the water, constantly improving his swimming ability. Slowly, Chuan Yi could float in the water. When he could float, he began to swing his limbs and control himself to swim in the water. Long-term soaking in the water consumes more energy than expected, and it is very friendly to bones and joints. Chuan Yi has greater confidence in his choice. And the soul beast meat brought Chuan Yi a huge surprise. The marinated soul beast meat, after the careful preparation of Mother Solinger after being roasted with great care, it immediately became a delicious dish with good color, aroma, and taste. Moreover, more importantly, after eating a piece of soul beast meat, Chuan Yi could vaguely feel the warmth coming from his stomach. As time went by, this warmth slowly spread from the stomach to the limbs and bones, greatly relieving the fatigue of the body, allowing Chuan Yi to train 3 times a day more efficiently. Everything was more effective than expected. After confirming the effect, all Chuan Yi had to do was to break through the limit of his body and then use soul beast meat to repair it. As long as this process was repeated continuously, the strength of his body would continue to increase. But this would also be an extremely painful process. After each training session, the biggest reason that supported Chuan Yi to continue was the soul beast meat. Solinger was worthy of being a fire attribute soul master, and she did an excellent job in controlling the heat. The soul beast meat dishes made were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and melted in the mouth. Extreme training, coupled with the amazing soul beast meat and sufficient sleep, Chuan Yi's body was transforming at an astonishing speed. Speed and endurance are constantly increasing. In order to reach the limit faster, Chuan Yi can only constantly change the rhythm, disrupt his breath, and increase the difficulty. In this way, training, eating, and resting occupy most of Chuan Yi's time. Moreover, Chuan Yi was not idle in the remaining time. He used the remaining time to actively collect and learn knowledge about martial souls. As the study deepened, Chuan Yi began to have some vague understanding of martial souls, soul beasts, and soul rings. The more he understood, the more Chuan Yi yearned for it. He couldn't wait. Cool soul skills, ferocious soul beasts, and various martial souls. Chuan Yi wanted to get close to these, so he had to become a soul master. These stimulated Chuan Yi and made him train himself more desperately. In this way, time passed, and 4 years passed in a flash. 6-year-old Chuan Yi could swim 1,500 meters in less than half an hour. The total distance he swam a day reached an astonishing 10,000 meters. And it was not a uniform 10,000 meters, but a 10,000 meters that kept accelerating and changing rhythm. In the swimming pool, Chuan Yi, who had finished his morning training, stretched out his arms lazily, leaned against the edge of the pool, and quietly enjoyed the peace after the intense exercise. The chest that kept rising and falling already had obvious muscle lines. What was even more exaggerated was his shoulders, which were extremely broad because of long-term swimming. With a tight waist, seeing this body, one would involuntarily think of the word tiger back and wolf waist. The 2 arms spread out, the veins were bulging, and the lines were clear and smooth. This body has been polished to perfection. All this is the result of Chuan Yi's hard training in the past 4 years. Today is the martial soul awakening day that Chuan Yi has dreamed of. Everything will be revealed on this day. Solinger, as usual, walked to Chuan Yi with a stack of dry towels in her hands and handed the towel to Chuan Yi. Xiao, today is the day for awakening the martial spirits in the clan. You don't have to swim today. Solinger's eyes were filled with relief. Although the sweat that Chuan Yi had put in during the past 4 years had already flowed into the sea with the stream, Solinger would never forget it. If it weren't for keeping it secret, Solinger would have wanted to boast about her excellent son to outsiders. Today is the day for verification. But the incredible thing is that Solinger didn't have a trace of worry in her heart. There was only expectation in her heart. She couldn't wait to see her son create a miracle on this day. Mother, I'm used to it. If I don't swim, I'll feel a little uneasy. Although today is that day, Chuan Yi didn't look nervous or shaken at all, and talked to his mother very peacefully. 4 years of life have not only trained Chuan Yi's body, but also his spirit. This is a journey of training the mind. No one can sense the innate soul power. This kind of training without feedback is like running in the dark. You don't know where you are going, but you can only run with faith. I have thought about giving up several times. But Chuan Yi cut off all the confusion with perseverance. On the awakening day, Chuan Yi has been able to do everything he can do perfectly. After that, it depends on the results. Mother, I'm hungry. I feel like I can eat 2 plates of soul beast meat today. Solinger saw Chuan Yi talking to her. Let's go, I've prepared today's breakfast. I stewed the remaining gold and fire soul beast meat together. Meng Yun Yuan, Zhou Tong Yuan, Tong. In the restaurant, the mother brought a basin-sized plate. There were mountains of meat in it, the color was human, and the fragrance was fragrant. Chuan Yi couldn't help but salivate, his appetite opened, and he couldn't wait to eat it. After enjoying this hearty breakfast, Chuan Yi felt incomparable satisfaction and happiness. At this time, Chuan Yi walked in from outside. Xiao Ai, the carriage is ready. You can set off at any time when you are ready. Father, I'm ready and can set off. Chuan Yu looked at Chuan Yi and wanted to encourage his son, but when he saw Chuan Yi's calm expression, he knew that Chuan Yi didn't need comfort. This kid can keep calm at this time, he is worthy of being my son. Chuan Yu thought in his heart. Chuan Yu was only proud of Chuan Yi. He knew that his son had made a lot of efforts for this, and he firmly believed that his son would be able to create a miracle. Okay, let's go. Let's go and shock the world. Yes. Chuan Yi's eyes a flame was quietly burning in the middle. Outside the Wuhan temple, all the children of school age in the city would gather together. They were quietly waiting for the Wuhan temple staff to appear. Parents also looked anxiously at their children, expecting them to awaken powerful Wuhan and become soul masters. Among these children, there was a vacuum area, and a tall figure stood alone here. Chuan Yi inherited his parents' height. Although he was only 6 years old, he was already as tall as a 10-year-old child. Moreover, years of exercise made his figure more broad and thick. The thin single clothes could not cover his full and smooth muscles. In addition, the strong and steady aura emanating from Chuan Yi forced the surrounding children to retreat. The hot sun burned the earth. The Wuhan temple staff who had been waiting for a long time opened the door and let the children who had been waiting for a long time enter in an orderly manner. Soon, the Wuhan awakening ceremony officially began. Chapter 4 Soul Awakening. Hello everyone, I am the deacon in charge of this soul awakening ceremony. Please line up and enter in an orderly manner. Without further delay, the soul awakening will officially begin now. A grey-haired old man presided over the soul awakening ceremony. Today is an annual event. All children around 6 years old will come here to awaken their souls. Therefore, a long queue is inevitable. The accompanying personnel need to watch from the sidelines. Most of them are parents of children. They look at their children eagerly and hope that their children can become soul masters. Soon the ceremony began. Soul Tiger, Innate Soul Power Level 2. Soul Scythe, Innate Soul Power Level 1. Soul Blue Silver Grass, Innate Soul Power Level 0. Looking at other people's souls, Chuan Yi was also thinking silently. It seems that the probability of the beast spirit awakening innate spirit power is greater. But, my father and mother's spirits are both very powerful spirits, and awakening either one is not a bad thing. The spirit awakening ceremony was faster than expected. The line in front was rapidly decreasing, and soon it was Chuan Yi's turn. The spirit hall steward noticed this young man from the beginning. It was hard not to notice his outstanding figure. Are you really 6 years old? He asked in disbelief. Yes, Master Soul Master. I just had my 6th birthday a few days ago. Well, come in. I will help you awaken your spirit. Chuan Yi took a big step forward and walked into the hexagonal magic circle. With the injection of soul power, the magic circle began to emit golden light, forming a light golden light shield, covering Chuan Yi. A large number of golden light spots appeared from the black stone, shining extremely brightly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chuan Yi. At this time, the number of light spots in the magic circle was very amazing, far exceeding that of ordinary people by dozens of times. Chuan Yi's parents had already opened their eyes wide with excitement. This was a sign of awakening a powerful martial spirit. At this time, Chuan Yi did not notice the surrounding sight at all. His mind was focused on the inside of his body. As the light entered his body, he felt a warm breath flowing through his body. This breath resonated with Chuan Yi's whole body. Chuan Yi could feel the energy of his whole body constantly gathering towards his hands under the guidance of this breath. Suddenly, Chuan Yi subconsciously raised his hands. In an instant, a fiery red color came into his eyes. His hands were actually on fire, but it was incredible that Chuan Yi could not feel the heat. On the contrary, the martial spirit hall deacon standing in front of him felt the heat wave, which made him squint his eyes unconsciously. But soon the flames dissipated. The martial spirit also revealed its original appearance. The martial spirit is a gauntlet, a steel gauntlet worn by medieval knights, but it fits the hand better as a whole and does not feel bloated. The martial spirit is a dark color, completely covering the hand and forearm. But the surface of the hand armor is covered with dark red flame patterns, and there is a red sun-shaped pattern on the back of the hand. If you look closely, you can find that the flame patterns are all emitted from this round sun. Red and black, low-key and luxurious, the hand armor does not look like equipment, but more like a work of art created by a craftsman. After staring for a long time, Chuan Yi felt that his spirit seemed to be absorbed by the martial soul, unable to extricate himself, giving people a sense of danger. Just as Chuan Yi was still admiring his martial soul, the deacon hurriedly urged Chuan Yi. Pick up the soul power test crystal in his hand and walk quickly to Chuan Yi. Little friend, you first use your mind to take back the martial soul, and then put your hand on the crystal. The deacon of the Wuhan Hall is very excited now. He has a hunch that this child must be a rare genius. If he can introduce him to the Wuhan Hall, he will also make a great contribution. Chuan Yi heard the call of the deacon, and then reluctantly moved his eyes away from his martial soul. The parents who were watching Chuan Yi from a distance held each other's hands tightly, and sweat unconsciously flowed from their hands. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Chuan Yi stretched out his big hand and pressed heavily on the blue crystal stone. The crystal stone shone brightly, shining with dazzling light. Good, good, it's innate full soul power. The first voice was Chuan Yu's, and he shouted excitedly. Solinger, who was standing aside, could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes at this time, and patted Chuan Yu excitedly, and showed off to the people around her. That's my son is innate full soul power. Solinger knew very well what kind of efforts Chuan Yi had made in the past 4 years. This can be, Solinger cried with joy, feeling proud of her son. Chuan Yi turned his head to look at his parents. Seeing their appearance, Chuan Yi could not hold back his joy and excitement, and his eyes unconsciously turned red. Chuan Yi excitedly ran to his parents and hugged them tightly, his gratitude overflowing from his words. The father, who was always cheerful, also had tears in his eyes at this time. When the spirit hall deacon saw Chuan Yu, his pupil shrank, and he sighed secretly. It turned out to be the son of Kuang Chuan and Lai Yangshi, no wonder he could give birth to such a talented son. It's a pity, it seems that this child has no chance to be with the spirit hall. Chuan Yu, with his slender arms, hugged his wife and children hard, suppressed the joy in his heart, and said calmly, let's go home. Everything will be discussed at home. Chuan Yi and Solinger realized that this was the spirit hall, and it was not appropriate to stay too long. The family walked out of the spirit hall in the envious eyes of the people around them. At night, the Chuan family's territory was brightly lit. All the Chuan family members gathered around the bonfire, laughing and talking, toasting and drinking. Everyone was celebrating Chuan Yi. In the past, Chuan Yi was immersed in training, and in order to keep it secret, he rarely appeared in front of family members. Therefore, everyone has been curious about Chuan Yi for a long time. Unexpectedly, when he first entered everyone's sight, he would bring such amazing news. Full innate soul power, this is the first time I have seen it. With the young master here, our Chuan family will go to a higher level in the future. Yes, this is full innate soul power, our Chuan family may have a titled Douluo. Everyone's heart is full of expectations for the future. Chuan Yi consolidated the family cohesion of the Chuan family in this way. The protagonist of this banquet sat stiffly in the center of the banquet, silently eating the soul beast meat dish placed on the table. Looking at his father who was talking enthusiastically with the clan members in the distance, Chuan Yi sighed helplessly. Today is a good day, why are you sighing? Solinger couldn't stop the smile on her face at this time, immersed in the atmosphere of celebration. Mother, I haven't heard that there will be a banquet tonight. When did father prepare these? Shouldn't I study my martial soul first? What if I don't awaken my soul power? It's not urgent to study the martial soul tomorrow. As the son of the clan leader, you should also get to know your clan members. It took a lot of effort to prepare this dinner. The clan members thought it was a clan meeting at first. You just need to enjoy this dinner. Solinger explained gently. Chuan Yi looked at the laughter in front of him and felt a deeper sense of identity with the family. Suddenly, Chuan Yi looked at Chuan Yu. Maybe Chuan Yu wanted to unite his family through this banquet. I didn't expect that under his father's rough appearance, there was such a delicate mind. Chuan Yi stopped thinking about the martial soul and began to enjoy the dinner. Chapter 5 Superb Fire Attribute Martial Soul. The next day. In the swimming pool, Chuan Yi was already swimming, and he had been swimming for a while. Although I went to bed very late yesterday, the biological clock that I had developed over a long period of time woke me up very early. Izumi, who was swimming, clearly felt the changes in his body at this moment. The most obvious change was that his physical strength had greatly increased. Soul power seemed to be strengthening this body, and soul power could also enhance the body's athletic ability and endurance. When Izumi saw soul power, he naturally thought of the anime works he had watched in his previous life. There were many settings similar to soul power. For example, chakra and the mind in Hunter. They all come from one's own body energy, and can also strengthen the body's energy in turn. Moreover, they can all achieve supernatural abilities that humans cannot achieve. Chakra is a combination of physical energy and spiritual energy, and mind is physical energy. The way to cultivate soul power is to operate one's own soul power through meditation. Although it is a world with a medieval background, the way of cultivation is similar to that of traditional Oriental martial arts novels. This world seems to be a mixed era of the East and the West, with nobles, popes, but also sections. Izumi felt that this world was very strange, and the more he understood this world, the stronger this strange feeling became. The morning exercise lasted for a long time. During the swimming process, Chuan Yi was constantly adapting to the strengthened body and carefully feeling the changes brought by the soul power. The effect of soul power is too amazing. This is only the 10th level of soul power, which can make an ordinary person stronger to this level. No wonder in this era of cold weapons, soul masters have become the most honorable profession. It turns out that it is because of the strength of the soul master itself. Although this world has supernatural factors, it is essentially a world of the survival of the fittest. Realizing this, Chuan Yi has become more determined to become stronger. Breakfast time. The family sat around the dining table. At this time, Chuan Yu and Solinger looked at Chuan Yi in surprise. Chuan Yi had already eaten the second plate of soul beast meat, and he was not full yet. Mother, can I have another plate? I'm not full yet. Why did you eat so much today? Will there be any problem with your body? Solinger asked worriedly. Mother, I exercised for a long time today, so the consumption is relatively large. Chuan Yi thought for a moment and answered Solinger. Chuan Yu, who was standing by, said at this time, it doesn't matter. Xiao Ai is already a soul warrior. It's normal to eat more. Moreover, the more you can eat, the stronger your body is. It's a good thing. Solinger thought about it and realized that it was true. Then she turned back to the kitchen. Soon, she brought out a large pot of freshly made barbecue. Chuan Yi didn't waste it and ate it all in a short while. After eating, Chuan Yi leaned comfortably on the chair, quietly feeling the heat in his abdomen spreading to his whole body. This was the time Chuan Yi enjoyed the most. Chuan Yu saw that Chuan Yi had finished eating, so he looked at Solinger who was standing by. Solinger nodded after seeing it. Chuan Yu looked at Chuan Yi and said seriously, Xiao Ai, since you are full, come with us. Let's study your martial soul together. Okay. Chuan Yi was already a little impatient. Following his parents, Chuan Yi came to the door of a basement. Outside the door, there were two tall men stationed. At Chuan Yu's command, the two men pushed open the heavy iron door with difficulty. Chuan Yu and Solinger signaled Chuan Yi to follow, and Chuan Yi was very curious at this time. After entering the basement, the mother closed the iron door again from the inside, and the strange thing was that there was also a bolt on the inside of the door. The underground passage was not long, so the entire basement was not deep. Soon a wide space appeared in front of Chuan Yi. Although it was underground, there were many hanging lights on the walls, illuminating the entire basement. As soon as he entered this space, Chuan Yi smelled the metallic smell that permeated the basement. Chuan Yi was shocked at the first sight. The underground space was full of weapons and equipment, and they shone with metallic luster under the light. Chuan Yu saw Chuan Yi's astonished expression and solemnly introduced it to Chuan Yi. Son, this is the most secret space of our Chuan family. It is the equipment and weapons that the Chuan family spent a lot of money and time to build. You usually like to read books related to soul masters, so you should be familiar with the simulated training environment, right? And this is the simulated training environment we specially built for the Black Iron Gauntlet Martial Soul. In the future, you will be able to use it as a weapon storage for the Chuan family. Once the Chuan family is in crisis, these equipment are the reliance for resisting foreign enemies. As you saw just now, the door here can be locked from the inside, and the clan members can hide in this basement for refuge, and then escape through the secret passage. It can also be regarded as the escape route of our Chuan family. I didn't expect that there was such a place in the family. Chuan Yi felt that the Chuan family didn't seem to be as simple as he imagined. I used to be not very interested in family affairs, and training took up a lot of time and energy, so Chuan Yi knew less about the family. As the son of the clan leader, I will inherit the family business in the future. It seems that in addition to training, I have to understand the family affairs well. Chuan Yi took the responsibility consciously. Chuan Yi received help from his family, and naturally he had to repay his family. Chuan Yi, who had no family in his previous life, cherished this hard-earned family very much. Okay, the main purpose of bringing you here is to observe your martial soul and summon your martial soul. Okay, father. After that, Chuan Yi summoned his martial soul. It's so beautiful. Solinger looked at Chuan Yi's martial soul and couldn't help but admire it. Xiao Yi, you can inject soul power into your martial soul. The flame that appeared when you awakened yesterday should not be accidental. Your martial soul should be a fire attribute martial soul like mine. Chuan Yi concentrated his mind and injected the soul power in his body into the martial soul of his right hand. A ball of flame suddenly appeared on the gauntlet. Sure enough, this martial soul not only inherited your father's black iron gauntlet, but also inherited my fire attribute. This is a rare variant martial soul. Solinger said excitedly. Chuan Yi found that he could sense the flame in his hand, and the flame could change constantly with his thoughts. From human form to beast form, Chuan Yi was happy to change the flame in his hand. Solinger on the side stared at Chuan Yi's hands and exclaimed in disbelief, this is impossible. He can control the flame freely without adding soul rings. This must be the best fire attribute martial soul. What is the best fire attribute martial soul? Chuan Yu on the side seemed to have never heard of it and asked hurriedly. Ordinary fire attribute weapon martial souls and beast martial souls can ignite flames through martial souls, but they cannot control their flames freely at the beginning. Only after adding soul rings can they truly control the flames to attack. But Xiao I can control the flames freely without soul rings. Except for the legendary best fire attribute martial souls, it is impossible to do it. Solinger widened her beautiful eyes and explained to the father and son excitedly. Chapter 6 Fire Immunity. I haven't seen a fire attribute martial soul with such strong control in Huo Academy. Should I say it is worthy of the innate full soul power? As a top student of Huo Academy, Solinger has the highest understanding of fire attribute martial souls here. It is also the first time she has seen such a special fire attribute martial soul. Huo Academy is one of the famous 5-element academies. The academy only recruits fire attribute martial soul owners. Here you can see all kinds of fire attribute soul masters. Solinger, who graduated from Huo Academy, said that she was praising this martial soul. You can imagine how powerful this martial soul is. Mother, I can't feel the flame after summoning the martial soul. Temperature, is this normal? Chuan Yi raised his doubts. When he first awakened, Chuan Yi had already noticed the abnormality, and this time Chuan Yi was completely sure that he could not feel the burning sensation of the flame after summoning the martial soul. Solinger replied, this is normal, your own flame cannot cause harm to yourself. Just like this. Liang, possess. Solinger's whole body was filled with red light, and then Solinger's height was raised a section, his eyes turned into the vertical pupils of a beast, his hands turned into lion claws, and a beast's majesty swept over. Solinger raised his right hand, and a fireball suddenly appeared in his hand. Although it was small, it emitted a strong white light. Like a little sun. Linger, your flame has become stronger. Chuan Yu sighed on the side. Hearing Chuan Yu's praise, Solinger was also a little proud and said, "Of course, I have never relaxed my soul power training in these years." Solinger is a talented soul master. She has never slacked off over the years. In the past 4 years, under the influence of Chuan Yi, Solinger has become more diligent and her strength has also risen. Chuan Yi stared blankly at the fireball in Solinger's hand. "Mother, I still can't feel the temperature of the flame." Chuan Yi was confused. After summoning the martial soul, he would fall into a strange feeling. The whole world seemed to become cooler, and his skin and senses became very sensitive. He could clearly sense the changes in the flame, but he just couldn't feel the heat. This counterintuitive feeling made Chuan Yi very awkward. "Impossible, the flame of my fiery sun lion can melt ordinary metals at the moment of touch. Even if a fire attribute soul master has resistance to flames, it is impossible not to feel the temperature of the flame at all." Solinger's face was full of disbelief. Seeing that Solinger didn't believe it, Chuan Yi retracted the martial soul in his left hand and approached the small sun with his left hand. Solinger was so scared that she quickly withdrew the flame. "Xiao, what are you doing? This is no joke. My mother asked me to try. I really can't feel the heat of the flame. I can only feel the coolness." Chuan Yi answered with certainty. Solinger stared at Chuan Yi's serious expression. It didn't look like he was lying. Suddenly, a certain idea flashed through her mind. The flame rekindled on her hand, but this time the fireball was very small and the color was not as white as before, just like the flame on a candle. "I will lower the temperature of the flame, and slowly approach. If you feel the heat, pull your hand out immediately. Remember," Solinger instructed cautiously. "Linger, is this too dangerous?" Chuan Yu asked nervously. "It's okay. I have controlled the temperature of the flame. It's okay even if I get burned." After Solinger explained, she turned to look at Chuan Yi. "Are you ready?" Chuan Yi nodded to indicate that he was ready. Then, he slowly approached with his left hand. Chuan Yu and Solinger were highly focused at this time. After a while, Chuan Yi's hand was very close to the flame. Normally, he should feel the heat at this time, but Chuan Yi still didn't feel it. Chuan Yi made up his mind and decisively put his hand completely into the flame. "Mother, I still can't feel it. You can slowly increase the firepower." Chuan Yi felt only a cool feeling, and could clearly sense the changes in the flame, but unlike his own flame, he could not control this flame with his own thoughts. Seeing this, Solinger's mouth corners rose uncontrollably, and she began to slowly increase the temperature of the flame, but Chuan Yi was still very calm. Finally, the flame slowly emitted a blazing white flame and turned back into the appearance of a small sun. Chuan Yi also became bolder at this time, opened his palm, and held the fireball from the bottom, as if holding the sun with his hand. Seeing the miraculous scene, Solinger completely confirmed her guess and said excitedly, "Fire immunity, this is the fire immunity attribute. This is a power that is superior to all fire attribute soul masters. All fire attribute soul masters will become powerless in front of you. Control fire, fire immunity, plus innate full soul power, this is the talent that all fire attribute soul masters dream of. This martial soul is destined to become the Emperor of Fire." Solinger was very excited. Chuan Yi brought too many surprises. She even wondered if she was dreaming. Chuan Yi was also very excited at this time. A powerful martial soul would definitely bring him more powerful strength. In Douluo continent, strength is the most important thing. But at the same time, Chuan Yi also knew that he was still very weak and could not be arrogant. His soul master career had just begun. Chuan Yu on the side had been carefully observing this martial soul since just now, carefully comparing it with his own martial soul. He did not have such a high level of understanding of the fire attribute, but yes, he knows more about the gauntlet than ordinary people. So he focused on the gauntlet itself. He found that Chuan Yi's martial soul was different from his black iron gauntlet martial soul. The overall shape fits the palm and forearm better, and the whole gauntlet is thinner, while his martial soul is more bloated and the iron sheet is thicker. Therefore, it can be judged that Chuan Yi's gauntlet will be more flexible to use, but this may cause the defense of the gauntlet to be weaker than that of the black iron gauntlet. Xiao Yi, in addition to fire, you can't ignore the strength of your martial soul. As a weapon martial soul, its own strength is also very important. Can I test the strength of your martial soul? Chuan Yu was not dazzled by the splendor of the flames, and remained calm, objectively observing Chuan Yi's martial spirit. Chuan Yu held Chuan Yi's hand armor with his hands, shook it gently, and pinched various parts of the hand armor with his fingers, carefully testing the weight and hardness of the martial spirit. It is worthy of being a martial spirit of the innate full soul level. The hardness itself is very high, but the weight is very light and the flexibility is very high. As a hand armor, this is also a very perfect work. Moreover, if you concentrate on your hands, you should feel different from before. Chuan Yi changed out the left hand armor again, closed his eyes, and concentrated on his hands. Yes, father. I feel that my hands seem to be more flexible. As he said, Chuan Yi began to shake his fingers quickly, starting from the thumb of his left hand and starting from the little finger of his right hand, and both hands made opposite movements at the same time. Just like controlling fire, Chuan Yi felt that his hands could move freely with his thoughts. Isn't this the left-hand fighting technique? Chuan Yi exclaimed in his heart. Chapter 7 Limit. The left-hand fighting technique comes from Jin Yang's martial arts novels. The master can perform different moves with both hands at the same time. The first move that Chuan Yi thought of was this one. Now Chuan Yi can do the simplest multitasking, and this is all due to the hand armor martial spirit. You should have felt it. This is the characteristic of our family martial spirit. Although our family's martial spirit is not superior in terms of attack power and defense power, it also has its unique role. Chuan Yu began to explain the unique role of the hand armor martial spirit. You should know that our Chuan family has another family spirit, white gloves. And our black iron gauntlet spirit is a mutation from the white glove spirit. The white glove spirit, as a kind of weapon spirit, is an auxiliary spirit with neither attack nor defense. But the white glove spirit makes people dexterous. Therefore, our Chuan family can make all kinds of exquisite handicrafts, which is also one of our Chuan family's main businesses. Although your spirit has mutated, it has also retained this advantage. Chuan Yu paused, staring at Chuan Yi's eyes, and said solemnly, but this feature is not only used to make handicrafts, its real value is reflected in combat. In short, it makes it possible to use the hand in a different way, which we later named dual purpose. Chuan Yi immediately understood Chuan Yu. Ordinary people will have their own dominant hand in combat, while the other hand is relatively weak. But dual tasking can make the other hand's various abilities reach the level of the dominant hand. Not only that, these two hands can perform different moves respectively. When people face a dual tasking person, it feels like they are dealing with two people. I didn't expect that this state could be reached with just the martial soul. The world of martial souls is deeper than Chuan Yi imagined. Chuan Yu didn't expect Chuan Yi to understand. In the subsequent training, he would understand it himself. He raised this topic at this time to remind Chuan Yi to deeply understand the characteristics of his martial soul. Because only in this way can he choose a soul ring that is truly suitable for him. They gathered in the basement to carefully study Chuan Yi's martial soul in order to let Chuan Yi have a deeper understanding of his martial soul. Many soul masters don't study their own martial souls very much, so there will be soul rings that conflict with the attributes of their own martial souls. This is all caused by not understanding their own martial souls. And the soul master family has its own advantages in this regard. A simple calculation shows that the time it takes for 2 generations to become soul masters is more than 50 years. Then the 3rd generation can directly absorb these 50 years of experience. Although the hand armor martial soul has only been inherited for 3 generations, it has accumulated a huge amount of experience. About the characteristics of the martial soul, the fighting method of the martial soul, and the soul ring suitable for the martial soul. Talent is certainly important, but the inheritance of knowledge and experience is also important. And now is the time to reflect the family's advantages. Chuan Yu and Soul Linger's experience in their respective fields have become the nutrients for Chuan Yi, allowing Chuan Yi to thrive. Xiao Yi, have you thought about the name of the martial soul? Soul Linger asked. Well, I've thought about it. It's called the Fiery Sun Glove. The name is very simple, combining the Fiery Sun Lion and the Black Iron Glove, which means that it has inherited the martial souls of both. Well, not bad. Chuan Yu asked Chuan Yi, now that the name is chosen, it's time for you to decide the direction of development. Each soul master will develop into different departments during the growth process due to the influence of many factors such as the characteristics of his own martial soul and soul ring skills. Such as the strong attack department, auxiliary department, control department, etc. Just like the professional division of labor in the previous life, this is a phenomenon that naturally forms after the soul master society develops to a certain extent. Chuan Yi thought about it and soon had an answer in his mind. I choose the strong attack system. Chuan Yi answered with certainty. With such a powerful martial soul, plus both parents are strong attack system soul masters, if Chuan Yi doesn't know how to choose, then he has studied for so many years in vain. Since his development direction has been determined, the choice of the first soul ring becomes particularly important. Chuan Yi's talent is very outstanding, so he can't add soul rings at will. The first soul ring must meet the following conditions. First, it must be a fire attribute soul ring, so that the advantages of the Scorching Sun hand armor as a top-grade fire attribute martial soul can be brought into play. Secondly, the soul ring skills must meet the requirements of the strong attack system, such as no auxiliary system skills. The couple is currently having a headache over this matter. Chuan Yu has no idea at this time, so he wants to ask Chuan Yi what he thinks first. Xiao Yi, have you thought about what kind of soul ring you want for the first soul ring? Chuan Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment, but soon raised his head, with a resolute look in his eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision in his heart. Chuan Yi looked straight at Chuan Yu and replied. Father, I have read a lot of information about the first soul ring. The soul beast that best suits me should be a soul beast with both strength and fire attributes. And the older the soul beast, the better. In the past 4 years, Chuan Yi has been collecting information about relevant soul beasts and thinking about soul rings. In addition to thinking about soul skills that suit him, Chuan Yi often thinks about the soul ring itself. Soul rings come from soul beasts and are the condensation of soul beast soul power. And only those who personally hunt soul beasts can absorb soul rings. The soul ring has many functions. First, it can provide a soul skill. Second, it can strengthen the martial soul, and finally, it can also strengthen the physical attributes. Generally, people's attention is focused on the first 2 points, but Chuan Yi is different. He pays more attention to the last point. The better the physical fitness, the greater the soul power that can be endured. Therefore, if you absorb soul rings with higher years and higher quality as much as possible, the improvement of physical fitness will be higher. The faster the physical fitness improves, the soul ring age that can be endured will also increase, so that a positive cycle can be formed. Therefore, these 4 years of physical training are not just for awakening the innate soul power. Working hard to exercise the body is also to be able to absorb soul rings with the highest age as possible. According to the records of Douluo continent, the current first soul ring endurance limit is 423 years. No one has crossed this limit since then. This number is like an insurmountable red line, blocking the way for all soul masters to continue to break through. Chuan Yi is very disdainful of this so-called limit. In the past 4 years, he has broken through the limit of his body countless times. The so-called limit is nothing but the limit you set for yourself. Chuan Yi rationally analyzed all his existing conditions and found that his conditions far exceeded those of the person in the record. With strong physical fitness, top-grade martial soul, innate full soul power, and fire immunity, Chuan Yi has a great advantage. He can absorb the soul rings of fire-attributed soul beasts with higher ages. Therefore, Chuan Yi does not want to waste the precious first soul ring space. I want to absorb soul rings over 500 years old. A flame seemed to ignite in Chuan Yi's eyes, and the lines on the Liang gauntlet seemed to become brighter red. Chapter 8 Test 500 years. Solinger exclaimed, "Do you know what you are talking about? Some soul masters' second soul rings may not even exceed 500 years. Chuan Yi seemed very calm. He calmly replied, "Mother, I know very well. With my physical strength, 500 years is not even my limit. Indeed, your physical strength is comparable to that of an ordinary 20-level auxiliary soul master." Chuan Yu was different from Solinger. He did not seem to be shocked. Instead, he thought about it and found that Chuan Yi's analysis was indeed reasonable, so he agreed. Solinger said with a worried look, "This is different from the previous training. There are risks in absorbing soul rings. If there is an accident, you will lose your martial soul at best, or die at worst. Once you start absorbing soul rings, even gods cannot interfere. Xiao, you don't need to take such a big risk." Chuan Yi did not reply, but looked at Solinger with a firm look. Solinger also met Chuan Yi's eyes, and the two fell into a stalemate. Both wanted to change each other's minds in this way. At this time, Chuan Yu suddenly said, "I agree with your idea." Chuan Yi looked at Chuan Yu in surprise and was about to thank him, but Chuan Yu immediately said, "But, I have conditions." Chuan Yi didn't know what Chuan Yu meant, and asked in confusion, "Please tell me, Father. I have 2 conditions. First, master the 2 sets of boxing I taught you within 2 months. Second, the spirit ring must be obtained by yourself, and your mother and I will only watch from the side. If we take action, it means you have failed. At that time, I hope you can absorb the 400 years of spirit ring obediently. Chuan Yi did not rush to answer, but was thinking about whether he could complete these 2 conditions. Chuan Yi thought this was a test. If he wanted to convince his family, he still had to show his ability. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Chuan Yi nodded, indicating that he agreed. Okay, let's go back today. Tomorrow morning, come to the basement, and I will formally teach you to practice. Chuan Yu saw that Chuan Yi agreed to his conditions, and a smile appeared on his face. Chuan Yi said goodbye to his parents and turned away. Walking to the exit of the basement, Chuan Yi pulled out the bolt and slowly opened the door. This action stunned the guard at the door. The iron door that 2 adults had to use all their strength to open was easily opened by a 6-year-old child. This made them more deeply aware of the gap between themselves and soul masters. But what they didn't expect was that Chuan Yi relied only on his physical strength and did not use soul power. It can be seen that Chuan Yi's physical strength has reached an incredible level. Chuan Yi walked out of the iron door. Although it was only half a day, it felt like a lifetime ago. And in underground, Solinger was questioning Chuan Yu. How could you agree to it? Solinger complained. Didn't you notice Xiao Ai's eyes? That was a look of awareness. Even if we didn't agree, he would definitely do it himself. Only then would the situation be truly out of our control. Besides, Xiao Ai is different from ordinary children. Even if you can stop him once, you can't stop him the next time. He is destined to leave us and go out on his own. All we can help him with is experience and skills. Chuan Yu's eyes showed reluctance. Since childhood, he couldn't often accompany Chuan Yi because of family affairs. It might be less time to accompany him in the future. But the young eagle wanted to fly, and parents couldn't stop him. Chuan Yu could only harden his heart and silently watch the child jump off the cliff. But he didn't do nothing. Although the conditions he proposed were harsh, they were not impossible to accomplish. This was a test and a teaching. In this way, Chuan Yu could teach his martial arts to Chuan Yi. Since it is impossible to stop it, the only way to help Chuan Yi is through this method. Chuan Yi has returned to the room at this moment. He took out the soul beast notes he had recorded and carefully screened the soul beasts that met his requirements. He was not frightened by the harsh conditions. After 4 years of polishing, his heart had become extremely strong. This difficulty was not difficult for him. He kept recording the soul beasts that met the requirements separately. Thanks to the soul beast information that had been sorted out before, Chuan Yi completed the screening task quickly. After finishing, Chuan Yi carefully put away the records and took out a new piece of paper. At this moment, Chuan Yi was thinking about the future training plan in his heart. After becoming a soul master, Chuan Yi had more things to practice. The first one is meditation. Soul power is the most fundamental power of soul masters, so meditation is the most important thing to pay attention to in the future. The second is physical exercise. As a strong attack soul master, physical exercise is even more indispensable, and it is related to whether he can absorb higher level soul rings. It is an important part of his plan. The third is skill training, including boxing, soul power operation, etc. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi felt that he didn't have enough time. Fortunately, meditation in this world can replace sleep to restore the body, but the spirit will be sluggish for a while. In this way, Chuan Yi has a whole day to practice. Chuan Yi wrote down everything he thought of on paper. These are not real schedules. He will have to adjust them constantly in the future practice. Looking at the preliminary framework in front of him, Chuan Yi smiled with satisfaction. With this schedule, Chuan Yi knew what he would do in the future. After writing, Chuan Yi came to the swimming pool and started his noon exercise. Yesterday, because of the awakening of the martial soul and the dinner, he couldn't swim at noon and in the evening. Today, he had to make up for yesterday's exercise. And starting tomorrow, Chuan Yi will practice boxing, and he may not be able to come to the swimming pool for a while. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi speeded up his swimming. The next day, early in the morning, Chuan Yi came to the basement. I saw Chuan Yu sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing soul power. Chuan Yu also noticed the movement and slowly opened his eyes. Chuan Yi was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts. It was obvious that he wore simple clothes to facilitate his body movements. Chuan Yu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you are ready. Today, I will first teach you the meditation method, and then teach you the family boxing of our Chuan family. Come, sit down here. Chuan Yu pointed to the futon opposite him and motioned Chuan Yi to sit down. Chuan Yi had not seen this futon yesterday. It should be specially prepared for Chuan Yi. Seeing Chuan Yi sitting down, Chuan Yu began to talk about the key points of meditation. There are few points to pay attention to in meditation. First, you need to calm down and feel the soul power in your body, then concentrate your mind and circulate the soul power in your body. With each cycle, the soul power will increase. Chuan Yi closed his eyes and quietly felt the soul power in his body. As his mind was concentrated, the appearance of the meridians in his body emerged in his mind. Is this the legendary inner vision? Moreover, although it is called meditation, isn't this the inner force cultivation method in martial arts novels? Why doesn't this world have a corresponding cultivation method, but uses such a crude cultivation method? Chuan Yi had countless doubts in his heart. Chapter 9, Hard and Sharp. Chuan Yi combined the historical knowledge of his previous life, made a simple analysis, and thought of a reason. Douluo continent is a strict hierarchical society. Whether it is identity or soul power level, it is very difficult to change. The soul master families at the top of society have powerful martial souls, and therefore, they have higher innate soul power. Their talents are stronger than ordinary people, so these soul master families do not need to improve their cultivation methods. And the lower level soul masters, such as soul masters from civilian families, have too low education levels and too low vision. They don't even think of improving. Moreover, soul masters must break through level 30 before the age of 20, otherwise, no matter how hard they try, they will not be able to break through this bottleneck. Therefore, the entire soul master world has fallen into the dilemma of talent-only theory. No one will study things like cultivation methods. But there must be some people in this world who continue to study. These people must have an educational background, and secondly, they must have poor talent, otherwise there is no reason for them to go study this thing. Finally, and most importantly, this person must be someone who has not accepted his fate. Only those who are still unwilling to accept will do things that no one else will do. But Chuan Yi is different. Although he has the so-called talent, this is not a reason to hinder Chuan Yi's progress. Since it is already known that it can be improved, there is no reason not to do it. It seems that another task will be added to the schedule. While thinking, the soul power has already circulated in Chuan Yi's body, but Chuan Yi did not feel the increase in soul power, but felt the existence of some kind of wall. Is this the bottleneck? Chuan Yi slowly opened his eyes and said to Chuan Yu, "Father, I have mastered meditation. I can practice boxing now." "Very good, now that you have mastered meditation, you can officially start learning some boxing. Our Chuan family's boxing is both offensive and defensive, and it is unique. Among them, the most important are the two sets of boxing that I will teach you. It can be said that the essence of our Chuan family's boxing is hidden in these two sets of boxing. One is the defensive boxing hard, and the other is the offensive boxing sharp. Hard, condense the soul power in the hand to form a hard membrane, which can be used for both offense and defense. Sharp, condense spikes in the fist. When the spikes penetrate the body, the soul power will enter the enemy's body and cause internal damage. Rather than boxing, it is more like a skill in using soul power." Chuan Yi raised his doubts. "Father, this is a skill of using soul power, not boxing, right?" "Haha, yes, this is not boxing at all, but hardness and sharpness are indeed the most important components of Chuan family boxing. As long as you learn hardness and sharpness within these 2 months, you will pass the test." Chuan Yu did not explain too much. Although Chuan Yi still had questions, Chuan Yu had already started to explain. Chuan Yi could only concentrate and listen carefully. The principle of hardness and sharpness is very simple, which is to control soul power and condense it on the hands. Hardness is to condense soul power into a thin film to form a hard defense on the hands. Sharpness is to condense soul power into a spike shape. With the punch of the fist, it can easily pierce the defense of the body surface and inject soul power into the enemy's body. After speaking, Chuan Yu demonstrated it. I saw a black light emerging from Chuan Yu's hands, which soon covered both hands. Isn't this the armed color domineering? This thought emerged in Chuan Yi's mind. The black hands showed a metallic luster and looked very hard. Suddenly, Chuan Yu's right hand slowly changed, the fist peak slowly protruded, and finally formed a spike shape. After the demonstration, Chuan Yu told Chuan Yi, sharp is an advanced move of Gang, practice it again and then practice sharp. Chuan Yi did not say anything and started practicing directly. After Chuan Yi practiced, he found that he underestimated the difficulty of practicing Gang and sharp. Although the principle is simple, it is difficult to practice. First of all, it is very simple to control soul power in the body, but once the soul power penetrates the body, the difficulty of controlling soul power increases sharply. Once the soul power leaves the body, it will dissipate rapidly. It is very difficult to fix the soul power on the surface of the body. Moreover, in order to form a strong enough soul power membrane, more soul power must be condensed. As the soul power increases, the difficulty of control also increases. The soul power consumption is too large. One attempt consumes 1/10 of the soul power. The number of attempts per day is limited, and a lot of time is wasted on meditation. No wonder boxing training has to be carried out in the basement, which is the simulated training environment of the hand armor martial spirit. Here, the speed of soul power recovery is much faster than other places. Although there are many difficulties, it did not stump Chuan Yi. In order to complete this test within 2 months, Chuan Yi decisively gave up sleep. Use meditation instead of sleep. After a week, Chuan Yi can already condense soul power on the surface of the skin and maintain it for a period of time. Chuan Yi's soul power presents a dark red color. After the soul power is covered, it is like magma wrapped around the hand, magnificent and filled with dangerous breath. However, the soul power is still unstable now, and the soul power membrane often fluctuates. Once it fluctuates, its hardness will decrease. But everything is moving in a good direction. This progress has far exceeded Chuan Yu's imagination. It took Chuan Yu half a year to barely learn to be strong. In terms of soul power control, innate full soul power cannot bring any help. Soul power control requires strong mental power. Could it be that Chuan Yi also has a talent beyond ordinary people in mental power? What Chuan Yu didn't know was that Chuan Yi was a reincarnated person. Although Chuan Yi's body age is 6 years old, his soul age is over 20 years old. This means that Chuan Yi has more than 10 years of development time than his peers, so his mental strength will certainly be very strong. According to Chuan Yi's progress, maybe it will take only 1 month instead of 2 months to fully master Gang and Jian. Chuan Yi has no time to observe Chuan Yu's reaction at this time, and his attention is focused on practicing. Although practicing Gang and Tou will not make the body tired, it is very burdensome mentally. However, as he practices, Chuan Yi can feel that his mental burden is gradually reduced. At this time, Chuan Yi is not sure whether this is a manifestation of the strengthening of mental strength. With the increase of mental power, Chuan Yi's control over soul power is constantly strengthening. Under the same soul power, the soul power membrane on his hand becomes thinner and more stable. In the second week, Chuan Yi completely learned the hardness. Afterwards, Chuan Yi mastered the sharpness faster. After all, the sharpness is just a condensation of spikes on the basis of hardness. On the 28th day of practice, Chuan Yi found Chuan Yu. "Father, I have mastered the hardness and the sharpness." Chuan Yu didn't know how many times he was surprised. Through the observation of these weeks, Chuan Yu has a deeper understanding of Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi has a steel-like will. Compared with Chuan Yi's willpower, the innate full soul power seems insignificant. Chuan Yu was also worried that Chuan Yi would start to slack off in practice after awakening his super high talent. But there was no trace of slackness in Chuan Yi. Chuan Yu thought about it from another perspective and found that he could not practice as sleeplessly as Chuan Yi. Chapter 10 Doing the Best One Can. Chuan Yu's 2-month deadline was not a random one, but a calculated one. In his calculation, 2 months, although not impossible to complete, should also be very tight. It took Chuan Yu half a year to learn Gang and Jian. He combined Chuan Yi's innate recovery speed of full soul power and set a 2-month deadline. But he didn't expect Chuan Yi to learn it in less than a month. All this is inseparable from Chuan Yi's spiritual talent, but what is more amazing is Chuan Yi's willpower. The intensity of training itself is not something that ordinary people can bear. Although meditation can replace sleep, mental fatigue is difficult to eliminate. But every time he condensed soul power, Chuan Yi was fully focused and did not relax at all. Although Chuan Yu felt very gratified, he also had a lot of pressure. As the parent of a genius child, sometimes you have to make some decisions that go against common sense. Just like Chuan Yi's 500-year soul ring plan, being able to agree to such an outrageous decision for a child is not something that ordinary parents can do. Chuan Yu is also under tremendous pressure. Of course, Chuan Yi also knew this, so he couldn't relax at all. Okay, since you have passed my assessment, you can prepare to hunt for spirit rings. Since Chuan Yi has passed the test, Chuan Yu can no longer stop Chuan Yi. But Chuan Yi doesn't seem to be in a hurry. No, father, there is still a month to spare, I want to continue to learn the second half of the boxing. Chuan didn't expect this situation at first, but since there is a month to spare, he can continue to learn boxing, so the possibility of obtaining a high-year spirit ring will increase. Chuan Yu saw that Chuan Yi was not in a hurry, but kept a calm state of mind, and he was completely relieved. Such a cautious child must have considered it again and again before putting forward his own opinions. His inner rationality is terrible, and Chuan Yu even feels a little fear for his child. Since you have decided to spend time here, I have no objection. But, I want to remind you that it will take a lot of time to practice boxing, so pay attention to your time arrangement. Okay, I plan to continue studying for a month, and then set off. Chuan Yi replied. The Chuan family's boxing was originally evolved from shield and spear techniques. The attack and defense power of the gauntlet martial spirit is relatively weak. In order to make up for this shortcoming, your grandfather, the previous head of the family, fought with a shield and a spear. Chuan Yi's grandfather, Chuan Li, is the founder of the Chuan family. With the mutant martial spirit Black Iron Gauntlet, he created the current family business. Although Chuan Yi has never seen him, he heard that his grandfather is now guarding the most important store of the Chuan family in Tiandu City. The most important thing is that Chuan Yi's grandfather is a powerful soul Douluo level strongman. Chuan Yi often heard stories about his grandfather since he was a child. Therefore, he is not unfamiliar with him. I didn't expect that Gang and Jian were invented by my grandfather. Chuan Yi became more curious about his grandfather whom he had never met. Chuan Yu continued, this also maximizes the dual-purpose use of the gauntlet martial spirit. The choice and use of two-handed weapons can be said to be a stroke of genius. But soon, your grandfather discovered a flaw. That is, the quality of the weapons cannot keep up with the progress of the soul master. Without weapons, the gauntlet martial spirit has no advantage in battle. After a period of lows, he noticed the advantages of soul power. Soul power itself will become stronger as the soul master grows. Therefore, after more than 10 years of grinding, he created a method to condense soul power. And hardness and sharpness are essentially shields and spears. The Chuan family boxing evolved from shield and spear methods. Chuan was shocked when he heard it. He was deeply moved by his grandfather's wisdom and persistence. It takes courage to create your own path. Chuan Yu continued, the advantage of Chuan family boxing is freedom. The hard and sharp can be switched between the hands at will. You can even use the sharp with both hands and the hard with both hands. Attack and defense are all up to you. Next, I will teach you the most basic attack and defense postures. The rest is up to you to think about and improve in the subsequent battles. Remember, our Chuan family boxing is free. After Chuan Yu finished talking about the origin of boxing, he posed in front of Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi, concentrate. However, Chuan Yu taught the most basic standing posture and posture. It's very simple. Basically, you can imitate it very similarly by watching it once and following it. Only one thing to note is that both hands should be used in turn. You can't just do the right hand or the left hand. Chuan Yi understood that this was to exercise both hands evenly. Chuan Yi followed Chuan Yu to practice the basic movements over and over again. After following for a few hours, Chuan Yi could already do it completely by himself. At this time, Chuan Yu stopped and began to strictly observe Chuan Yi's movements. His eyes seemed like eagle eyes, and any deviation could not escape his eyes. Raise your right hand a little higher, the movement is deformed. Chuan Yi didn't know how many times this had happened. Although Chuan Yu said that the most important thing about boxing is freedom, he is very strict about basic movements. This process has lasted for a whole afternoon, but it is not even a warm-up for Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi doesn't know much about martial arts, but he also knows the importance of basics. So he repeats it seriously. For the next month, Chuan Yi repeated the basic movements every day. At first, he did it very slowly, pursuing the most correct posture. But gradually, his speed began to increase slowly. Chuan Yu also admitted that Chuan Yi had already entered the door. From now on, it will be a slow process, as long as you keep improving. On the 50th day of the test, Chuan Yi performed a set of perfect moves, which has been reduced from the initial 30 minutes to 10 minutes. In the basement, Chuan Yi was shirtless and boxing. The movements were very smooth. Every time he blocked and punched, Chuan Yi used all his strength. Sweat beads condensed on the surface of the skin, and the sweat beads fell to the ground with the movement. The sweat that flowed down had wet the ground under Chuan Yi's feet. Although it was the simplest movement, every move used the strength of the whole body, which was also very tiring. Using this method, Chuan Yi exercised boxing and body at the same time, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After fighting for a while, Chuan Yi stopped. If it were usual, he would continue until late at night. But today, it was not possible. Because he would set out to hunt tomorrow. The nearly 2 months of hard training were for this moment. Chuan Yi was looking forward to it. Walking out of the basement, the breeze was gentle, and the evening breeze blew on Chuan Yi's sweaty body, taking away the heat and sweat from his body. Very comfortable. Chuan Yi looked up, the bright moon was in the sky, and he was in a good mood. Chuan Yi quietly enjoyed the tranquility, and the excitement in his heart slowly calmed down. Chuan Yi had done his best, and he just had to listen to fate. But Chuan Yi was sure that this was just the first step in his new life. I'm hungry, let's go eat meat first. Touching his stomach, Chuan Yi walked towards the cafeteria. Chapter 11 Exploding Rhino. In the Bokano forest. Chuan Yi was wearing light armor and scorching sun gauntlets, and was walking carefully in the forest. Chuan Yi's eyes were always observing the surroundings, alert to the attacks of soul beasts. After 2 weeks of training, Chuan Yi's vigilance became stronger, and Chuan Yi's 5 senses became more acute. The wild environment seemed to be awakening Chuan Yi's perception ability. Observing Chuan Yi's light armor carefully, there are some black scorch marks on the surface. These are traces of fighting with soul beasts. Bokano Forest is one of the many soul beast forests on the continent. It is not large in scale, but because there is an active volcano inside, a large number of fire attribute soul beasts live in this forest. The soul beasts in the forest are relatively young, but there are many types of fire attribute soul beasts. It is said that Solinger got her first soul ring here. This is the 2nd week since Chuan Yi came to the forest, and Chuan Yi is still looking for a suitable soul beast. During this period, Chuan Yi also encountered many fire attribute soul beasts, but most of the soul beasts were relatively young. A few fire attribute soul beasts that met the age requirements were not power type. The outer periphery of the forest has been explored almost, and it seems that we still need to go deeper. Soul beasts over 500 years old are already comparable to fighting soul masters at the level of great soul masters. It is a fantasy for a mere level 10 soul master to want to hunt soul beasts by himself. But since Chuan Yi agreed at that time, it means that Chuan Yi has confidence. The biggest reliance is the fiery sun gauntlet with fire immunity. The most threatening flame of fire attribute soul beasts is completely ineffective against Chuan Yi. With the fiery sun gauntlet and Chuan Yi's physical fitness comparable to that of a level 20 weapon soul master, Chuan Yi can easily kill ordinary 500-year-old soul beasts. But Chuan Yi is not satisfied with ordinary soul beasts. For this reason, he needs to take some risks and choose to move into the forest. Behind Chuan Yi, in a hidden place, Chuan Yu and Solinger watched Chuan Yi from a distance. Husband, Xiao Yi is going deep into the forest. Should we get closer? Solinger was a little anxious when she saw Chuan Yi going deep into the forest. It's okay, this distance is just right. Don't worry, the soul beasts in this forest are generally younger. With our strength, we can completely protect Xiao Yi. You are just too worried. Chuan Yu saw Solinger's anxious mood and patiently comforted her. The two have been following Chuan Yi for 2 weeks. During this period, Chuan Yi was also attacked by soul beasts, but they were all easily dispelled by Chuan Yi. The two also got a better understanding of Chuan Yi's strength. Chuan Yi's physical strength was beyond imagination. Chuan Yi didn't even use hardness and sharpness, and could defeat the soul beast with his physical body alone. But unexpectedly, the number of soul beasts in the soul beast forest was much less than expected. For this reason, Chuan Yi wanted to obtain soul rings. Can only go deeper. This will also increase the danger level of Chuan Yi. When Solinger was young, soul beasts were still everywhere in the forest. It can be seen that the disadvantages of excessive hunting of soul beasts have begun to show. Chuan Yi pressed his hands on his chest, and a white light flashed, and a shield and a spear appeared on his hands. These are the weapons that Chuan Yi brought from the basement. Entering the interior, the danger is greater, and Chuan Yi dare not underestimate it. With weapons, Chuan Yi can save more soul power and greatly increase safety. The shield and spear are still a bit huge for Chuan Yi, but Chuan Yi can easily pick them up without any reluctance. And these weapons were taken out from the necklace on Chuan Yi's chest. The necklace is called the Heart of the Fiery Sun, which is Soul Linger's jewelry. More importantly, this is a very rare storage soul guide. Because its shape is like a burning sun, it is called the Heart of the Fiery Sunday. For this test, Soul Linger lent this precious soul guide to Chuan Yi. Thanks to the soul guide, Chuan Yi no longer has to carry heavy luggage and can carry enough supplies for 2 months of survival. Except for these 2 weapons, there are only soul beast meat and water bags. Chuan Yi, holding a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand, slowly moved forward and moved firmly into the forest. The further he went into the forest, the sparser the trees became. This should be because of the volcano inside. Also, there was a faint strange smell in the air, but here Chuan Yi felt that the fluctuation of soul power became more active, and his body instinctively felt a comfortable feeling. This is really a paradise for fire attribute soul masters, Chuan Yi sighed in his heart. Chuan Yi is following the flow of the stream and moving towards the top of the forest. Although he has no experience, Chuan Yi also knows that soul beasts need to drink water. As long as he can follow the stream, the probability of Chuan Yi encountering soul beasts will be greatly increased. After walking for an hour or 2, Chuan Yi found a huge figure more than 500 meters ahead. Chuan Yi walked lightly behind a tree on the side and hit his figure. Observe carefully from behind the big tree. Although it was a bit far away, the huge size of the soul beast made Chuan Yi easily recognize the soul beast. More importantly, there were 5 clearly visible ring patterns on the rhino horn of this explosive rhino. This is the basis for judging the age of the explosive rhino. With the increase of age, its rhino horn will also become longer, and every 100 years, a red ring will condense on the rhino horn. This is because the rhino horn of the explosive rhino is the part where the soul power is stored, and it is also its strongest weapon. The explosive rhino has poor eyesight and moves a little clumsily, but its power is very strong, and if the body is touched by its rhino horn, the fire attribute soul power contained in it will flow into the enemy's body and explode inside. This is also a skill to prevent himself from being hurt. Although the explosive rhino gives people the impression of being gentle and honest, I didn't expect that there would be such a sinister soul skill. Chuan Yi was very excited at this time, but he forced himself to calm down. The closer it is to the end, the calmer it must be. Facing such a powerful soul beast, Chuan Yi must be careful. Chuan Yi kept thinking about the corresponding methods in his mind, but soon, Chuan Yi gave up thinking. Chuan Yi seemed to have figured out something, suddenly stood up, and walked straight towards the explosive rhino. And there was no sign of hiding at all. When approaching about 200 meters, the explosive rhino, who was drinking water, suddenly noticed Chuan Yi's approach and looked up at Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi was fully armed, wearing light armor, holding a shield and a spear in each hand, with a very determined look, staring at the explosive rhino, like a hero in ancient Greek mythology, coming alone to challenge. The size difference between the two was very large. The explosive rhino seemed to be aware of the enemy's existence, staring at Chuan Yi closely, slowly turning his body around, and looking at Chuan Yi head-on. The parents who were watching Chuan Yi from behind were also shocked at this time, and Soul Linger was even possessed by the martial spirit. She was about to rush out, but was immediately stopped by Chuan Yi on the side. "What are you doing?" "Wait," Chuan Yi took the initiative to go there, "maybe he has his own plan. If you go out now, won't you completely ruin this test?" "What time is it?" "This is explosive rhino." Soul Linger was shocked. Chuan Yi was also scared and broke into a cold sweat. He didn't expect that Chuan Yi, who was always calm and composed, would do such a reckless and impulsive behavior. However, with his strong willpower, Chuan Yi barely maintained a trace of rationality. Chapter 12: The Weight of Life. The distance between Chuan Yi and Explosive Rhino was only more than 100 meters. Explosive Rhino had already noticed Chuan Yi's existence. It faced Chuan Yi and kept stomping on the ground, warning Chuan Yi not to get close. Chuan Yi didn't care and kept moving forward. It was almost within a range of 50 meters. Seeing that the warning could not force Chuan Yi back, Explosive Rhino rushed directly to Chuan Yi, wanting to pierce the enemy directly with its rhino horn. The explosive power of explosive rhino was amazing, and it ran very fast in a straight line. But Chuan Yi was not panicked, or he had been looking forward to this moment. Chuan Yi, seeing the speed getting faster and faster, immediately raised the spear in his right hand. The red lines on the fiery sun gauntlet lit up, and flames suddenly appeared on the spear, tightly wrapped around the spear. Chuan Yi stepped forward with his left foot, using the strength of his arm to throw the flaming spear fiercely at the face of the explosive rhino. The explosive rhino was frightened by the sudden attack and quickly closed his eyes, but the speed of the sprint did not slow down. This is because it has an absolute love for its hard skin. Right confidence. Indeed, the skin of the exploding rhino is very hard and has excellent resistance to fire. It is impossible to cause damage to it with Chuan Yi's power alone. But Chuan Yi's purpose is not here. I saw the spear hit the face of the exploding rhino quickly. At the moment the spear touched, there was a sudden explosion, and the high-temperature heat wave and the roar of the explosion burst out from the spear. The exploding rhino was completely confused by this move. In an instant, the hearing and smell failed, and the exploding rhino could not confirm Chuan Yi's position. Chuan Yi did not continue to move forward, but at the moment of throwing the spear, he moved quickly to the left. This time, Chuan Yi stepped forward with his right foot, raised his left hand, and carefully observed the exploding rhino. At the moment when the exploding rhino wanted to open his eyes, he repeated the trick and threw the shield in his left hand over. The round flame shield rotated at high speed in the air, like a flying disc, and quickly hit the eyes of the exploding rhino. Although the skin of the exploding rhino is very hard, the eyes are still very fragile. Therefore, when the spear flew over, in order to protect his eyes, the explosive rhino could only close his eyes. But he didn't expect that as soon as he opened his eyes, the flame-flying disc actually flew straight towards his eyes. The explosive rhino was terrified and hurriedly closed his eyes. This time, his steps stopped completely. Because the distance was very close, Chuan Yi's shield hit the explosive rhino's eye socket fiercely, accompanied by an explosion, which made the explosive rhino's right eye painful. The pain completely aroused the rage of the explosive rhino. The explosive rhino desperately opened his eyes, wanting to tear the human who teased him to pieces. But, the moment he opened his eyes, his right eye saw a vague figure standing in front of him. This was Chuan Yi, who had been waiting for a long time. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the soul power at the peak of the fist had condensed into a tip. The whole right arm seemed to have become a sharp spear, which was raised high and quickly pierced into the right eye socket of the explosive rhino when the explosive rhino opened his eyes again. This time, the explosive rhino was completely unable to react. Chuan Yi's entire forearm directly sank into the head of the explosive rhino. Chuan Yi immediately injected all his soul power into the brain of the explosive rhino and directly detonated it. The explosive rhino was killed by Chuan Yi in a lightning-fast manner. The last image in the explosive rhino's mind was the blurred figure, and then it fell into darkness completely. Because Chuan Yi's move was fast, fierce and accurate, and he went straight to the head of the explosive rhino. The explosive rhino didn't even feel the pain and died. The huge body of the explosive rhino fell heavily to the ground. Chuan Yi looked at the yellow halo slowly emerging from the body of the explosive rhino, and then he was completely relieved and pulled out the arm inserted into the eye socket. The whole process was very fast and looked very easy, but the whole process was extremely thrilling. The explosive rhino had almost no weaknesses in its body. The only weaknesses that Chuan Yi could use were the poor eyesight and inflexible movements of the explosive rhino. Because of its poor eyesight, it could only rely on smell and hearing to detect the enemy's position most of the time. Therefore, the purpose of the flame spear is not the eyes, but to blind the sense of smell and hearing through high-temperature heat waves and explosions, so that it can only rely on vision to find the enemy. At this time, throw the shield out and repeat the same trick. If the eyeball is hit directly, Chuan Yi can completely detonate the flame and directly burn the brain of the explosive rhino. However, the timing is not in place, and at the last moment, it was noticed by the explosive rhino. But it doesn't matter, all this is still within Chuan Yi's expectations. Although this second attack did not kill the explosive rhino, it has already caused the explosive rhino to fall into a state of confusion. And at this moment, it is very close to Chuan Yi. With all the weapons in both hands used up, Chuan Yi is in a very passive situation at this moment, and the explosive rhino also realizes this. Therefore, the angry explosive rhino is eager to find Chuan Yi's location and kill Chuan Yi. But what he didn't expect was that the unarmed Chuan Yi dared to approach him. Its rhino horn is a symbol of deterrence. There has always been a situation where only the explosive rhino approaches the enemy, but no enemy approaches the explosive rhino. The long-standing self-confidence completely ruined the explosion rhino. What it didn't know was that Chuan Yi had a rare fire-free attribute, which gave him the confidence to get close to the explosion rhino. Looking back now, the whole process was very dangerous. If there was a mistake in the middle, Chuan Yi might be knocked away by the powerful force of the explosion rhino. But Chuan Yi had only one idea in his mind at the time, that is, to become stronger. For this goal, Chuan Yi must overcome the hesitation and fear in his heart. He forced himself to face the explosion rhino and tried to inspire the courage in his heart. Under the pressure of death, Chuan Yi broke through his inner limit and calmly defeated his opponent. Chuan Yi looked at the fallen explosion rhino quietly, with complex emotions in his heart. Chuan Yi touched the cheek of the explosion rhino with his hand and felt the body temperature that had not yet dissipated. Chuan Yi understood that this was the only way to become stronger, but at this moment he really felt the weight of life. If he wanted to become a soul master, Chuan Yi could only carry this weight and move forward. Chuan Yi closed the eyes of the explosive rhino with a heavy heart. He did not choose to forget the feelings at the moment, but chose to keep them in mind. In this world, becoming stronger is the process of constantly carrying life. Behind Chuan Yi, Chuan Yu and Solinger appeared. They looked at Chuan Yi's somewhat solemn back, and the two of them unconsciously quieted down. Chuan Yi felt the movement behind him. "Father, Mother, please help me protect the law, I will start to absorb the soul ring." "Okay. Don't worry." After speaking, Chuan Yi sat cross-legged, first restored the soul power in his body, and then calmed down his complicated heart. This place is far from the volcano, not far away. For Chuan Yi, it was a simulated training environment, and the soul power recovered very quickly. A quarter of an hour later, Chuan Yi opened his eyes. He summoned the fiery sun gauntlet and put his hands close to the soul ring. The soul ring felt the attraction of the martial soul and immediately shrank and firmly covered the fiery sun gauntlet. Chuan Yi immediately felt an amazing heat flow from his hands into his body, and it rushed into his body. The huge soul power instantly filled Chuan Yi's body, and Chuan Yi felt a bloating. But fortunately, Chuan Yi's physical fitness was amazing. He locked the soul power in his body. Chuan Yi focused all his attention on the influx of soul power and competed with it. With amazing willpower, Chuan Yi got through the most difficult moment, and the soul power in his body began to calm down. After 2 hours, Chuan Yi slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 13 The First Soul Skill. Chapter 13 The First Soul Skill. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the worried expressions of his parents. Chuan Yi raised his mouth, looking very happy. "I succeeded." Solinger asked anxiously, "Is there anything wrong with your body now?" Chuan Yi felt that his whole body was full of strength, and his body felt indescribably relaxed and happy. It was like having a super strong massage. Although the process was very painful, in the end, he felt that all the fatigue in his body was washed away. The huge soul power flowed in Chuan Yi's body like hot magma. This power not only transformed Chuan Yi's martial soul, but also transformed Chuan Yi's body. It also transformed the remote parts that Chuan Yi could hardly practice at ordinary times. This was an all-round improvement. Soul rings are called treasures of soul masters. A soul ring of 500 years can bring such a huge change. What if it is a soul ring of 1,000 years or 10,000 years? Soul masters are really blessed in this world. At this moment, Chuan Yi felt that his second soul ring could challenge the soul ring of 1,000 years. He was very satisfied with the changes in his body. "I feel very good. My body has never been so relaxed." Chuan Yu and Solinger were completely relieved. "Xiao, you are making a great achievement in history, but you must remember that this matter must not be known to anyone," Chuan Yu said solemnly. Chuan Yi also understood the truth that if a tree stands out in the forest, it will be destroyed by the wind. This is a feudal society, and the enemy has no morals. Before it is strong enough, it can only live a low-key life. "I understand. I will tell others that it is a 400-year-old exploding rhino. After all, 400 years is the top spirit ring configuration." Chuan Yu nodded with satisfaction, then turned his head to Solinger and said, "Linger, can you destroy the exploding rhino?" Solinger understood what Chuan Yu meant, and her eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils. She used her lion claws to summon a hot fireball and threw it over. The flames instantly covered the huge exploding rhino, and it was burned to ashes in a short while. Although Chuan Yi felt a little distressed about the exploding rhino's spirit beast meat, he thought that it was for confidentiality, and it was safest to destroy it directly. After destroying the corpse, the whole family finally felt relieved. The solemn expression on Chuan Yu's face gradually disappeared, and turned into a curious look. He was a little impatient. Xiao, show me your skills. When he mentioned his first soul skill, a smile appeared on Chuan Yi's face unconsciously. Chuan Yi summoned the fiery sun gauntlet and walked to the big tree on the side. When he came to the big tree, Chuan Yi said excitedly, "My first soul skill perfectly inherited the innate skills of the explosive rhino, the first soul skill, the seal of the rhino." Chuan Yi's first soul ring suddenly flashed, and he gently pressed his right hand on the tree, then turned back to his parents. Chuan Yu and Solinger focused their eyes on the place where Chuan Yi touched. They found that a dark red mark appeared on the hard skin of the tree, which looked like a rhinoceros horn. Chuan Yi walked to his parents and turned to look at the mark. Suddenly, an explosion occurred at the mark, and the thick tree was blown off. The power of the explosion was very considerable, but it was not enough to completely blow off the tree. However, since it was an explosion from the inside, the tree would break directly. Chuan Yu and Solinger were a little stunned. "This first soul skill is really too powerful. Explain it to us in detail." Solinger was a little impatient. "The rhinoceros seal is to engrave the mark on the target through contact and cause an explosion. Moreover, within 50 meters, I can freely control the timing of the explosion. Once the enemy exceeds the range of 50 meters, the mark will explode automatically. Moreover, if the mark is engraved on the body, it will explode directly from the inside of the body. I think this is a very dangerous soul skill." Chuan Yi explained the first soul skill in detail. After speaking, Chuan Yu and his wife took a breath of cold air. This soul skill is really terrible. Even if they were engraved with the mark by Chuan Yi, it would be very dangerous. Because this is an explosion generated from the inside, unless a large amount of soul power is used to wrap the mark, it is impossible to completely avoid damage. This soul skill is a nightmare for soul masters of the same level. Xiao Yi, this soul skill is too dangerous. You must be cautious when using this soul skill. The rhino seal can only be engraved on the enemy. Chuan Yu understood the horror of this soul skill. Once this soul skill is used, it will be a scene of death or injury. On the other hand, it is a very powerful soul skill when used as a special move, but if you want to use it as an ordinary soul skill, it will be a disaster for the opponent. Chuan Yi knows the power of this soul skill. Unless the opponent has the same fire immunity attribute as Chuan Yi, this soul skill can be said to be an invincible soul skill. Moreover, even if the opponent has the fire immunity attribute, he cannot avoid the explosion impact from the outside. Chuan Yi is very satisfied with this soul skill. But it is too exhausting for the opponent, and he may use it less in the future. Chuan Yi agreed to Chuan Yu's request and promised that he would never use the first soul skill indiscriminately. Chuan Yu was relieved. In fact, what Chuan Yu really worried about was not the safety of the opponent, but the safety of Chuan Yi. If Chuan Yi cannot control his soul skills, then Chuan Yi will be completely rejected by the crowd in the future. But no matter what, this soul ring hunting was very successful, and Chuan Yu's family was very satisfied. Chuan Yu waved his hand and shouted excitedly, "Let's go! Let's go home! We have to celebrate when we get back." Chuan Yi's face froze. "Father, are you going to have another family banquet?" Although Chuan Yi didn't hate banquets, he would be happier if he didn't have one. "That's not necessary. Family gatherings only happen occasionally. This time, we just need to celebrate well." Because the test was over, Chuan Yi didn't need to be vigilant on the way back. With the Soul Master's footwork, the family arrived at the village near the forest in less than half a day. This is a village built by Soul Masters for hunting soul beasts. When they came, they left their carriage in the village. After resting in the village for a night, the three of them left the village early in the morning. 1 week later, in the night of the Chuan family territory, the family sat around the dining table and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Chuan Yi put a piece of steaming barbecue into his mouth and chewed it carefully. The abundant gravy and strong aroma of soul beast meat made Chuan Yi, who had been eating dried meat for more than a month, feel very satisfied. Halfway through the meal, Chuan Yu said, "Xiao, the Junior Soul Master Academy will start in more than a month. We plan to send you to the Junior Soul Master Academy affiliated with Huo Academy. I wonder if you have any objections." Chuan Yi hurriedly swallowed the meat in his mouth and replied, "I have no objection." There I can learn about the fire attribute. As one of the 5 element academies in the Tiandu Empire's academy world, Huo Academy has a very deep background. Its research and education on the fire attribute can be said to be the strongest in the Tiandu Empire. As the Junior Soul Master Academy affiliated with Huo Academy, the two have a close relationship. The Junior Academy has transmitted a large number of excellent fire attribute Soul Masters to Huo Academy. The two academies are very close. Solinger said that students of the Junior Academy can even share the same simulated training environment with the Senior Academy. Chapter 14 New Journey. These conditions are very tempting to Chuan Yi. In the Bokano Forest and the basement of the Chuan family, Chuan Yi has already felt the benefits of practicing in a simulated environment. Most Junior Soul Master Academies do not have such conditions. In addition, Huo Junior College is located in a big city, with various complete facilities, and the soul fighting field that Kun Yi is most curious about. Over the years, Kun Yi has been training in the territory and rarely goes out. Even so, Kun Yi is still very curious about the soul fighting field. The confrontation between martial souls and martial souls, soul skills and soul skills, just imagining Kun Yi's blood is boiling. In addition, Huo Junior Soul Master College is very close to the 2 advanced Soul Master Academies. One is Huo College, and the other is Shenfeng College, which is also one of the 5 element academies. In other words, the proportion of young soul masters in this city is very high, and the academic atmosphere is strong. It is a good environment very suitable for soul masters to grow. Kun Yi can't wait to go to the academy to have a look. The school starts next month. If you want to arrive on time, you have to leave a week in advance, so the departure date will be set in 3 weeks. Chuan Yu calculated the time and told Kun Yi the itinerary. Chuan Yi said he understood, and after talking about the important things, the family refocused their attention on the banquet. The atmosphere was joyful. Then Chuan Yi returned to his regular life. However, he no longer swam, but started a new exercise. Every morning, noon, and evening, he did running exercises, anaerobic exercises, and Chuan family boxing exercises. At night, Chuan Yi would go back to the basement to practice soul power and constantly record the efficiency of the soul power running trajectory. Considering that there would be no swimming pool in the school, Chuan Yi removed swimming from the plan. Moreover, after the transformation of soul power and soul rings, the body's tolerance has greatly increased and is no longer needed. After a few days of exercise, Chuan Yi found that his strength and soul power were increasing at an astonishing rate, and the growth rate was far greater than before. Therefore, the consumption of soul beast meat is also increasing. Fortunately, most of the soul beast meat is only provided to Chuan Yi alone, otherwise, the expenditure on soul beast meat alone would be an astronomical figure. Time is constantly shortening, and the departure date is constantly approaching. In addition to exercise time, Chuan Yi spends most of his time with his family. After departure, we can only see each other again in a year. Although Chuan Yi was reluctant to leave, he was also full of expectations. Chuan Yi had never traveled far, including in his previous life. This time would be Chuan Yi's first time. 3 weeks passed in a flash. At the gate of the Chuan family's territory, there was an exquisite carriage parked. Chuan Yi was saying his final goodbye to Chuan Yu. Chuan Yu looked at Chuan Yi. His heart was filled with reluctance, and he wanted to say many words, but when he came to his mouth, he turned into a sentence. Go. Be careful. It was a simple sentence, although he didn't say anything, but Chuan Yi felt his father's reluctance. For some reason, Chuan Yi's eyes were hot and his voice was trembling. Father, take care of yourself too. Solinger, who was standing by, looked at the sad atmosphere of the two people, and she was sentimental, and her mood became heavy. Solinger was responsible for accompanying Chuan Yi to the junior college this time. She was also very reluctant in her heart, but this was a process that every soul master had to go through. Chuan Yi bowed deeply to his father, and then walked towards the carriage without looking back. Solinger and Chuan Yu looked at each other, and the two of them had a rapport, and they could understand each other's meaning with just one look. Don't worry, with me here, Xiao Yi will definitely arrive safely. It was time to set off. With the sound of a whip, the carriage began to slowly leave the Chuan family's territory. Chuan Yu looked at the carriage going away and stood at the door for a long time without leaving. A week's journey is neither short nor short. The novelty of the long journey had disappeared on the second day. Although he could not exercise during the journey, Chuan Yi could practice his soul power during the rest time at night. During the day, Chuan Yi listened to his mother talking about the junior college. The college enrolls about hundreds of students each year, and each year is divided into several classes, but there are differences between classes. The college will sort the students according to their talents and arrange the best students in the first class, and so on. This is not to discriminate against students with poor talents, but to protect students with poor talents. The difference between soul masters is sometimes greater than the difference between soul masters and civilians. If a student with poor talent is with a student with high talent, he will only feel a huge gap, which is not conducive to their growth. Of course, with Chuan Yi's talent, he must join the first class. The course schedule is divided into morning and afternoon. In the morning, the knowledge of martial souls and soul beasts is explained, and in the afternoon, independent practice is arranged directly. After all, the most important thing for a soul master is soul power. Even if you learn knowledge well, if your soul power level does not meet the standard, you will not be able to graduate. But no matter what, Chuan Yi is very satisfied with this course arrangement, so Chuan Yi has enough time to arrange his own training. Chuan Yi also heard that there is a large library in the academy, which contains a large number of precious books, many of which are unique and cannot even be found in the outside world. This is a pleasant surprise for Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi had read all the books in his family a long time ago. Later, in order to obtain more knowledge, Chuan Yi could only ask his parents to buy more books from the outside world. Because of Chuan Yi, the number of books in the Chuan family library has even increased several times. Over the years, Chuan Yi has known the world through books. The more he reads, the more doubts Chuan Yi has in his heart. In order to uncover these doubts, Chuan Yi needs to continue to study in depth. The carriage, which has been traveling for a week, is very close to the city. Chuan Yi can already see the city wall. A huge city wall stood at the end of the road, and the primitive breath came to the face. Chuan Yi and Solinger got out of the carriage. Solinger's eyes were full of nostalgia, and this place was full of memories of her youth. Chuan Yi followed his mother into the city. Chuan Yi had one more thing to do before entering the academy, which was to go to the Wuhan Hall for advanced appraisal. Chuan Yi could have done the advanced appraisal in the Wuhan sub-hall where the Wuhan was awakened, but considering that the age of the soul ring that Chuan Yi absorbed was too high, it might cause the soul power to increase too quickly, and outsiders would see the clues, so it was delayed for a while. It has been 4 months since the awakening of the Wuhan, and it would be much more natural to do the appraisal at this time. The Wuhan main hall is located in the center of the city, one level higher than the Wuhan sub-hall near the Chuan family. Only big cities have main halls. Based on the location, Chuan Yi can also know the status of the Wuhan hall in this world. After walking for a while, a huge and towering building appeared in front of Chuan Yi. Looking at the magnificent decoration of the building, it was enough to judge that the cost of the building must be very huge. It is worthy of being the spirit hall, with strong financial resources. Chuan Yi has a more direct understanding of the strength of the spirit hall. Chapter 15 Enrollment. Come on, little friend, release your martial soul and soul ring. The speaker is Li Yun, the deacon of the spirit hall, who is a powerful soul master at the soul sect level. He is mainly responsible for the advanced identification of soul masters, but Li Yun is a little nervous at this moment, because there is a soul master who is stronger than himself standing behind Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi stood in the middle of the room and released his martial soul and soul ring. Exquisite hand armor martial souls suddenly appeared on his hands, and yellow soul rings appeared under his feet, moving rhythmically on Chuan Yi's body. Li Yun was also fascinated by Chuan Yi's martial spirit. The exquisite shape was more like a work of art than a martial spirit. But he did not forget his mission. He checked his spirit ring and martial spirit, and then it was time to test his spirit power. He picked up the crystal ball beside him and walked to Chuan Yi's side. Before. Well, very good, put your hand on the crystal ball. Chuan Yi put his hand on the crystal ball without hesitation, and the crystal ball suddenly shone with a yellow light, and the color was already very bright. This is the 15th level soul power. Li Yun widened his eyes. This was the first time he had seen it in so many years. Generally, children who come for advanced appraisal are usually around level 11. 15th level, this is the first time he has seen it in so many years. Li Yun hurriedly asked, how many years have you absorbed the soul ring? Chuan Yi's expression was normal, and he answered calmly, the soul ring was taken from the explosion rhino that was more than 400 years old. It was absorbed 4 months ago. Chuan Yi had tested the soul power level at home. The level improvement brought by the 500-year soul ring was very amazing. The first test was the day after returning home. At that time, the soul power level had exceeded the 14th level. After 3 weeks of practice, I didn't expect to break through the 15th level. But Chuanyi didn't panic. The first soul ring of 400 years was very rare, and it was the soul ring of the explosion rhino. It was not incredible to upgrade to the 15th level. In addition, Chuanyi brought forward the time to obtain the spirit ring by 4 months, which would be even less noticeable. Although it was amazing, it was still within people's common sense. Sure enough, after hearing Chuanyi's explanation, Li Yun showed an expression of understanding. So that's it. Okay, your advanced appraisal has passed. Please wait here for a moment. I will send you a spirit master's note later. At that time, you can receive subsidies every month with the note. After saying that, Li Yun walked out. Before leaving, Li Yun glanced at Solinger. He thought to himself that she was worthy of being a child from a family. Li Yun was born in an ordinary civilian family. His first spirit ring was a 10-year white spirit ring. Li Yun couldn't help but feel a little envious. Chuanyi was also looking forward to hearing about the subsidy. This was the first time he had his own income. The efficiency of the Wuhan Hall was still very fast. After a while, Li Yun returned to the room with an iron note in his hand. Here, keep it well. Li Yun handed the note in his hand to Chuanyi and earnestly asked Chuanyi to pay attention to this note. Thank you. I will. Chuanyi took the notebook with both hands. This notebook can be regarded as the identity card of the Soul Master. It records Chuanyi's information, such as name, gender, number, etc. There are some blank columns below, and in the first column, the year 2632 of the Douluo calendar is engraved. This represents the proof of Chuanyi's advanced identification. This notebook should accompany Chuanyi for a long time, at least it should be kept well until he breaks through level 40. Chuanyi carefully put the notebook away and walked out of the Wuhan Hall with Solinger. Let's go, the next step is to enroll. Chuanyi was a little nervous. The Junior Soul Master Academy in this world can be regarded as the university in the previous life. Being away from home and living in a boarding house are all the life that Chuanyi dreamed of. Chuanyi in the previous life was an excellent student. With his grades, he should be able to go to a very good school. Moreover, university life is a dream for a senior high school student. The Chuan family carriage is heading out of the city. After walking out of the city gate, I thought that there would be fewer pedestrians on the road, but unexpectedly, there were more. Chuanyi found that there were many children with their parents. These should be the students and parents who were enrolled and started school. The junior college was not far from the city. The first thing that caught my eye was the tall steel gate. There was already a long queue at the gate. The people queuing here should be the new students and their parents, while the old students went directly into the college. Below the gate, there were staff members recording the information of the visitors. Chuanyi and Solinger lined up. Xiao Yi, parents are not allowed to enter the college. After registering, I will go to the school. You have your own ideas since you were young. I just hope you can take good care of yourself. Solinger was not worried about anything else, but Chuanyi's health and safety. Mother, don't worry. Chuanyi enjoyed his parents' care and felt warm in his heart. Quickly, he arrived at Chuanyi, and the staff did not talk nonsense and asked to show the awakening certificate of the Spirit Hall. Chuanyi took out the note he had just received, and the staff was a little surprised. The note meant that Chuanyi had completed the advanced appraisal and could complete the soul ring absorption before entering school, which meant that the student's innate soul power was at least level 8. The staff hurriedly took the note and carefully checked the above information. Seeing the above record, the staff's mouth corners rose and looked very happy. Genius, this is a real genius. Welcome to you, classmate Chuanyi. Here are your dormitory keys and college guide. After speaking, the staff handed Chuanyi the key engraved with the number and the thick college guide. After taking the guide and key, Chuanyi also knew that it was time to say goodbye. Mother, I'm going in. Please take good care of your health, you and father. I will write to you often. Chuanyi hugged Solinger reluctantly. Solinger suppressed her trembling voice, Go, Xiao Ai. Chuanyi bowed deeply, turned around and walked into the college quickly. The interior of the academy is very spacious, worthy of being a Soul Master Academy. I heard that the academy was built directly in the forest outside the city, so the greening level inside the academy is very high. There are various road signs inside the school, and the road signs to the freshman dormitory are very conspicuous. The words on the road signs are marked in red. Just follow the road signs to reach the dormitory. The freshman dormitory is a single room. Although the area of the dormitory is not large, it has everything it should have. Chuan Yi took out the cleaning tools from the Heart of the Sun and started to clean the dormitory. Solinger forcefully stuffed the Heart of the Sun into Chuan Yi's hands. Chuan Yi, unable to resist, had no choice but to accept it. With the storage soul guide, it was very convenient for Chuan Yi to receive luggage. After cleaning, Chuan Yi took out bedding, clothes, and other daily necessities. Seeing that the dormitory had a more lively atmosphere, Chuan Yi nodded with satisfaction. Chuan Yi saw that it was still early, so he sat down at the desk, opened the thick college guide, and read it with great interest. There was a lot of information recorded in it, including activity schedules, teaching arrangements, and maps of college facilities. The official start of school was a week later. During this week, the college would arrange classes and hold a freshman entrance ceremony. Apart from that, the rest of the free time was free for activities, which was also time for freshmen to get familiar with the environment. Chuan Yi read very quickly, but even so, it was still dark. The cafeteria is a bit far from the dormitory, so Quan Yi had to take out the soul beast jerky and read while eating, feeling very uncomfortable. Chapter 16 What is the essence of soul power? Quan Yi took a pen to mark the key points while eating. The most important things for him are the library, the playground, and the simulated environment. The guide has detailed addresses. What Quan Yi didn't expect was that there was a small playground near the freshman dormitory. This should be for the convenience of students to exercise. It is a thoughtful design that just meets Quan Yi's needs. Quan Yi's exercise plan is divided into morning, noon, and evening. In the morning, extreme running training, extreme anaerobic exercise at noon, and boxing practice in the evening. Exercising in the dormitory will inevitably affect other students. With the playground, Quan Yi can exercise without scruples. And the most important part of this plan, soul beast meat, is delivered to him by the Chuan family store in this city. With the plan set, Quan Yi can learn other knowledge in his spare time. Quan Yi reads very quickly and quickly flips through the guide. The important parts in it are also marked by him. Chuan Yi closed the compass and looked out the window. It was still dark, about 6 or 7 in the afternoon. Chuan Yi put on a clean white shirt and black shorts, walked out of the dormitory, and came to the playground near the dormitory. There was no one inside. Although it was a playground, it was actually just a flat square open space without any facilities. Chuan Yi walked to the middle of the playground and began his training. The boxing training and the battle with the explosive rhino made Chuan Yi feel a lot. The importance of rigidity and sharpness can only be truly exerted when combined with the gauntlet martial soul. The rigidity and sharpness formed by the simple condensation of soul power cannot compete with the strong attack and defense system soul masters of the same level. But if it is combined with the gauntlet martial soul, it will be very different. The combination of the scorching sun gauntlet and rigidity and sharpness will greatly increase the attack and defense power of both hands to the level of strong attack and defense system soul masters. Even if other soul masters learn rigidity and sharpness, they can only make up for it slightly, which is very different from the real strong attack and defense system. Therefore, Chuan Yi attaches great importance to the practice of strength and sharpness. After several months of practice, Chuan Yi's control over soul power has gradually improved. It can be concentrated for more than 10 minutes. When practicing boxing, Chuan Yi combined strength and sharpness. With the change of boxing, the soul power form in the hand must change accordingly, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of Chuan Yi's practice. More than 2 hours have passed, Chuan Yi has been sweating profusely, and the short-sleeved shirt has long been put into the heart of the scorching sun. The night in August is very hot, and the college is also in the tropics. Chuan Yi can't avoid the heat without summoning martial souls. Chuan Yi finished the last set and ended the night training. At this moment, he has exhausted his soul and physical strength, and his body is exhausted and unable to move. Just like a college student who never exercises, suddenly ran a 3,000-meter run beyond the limit. Chuan Yi will experience the experience of being close to death 3 times a day. If there is no soul beast meat, Chuan Yi's body will definitely collapse, and Chuan Yi is also very clear about this. The weakness of his body made it difficult for Chuan Yi to move, but he still tried his best to straighten his body and constantly adjust his breathing to prevent himself from completely collapsing. Slowly, Chuan Yi gradually recovered and his breathing gradually calmed down. This is a method summed up by combining the common sense of sports in his previous life and his own personal experience. Compared with lying down directly, this method can help Chuan Yi get rid of weakness faster. After adjusting his breathing, Chuan Yi immediately started the most painful stretching session. Starting with leg stretching, stretch the muscles that are most tired. This makes the already painful muscles more painful, and Chuan Yi's face turns pale due to the pain. This is done so as not to affect the training tomorrow morning. This almost self-harming method will help Chuan Yi's body recover faster. There are dense beads of sweat on his head, even more than when practicing boxing. After doing the stretching exercise, there is an inexplicable pleasure all over the body, and even the heart that has been fluctuating due to separation has calmed down at this moment. After the exercise, Chuan Yi recalled the process just now. The physical quality improved too fast, and Chuan Yi was a little confused about it. Since he had soul power, Chuan Yi felt this abnormality. Soul power, as an energy, seemed to be slowly transforming the body. What is the essence of soul power? Chuan Yi has been thinking about it. First of all, it is not like internal force cultivation. It does not focus on refining essence into qi. Soul power is more like magic power, which is absorbed from the outside and can have a positive effect on the body. Otherwise, Chuan Yi would not be able to replace sleep with soul power cultivation. Moreover, soul masters need to absorb soul rings to break through every 10 levels, which seems to indicate that humans cannot break through the bottleneck by their own strength. On the contrary, soul beasts can break through their own limits by their own cultivation. This bottleneck is more like a shackle on the neck of soul masters, forcing soul masters to fight soul beasts. Once soul beasts are killed and soul rings are absorbed, soul masters can obtain very convenient and powerful skills. But this is more like a sweet trap. Humans can easily obtain the experience and soul power accumulated by soul beasts for hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years by plundering. This world is really too strange. Chuan Yi looked up at the night sky, as if he was looking for something. After looking for a long time, the sweat on his body was blown away by the cool breeze at night, and Chuan Yi stopped looking up. He took out the soul beast jerky from the heart of the scorching sun in his chest and chewed it in big mouthfuls. After exercise, you must replenish nutrition so that your body can become stronger. You can't just practice without eating. Eating is also an important part of practice. The freshman dormitory at night was lit up with lights. Compared with the daytime, the night seemed to be more lively. From the light from the window, it can be judged that there are many freshmen who have arrived at the school. Chuan Yi went straight back to the dormitory and took a good shower. After taking a shower, Chuan Yi summoned the fiery sun gauntlet. With his excellent fire control ability, Chuan Yi quickly dried his whole body. With just a little soul power, Chuan Yi can save the towel, which is so convenient. At night, Chuan Yi sat on the fluffy quilt and began a long meditation. Soul power flows in the body, but not only that, Chuan Yi is also exploring different soul power operations, trying to find a more efficient method. The first 2 hours of every night are the test time. After all, increasing soul power is the essence, and cultivation cannot be neglected for the sake of experiment. Chuan Yi will not do things that put the cart before the horse. The next morning, when it was dawn, Chuan Yi was running in the playground. There was no one in the playground at this time, and no one disturbed Chuan Yi, so Chuan Yi was happy about it. The college was built in the forest, and natural scenery can be seen everywhere. Even the playground is wrapped in a forest. Running in such a place is definitely a spiritual enjoyment. Chuan Yi felt that his body seemed to be a little lighter. After finishing the morning exercise in a good mood, Chuan Yi dragged his tired body to the cafeteria. Chuan Yi was very much looking forward to the food in the cafeteria. Although Chuan Yi had enough soul beast meat, he couldn't just eat meat after all, and he still had to take in other nutrients. The school cafeteria was very large and had 3 floors. The first floor was a public cafeteria, with some of the simplest breakfasts, such as buns, boiled eggs, pickled mustard and so on. There were many students queuing. Chuan Yi left decisively and went to the second floor. The second floor was a buffet restaurant, with various delicacies neatly arranged. Students could choose the delicacies they wanted, and there were fewer people on the second floor than on the first floor. There are many kinds of dishes here, and it is quiet, but the price is much higher than that on the first floor. The third floor is the teacher's restaurant, and students are not allowed to enter. Chapter 17 First Meeting. Chuan Yi planned to eat on the second floor, and he directly picked up 2 plates. There were so many dishes that it was dazzling. But Chuan Yi's goal was very clear. He first scooped up a large spoonful of rice, and the rice alone occupied half of a plate. Then there were a lot of vegetables and fruits. Chuan Yi did not choose meat dishes. After paying, Chuan Yi found a corner with fewer people and planned to have breakfast there. As Chuan Yi walked towards the empty seat, Chuan Yi suddenly felt some strange fluctuations and unconsciously looked in the direction of the fluctuations. Just met the eyes of a girl. Starry eyes and white teeth, she is a very beautiful little girl, no, judging from her height, she should be a senior. Chuan Yi judged in his heart. The girl's long dark red hair also reminded Chuan Yi of his mother. At this moment, the eyes of the little girl opposite were also full of doubts. However, it was not good to stare at others all the time, so Chuan Yi quickly looked away. Chuan Yi's seat was opposite the little girl, but there was a table between them. Chuan Yi did not have the energy to pay attention to the girl at this time. His attention was attracted by the food in front of him. Chuan Yi took out a jar of soul beast meat directly from the heart of the sundae. The jar was not high, so he put it directly on the dining table and ate it with rice. The little girl opposite was named Huo Wu. She was a freshman who enrolled this year. She was of noble status and was the daughter of the principal of Blazing Fire Academy. She was gifted and was now a 12th level soul master. She felt a special fluctuation from this senior. From the eye contact just now, the other party seemed to have the same reaction. Therefore, when Chuan Yi was observing Huo Wu also observed Chuan Yi. The white skin and neat short hair gave people a very comfortable first impression. Secondly, the muscle lines of the body were very perfect, and Huo Wu could see that this kind of muscle had both explosive power and flexibility. This showed that the other party attached great importance to physical exercise. As Huo Wu was observing, Chuan Yi's actions surprised her. She saw Chuan Yi take out a jar from his arms. Huo Wu was shocked. Storage soul guide, this, but it was a very rare treasure, and Huo Wu had never seen it before, given her family background. I didn't expect to see it in the school cafeteria. Huo Wu had already determined in her heart that Chuan Yi was a member of a big family. But what was even more surprising was that there was dried meat in the jar. Huo Wu had never thought of bringing her own meat. Is the meat in the school not clean? Huo Wu fell into suspicion, but soon realized that this was impossible. I have my brother in this academy. If there is something wrong with the food in the academy, how could he not tell me with his personality? Huo Wu's brother is a doting sister. Huo Wu watched Chuan Yi bite off the dry and hard dried meat in one bite, and then put it into his mouth with a large spoonful of food, and chewed it slowly. The action looked very bold, but in the end, he had to chew it slowly, which immediately destroyed the bold style. Looking at Chuan Yi's cheeks bulging like a squirrel, but chewing it carefully. This sense of contrast made Huo Wu laugh. Ha ha ha. The sudden laughter immediately caught Chuan Yi's attention. Chuan Yi looked up and saw that the little girl was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. The classmates around him noticed it and turned to look at Huo Wu. Chuan Yi looked at the other party with some doubts. Huo Wu also realized that she was a little impolite at this moment. Just when she wanted to raise her hand to cover her mouth, she saw Chuan Yi looking at her with a puzzled look. However, when Chuan Yi was looking at her, he was still chewing the food in his mouth. With Chuan Yi's puzzled expression, Huo Wu couldn't help it anymore. Puff! Huo Wu laughed even louder than before. At this moment, the eyes of the people around her became strange, as if they were looking at the disadvantaged groups in society. Chuan Yi was even more confused. She is not laughing at me, is she? Chuan Yi clearly saw that the little girl laughed again after looking at him. Chuan Yi just wanted to get up and ask the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party was faster and ran out of the cafeteria with a smile. Chuan Yi was completely confused. Am I being laughed at by a little girl? Although still a little confused, Chuan Yi did not think much about it. He sat down again and started to eat. He still stuffed rice into his mouth and chewed it carefully. This way of eating was invented by Chuan Yi himself. The most important thing about taking food is to absorb nutrients. Chewing repeatedly helps the body absorb nutrients quickly. However, as his appetite increased, Chuan Yi spent more and more time eating. In order to shorten the time, Chuan Yi chose this method. Whether this method would be embarrassing or not was not within Chuan Yi's consideration. At this moment, outside the cafeteria, Huo Wu finally calmed down. Thinking of her behavior just now, her cheeks were full of red. Huo Wu did not expect that she would make such a big fool in front of the public on the first day, but when she thought of Chuan Yi's appearance, Huo Wu could not help laughing. That scene inexplicably hit Huo Wu's funny spot. But at this moment, Huo Wu did not know that her behavior had begun to spread throughout the college. Soon after, some classmates called her the red-haired laughing girl. Ah, I haven't finished my breakfast yet. Huo Wu just remembered that she hadn't finished her breakfast, but she didn't have the face to go back. Forget it, let's go find my brother. I wonder if he knows that senior. After saying that, Huo Wu jumped out of the cafeteria and went to find her brother. Chuan Yi's eating speed was still very fast. In less than an hour, 2 large plates of food plus a small jar of soul beast meat went into his stomach. Chuan Yi didn't waste time. He had to visit the library and the simulated environment training field of the college today. The library is located near the teaching building. Chuan Yi didn't spend too much time here. The library is not large in scale, but the collection of books inside is very rich. Chuan Yi is very satisfied with the library of the college. The library also has 3 floors, each with tables and chairs for students to read books. In Douluo continent, books are controlled by the upper class. When Chuan Yi was collecting books, he encountered the embarrassing situation of not being able to buy books. It's not that there is no money, but there are simply not too many books on the market. I didn't expect that there were so many books in the library of the academy. This was a pleasant surprise. Chuan Yi, wandering among the bookshelves, had a wide variety of books in the library, but the most were books about martial spirits and soul beasts. After all, it was a soul master academy, and books about soul masters dominated the mainstream. But there were also many other kinds of books, including history, music, and etiquette. It can be seen that the academy had put a lot of thought into the library. The 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits. Chuan Yi saw a strange book in the corner of the bookshelf. The cover of this book was quite new compared to other books. But this book was in the corner of the bookshelf. If Chuan Yi hadn't scanned all the books in the bookcase, he might not have found it. Chuan Yi, attracted by the name of this book, walked to a nearby table and chair and started reading. Chapter 18: The Essence of Martial Spirits. Author, Xiao. Yu? Is the author a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? The moment Chuan saw the name, he immediately thought of the Blue Tyrannosaurus Rex family. This is one of the top 3 of the 7 major sects and one of the most powerful families in Douluo continent. The inherited martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, is even more famous and is known as the continent's #1 beast. Wuhan. I opened the book. The table of contents lists the author's 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan. The top 1 says, the size of the innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Seeing this, Chuan Yi's pupils shrank and he felt shocked. This is the secret of Chuan Yi's awakening of the innate full soul power. I didn't expect that someone could come up with a similar theory. Chuan Yi was surprised at the author of this book. He immediately flipped through the following discussion and found that the author's discussion contained a lot of data analysis. This includes the comparison between different martial souls and the comparison between the same martial souls. What shocked Chuan Yi was that this level of data collection could not be done by one person. It is worthy of being the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Not only is it powerful, but it also has such deep insights in the research of martial souls. Wisdom and power coexist. Chuan Yi felt a little fear for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Chuan Yi continued to read, but he found that the author did not link the quality of martial souls with physical fitness. This means that Xiao believes that martial souls are innate and cannot be changed. It means that he is still trapped in the theory of talent. Therefore, Chuan Yi also understood that the upper limit of this author has been set here. The author has not yet realized the influence of physical fitness on the formation of martial soul. But even so, this research conclusion is a huge breakthrough. Humans are constantly approaching the truth step by step. But what Chuan Yi does not know is that his martial soul awakening is not only affected by physical fitness, but there are deeper reasons. First of all, Chuan Yi's experience is difficult to replicate. Because there is a lucky element in Chuan Yi's awakening. Chuan Yi's luck is the mutant martial soul. If Chuan Yi inherited the hand armor martial soul, then no matter how Chuan Yi strengthens his body, the upper limit of the martial soul is there. Although it will be enhanced, it is impossible to reach the level of innate full soul power. The same is true for the Liang lion. But because the martial souls of both parents are mutant martial souls, the black iron hand armor is mutated from the white gloves, and the Liang lion is also mutated from an ordinary lion. The martial spirits of his parents have certain variability, and under the influence, Chuan Yi's martial spirit is actually moving in the direction of mutation. Most martial spirit mutations are negative mutations. Just like the product of close relatives marrying, the probability of badness is very high. Mutation represents this uncertainty, but it also represents opportunities. During the process of martial spirit formation, Chuan Yi strengthened his body and took soul beast meat to continuously provide energy for the martial spirit, which played a positive role in the mutated martial spirit. Finally, an extremely powerful martial spirit was born. Of course, since it was impossible to observe, Chuan Yi himself was not clear about this, but Chuan Yi's efforts and wisdom enabled him to firmly grasp the opportunity that even gods could not foresee. Chuan Yi was a little confused at this moment. Why was this book placed in a corner? But thinking of the solidification and rigidity of the Soul Master Group's thoughts, Chuan Yi also understood what was going on. Even in the previous life, the emergence of new ideas would still be accompanied by a lot of controversy and would not be easily accepted by the world. Not to mention this Middle Ages. Novel ideas will always be resisted by most people. Chuan Yi stopped thinking and continued reading. He found that the theoretical research of this scholar was very interesting. Although some of them were shocking, they were actually very reasonable. For example, in the theory of martial soul mimicry, he proposed that under certain conditions, plant martial souls can absorb the soul rings of non-plant soul beasts, and beast martial souls can also absorb the soul rings of plant soul beasts. And the fusion of martial souls, different martial souls can perform martial soul fusion skills. These two can actually be considered together. Martial soul fusion, which involves martial soul fusion skills. Two martial souls that can complement each other can fuse martial souls and release skills greater than 1+1. But martial souls with different bodies, that is, martial souls that are not closely related, can also fuse martial souls. This means that martial souls can only absorb the elements they need and avoid the influence of other elements. Combined with the theory of martial soul mimicry, if the soul ring of a non-plant soul beast only has elements that can be absorbed by plant martial souls, then plant martial souls can completely absorb the soul rings of non-plant soul beasts. Vice versa. Soul rings are, in the final analysis, energy bodies, and martial spirits are also energy bodies condensed from soul power. Absorbing soul rings means that one energy body absorbs the energy of another energy body. As long as the energy does not conflict with the energy, everything is possible. We should not be confused by the so-called external appearance, but should look at the essence regardless of the phenomenon. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi wanted to jump up excitedly, just like Archimedes discovered the existence of buoyancy in a water tank. Chuan Yi developed a great curiosity about the author of this book. The author's whimsical ideas and wide knowledge helped Chuan Yi completely open up his horizons. Chuan Yi immediately thought of borrowing this book. No, he wanted to buy a new one. Chuan Yi immediately went to the reception desk of the library, and the receptionist was a little boy about 10 years old, should be a senior student. "Hello, can I borrow this book?" Chuan Yi raised his hand and pointed at the book in his hand. The little boy looked up and said, "Yes, please do not damage the book after borrowing it, and return it within a week." Then, he took out a booklet. "Please fill out the registration form, write down your name, class, book name, and borrowing date." Chuan Yi was stunned for a moment. "Senior, I am a freshman, and I haven't been assigned to a class yet." The little boy didn't expect Chuan Yi to be a freshman. This classmate who looks about the same age as him is actually a freshman. "Oh, then you can write down your dormitory number. If I need the information above, I will urge you to return the book." At this time, the little boy paused. "But you shouldn't do this." Chuan Yi was a little surprised. "Why?" A shrewd light flashed in the little boy's eyes. "You've come to the library to borrow books before the school officially starts, which shows that you are thirsty for knowledge. People like you must cherish books very much. Moreover, there are only a handful of students in the whole college who borrow books. Even if someone doesn't return the book, you can easily find it. I didn't expect that a teenager could have such insight." Chuan Yi immediately asked the other party's name. The other party's name was Ming. He was a part-time student in the college and was responsible for the management of the library. Chuan Yi had seen information about part-time students in the guide. The college would recruit civilian soul masters who could practice and exempt their tuition. Chuan Yi thought it would not be a bad thing to get to know him. After talking with Ming, Chuan Yi asked a question. "Senior Jong, I don't know where to buy this book. I want to buy a new one. Chuan Yi pushed the book in his hand in front of Zhang Ming to see if he had any channels. After Zhang Ming carefully looked at the cover of the book, he said in surprise, "Yu Xiao Gang. Why do you want to buy his book?" Chapter 19 Theory of Invincibility. Do you know the author of this book? Zhang Ming replied, "Yu Xiao Gang, known as the Master. No one can beat him in the study of martial spirits, and he is known as theoretically invincible." Chuan Yi was a little surprised. Since he was known as theoretically invincible, why had he never seen his books in the library at home in these years? Besides, the books were placed in such a remote place. Since he is known as theoretically invincible, is there any problem with me planning to buy his book? Chuan Yi asked in confusion. Zhang Ming chuckled twice, "Humph, this theoretical invincibility does not mean positive, but means that up to now, no one has been able to prove whether his theory is correct or not. No one can prove that the theory is wrong, isn't that the theory of invincibility?" Chuan Yi understood, so that's the case. Indeed, like the theory of martial spirit mimicry, no one has been able to prove it so far, and no one will risk their lives to absorb dangerous spirit rings. At this moment, Chuan Yi suddenly had a doubt in his heart. As a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, why didn't he conduct experiments? Why did this person have the joking title of invincible in theory? Chuan Yi asked, "Yu Xiao Gang, isn't this person a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family?" Zhang Ming suddenly became nervous when he heard the word Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Shh, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you." Then, he leaned closer to Chuan Yi and whispered, "I heard that this master left his family in his early years because of his poor talent, joined the Spirit Hall, and then left the Spirit Hall. That's all I know. Senior is so knowledgeable." Zhang Ming was a little embarrassed when he heard the praise from his juniors, and he raised his head and scratched the back of his head. "I also heard it from the director of the library, and it's no big deal. I said this just to remind you that you can take a look at these theories, but don't try them." Zhang Ming is a good person, otherwise he wouldn't have reminded Chuan Yi on purpose, but Zhang Ming didn't understand the value of this book. "Thanks for the reminder, but I still want to buy a copy. If there are other works by this person, I also want them." Chuan Yi still insisted on his opinion. Zhang Ming saw Chuan Yi so insistent, and didn't say much. "Okay, I'll ask the curator, and I'll tell you when you return the book next week." Chuan Yi hurriedly thanked him. Then after filling out the form, he picked up the book and walked out of the library. After leaving the library, Chuan Yi put the book into the heart of the sun, but his face suddenly became solemn. He whispered softly, "Spirit Hall." Chuan Yi didn't expect that it was not the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family behind it, but the Spirit Hall. Then, these data should be collected by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has the information of most of the Soul Masters in Douluo continent, and this information is a very valuable asset. But the Spirit Hall seems to have they do not understand the value of big data analysis. Because they did not verify this theory. This means that the Spirit Hall itself does not agree with Yu Xiaogang's theory. From this, it can be seen that the entire Spirit Master world has not conducted in-depth research on the essence of spirits, and all attention is focused on improving strength. But this is a kind of laziness in thought. Human thought is slowly solidifying, and begins to regard so-called experience as absolute truth, and ruthlessly criticize new ideas. Chuan Yi warned himself that he must not fall into laziness in thought. Always keep thinking and doubting. Although this world is a new and strange world, its the essence is an extremely backward world. This backwardness refers to the mind. If you don't pay attention, Chuan Yi's soul will be polluted by the old of this world. Therefore, Chuan Yi must constantly think and doubt, only in this way can he keep his soul new. After leaving the library, it was time to exercise. Chuan Yi still came to the previous playground, and there was still no one in sight. Chuan Yi's noon exercise is an aerobic exercise, the main purpose of which is to increase the body's explosive power. The exercise items are burpees and pull ups. Burpees combine a series of movements such as squats, push ups, abdominal contractions, squat jumps, etc., which can increase the heart rate in a short time and activate the muscles of the whole body. Add pull ups, this combination is tiring just thinking about it. This is also the exercise method chosen by Chuan Yi based on his experience in his previous life. Chuan Yi's exercise will be carried out in groups. After 40 burpees, immediately do 40 pull ups. Rest for 1 minute in the middle, and then do the next group. A total of 20 groups. Chuan Yi's movements are very standard, and he does not deliberately pursue speed, but ensures that each movement is not deformed. The body always maintains a sense of tension. When doing pull ups, it is slow to go up and down, which puts more pressure on the arms. The temperature is rising, but the hot weather has not affected Chuan Yi at all. Even at the end, Chuan Yi always keeps the movements perfect, and completes the noon exercise with strong willpower. After the exercise, Chuan Yi did not forget to stretch. Ordinary people may not be able to hold on to this kind of extreme exercise after experiencing it once. But Chuan Yi does it 3 times a day. What a willpower! Chuan Yi's white short-sleeved shirt has been soaked with sweat. Because it was noon, Chuan Yi was afraid that someone would come, so he didn't take it off. After the exercise, it was the happiest time to eat. Chuan Yi dragged his heavy body to the cafeteria. When he walked into the cafeteria, Chuan Yi smelled the smell of food. Chuan Yi, who was very hungry, went straight to the second floor, thinking about eating. At this time, the students around him all noticed Chuan Yi. It's no wonder that Chuan Yi's white short-sleeved shirt was soaked with sweat and became a little transparent. The strong chest muscles and broad shoulders were all visible. Attracted the attention of all the students. Some shy little girls shyly turned their heads away, while some bold girls stared at Chuan Yi's body. When the boys in the cafeteria saw Chuan Yi's muscles, they felt a little solemn. In the face of the overwhelming gap, they only had admiration in their hearts. Chuan Yi was unaware of this. He went straight to the second floor and disappeared in front of everyone. The second floor was still the same as in the morning, with fewer people and quiet. Chuan Yi immediately filled 2 large plates of food and walked to a remote corner. Just as he was about to take out the jerky from his chest, he heard a harsh voice. Where did this country boy come from? It's really disgusting. Chuan Yi immediately looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a boy with a defiant look looking at him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Can you go down and eat? You're sweating all over. Don't disturb us. The boy was not very old, but he should be a senior student. He was wearing expensive clothes, but his face showed a disgusted expression, which completely lowered Chuan Yi's impression of this person. Chuan Yi was speechless and wondered if this cafeteria had bad feng shui. I've only been here twice and there are frequent problems. Can't I have a quiet meal? Chapter 20 Moral High Ground. Chuan Yi stood up and slowly walked to the boy. When the two stood together, they found that their body shapes were very different. Although they were about the same height, Chuan Yi was much bigger than the other. Chuan Yi stood in front of the boy and said, Name. Chuan Yi asked the other person's name coldly. The boy opposite was not scared by Chuan Yi's muscles. His face was full of disgust, and he didn't even bother to speak. Instead, the boy's companion spoke first. You don't even know our big brother Sunji, you are not really from the countryside. When these words came out, Sunji's followers all laughed. Chuan Yi ignored them and stared straight into Sunji's eyes. Although Chuan Yi was very angry, he remained calm. He knew that the man in front of him was the leader. Chuan Yi's soul power condensed, and scorching sun gauntlets suddenly appeared on his hands, and yellow soul rings rose under his feet, and a strong sense of oppression swept over. Everyone around was frightened by Chuan Yi's sudden outburst, and the appearance of the yellow soul ring was even more unexpected. Chuan Yi, Martial Soul, Scorching Sun Gauntlet, 15th level Weapon Soul Master, please teach me. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Chuan Yi reported his martial soul and level lightly. This means a formal challenge in Douluo continent. Chuan Yi did not choose to argue with his opponent, but chose the simplest and crudest way, wanting to shut up his opponent with his fists. Sunji was not frightened by Chuan Yi's aura and spirit ring. His mouth corners slightly raised, and there was some teasing in his eyes. Interesting, I accept your challenge. It's a bit tight here, let's go fight outside the cafeteria. After saying that, he walked straight past Chuan Yi and headed downstairs. Walk over. At this time, the students in the entire cafeteria were boiling. They didn't expect to see the fight between soul masters before school started. They put down the spoons in their hands and hurried downstairs. The students on the first floor also heard the news that someone was going to fight. They threw away the food in their hands and walked out of the cafeteria to watch the excitement. At this time, outside the cafeteria, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan were walking towards the cafeteria. Xiao Wu, I don't know the person you are talking about. If I have seen such obvious features, I will definitely have an impression of him. Huo Wuxuan's face was full of helplessness. He didn't expect his sister to ask him about a boy, and he was a senior student. Huo Wu is the little princess of their family. Everyone dotes on her, and Huo Wuxuan dotes on this sister very much. Maybe Huo Wu is just simply curious, but Huo Wuxuan instinctively became wary of this boy. It's okay, brother. That person should be in the cafeteria at noon. Let's go there and apologize. Huo Wu was still upset about the mistake in the morning. Although she ran out at that time, after calming down, Huo Wu felt that she should apologize to the other party. But she was a little scared when she thought that the other party was a senior student. So she wanted to drag her brother along. But it was a little strange that her brother had never seen this person. Could it be a transfer student? Huo Wu was a little confused. At this time, a noisy sound came from near the cafeteria. The two found a large group of people, forming a big circle, and discussing something noisily. Huo Wuxuan immediately stopped a classmate and asked, "Excuse me, what happened there? Why are everyone gathered there?" The classmate was a little anxious. Someone challenged Senior Sunji. "This is the first time I have seen such an exciting thing. If you go late, you can only see the back of other people's heads." After that, the classmate ran over excitedly. Huo Wu was also a little excited when she heard this. "Brother, let's go and take a look." Huo Wu immediately took Huo Wuxuan's arm and walked towards the crowd. The cafeteria was busiest at noon, and because there were too many people, Huo Wu's vision was blocked by the crowd when she arrived. Fortunately, Huo Wuxuan was amazingly strong, and he took Huo Wu into the crowd and came to the front. As soon as she entered the circle, she saw two people standing in the middle. Unlike the noise around them, the two of them were a little tense. Huo Wu was surprised to find that one of them was the person she saw in the morning. She hurriedly said, "Brother, that's the person. Do you know him?" Huo Wuxuan observed carefully and found that he really didn't know him, so he shook his head in confusion. At this time, the discussion of classmates came from the surroundings. "I heard that it was Sunji who provoked the other party first. I didn't expect this person to be so brave and challenge Sunji directly. I heard that he is a level 15 weapon spirit master with good talent, but it's a pity that he met Sunji." Huo Wu roughly understood the cause of the incident through the conversations of others. "Brother, this Sunji is too arrogant. Should we help that person?" Huo Wu couldn't stand this kind of discrimination against others. Huo Wuxuan shook his head and said to Huo Wu, "The duel has been established, and no one can interfere in the duel between the two. This is disrespectful to them." Hearing this, Huo Wu had to give up. Then she asked, "Is this Sunji very strong? Why do people not think highly of Bai Dongziu? He is a level 15 weapon spirit master." Huo Wuxuan replied, "This Sunji is in the 6th grade at the beginning of the school. His spirit, Flame Bird, is a level 19 beast spirit master. His strength is also among the best in the entire academy. If the two spirits were reversed, perhaps Bai Dongziu would win. However, the level 4 spirit power gap and the early suppression of the beast spirit on the weapon spirit completely widened the gap between the two. Although Bai Dongziu looks stronger, it still cannot make up for the increase in the spirit master's body by the beast spirit." Huo Wuxuan calmly analyzed the gap between the two. After Huo Wu heard it, she couldn't help but worry. At this time, Chuan Yi in the middle of the circle was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. More importantly, the person opposite seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere and didn't make any moves. When more and more people gathered, he finally spoke. "Quan Yi, right? Actually, I want to remind you that you should wear proper clothes in public. You will affect other people's meals if you walk into the cafeteria sweating all over." As soon as these words came out, the people who didn't know the truth immediately felt that Sunji's words made sense. Moreover, when they saw the white short-sleeved shirt on Quan Yi that had not yet dried, they did feel that it was not appropriate. Quan Yi didn't expect the other party to do this. This opening was a moral high ground. No wonder he wanted to wait until the crowd gathered. Quan Yi suddenly wanted to laugh. This practice reminded him of a country in his previous life. This hypocritical face was simply disgusting. Sunji saw that public opinion began to turn in his favor, and then struck while the iron was hot and said, "It is true that what I said at the time was a little inappropriate, but my original intention was good. If you feel uncomfortable, I can apologize to you." Sunji's expression was very sincere, and his face was full of apologies to Kunyi. Most people were moved by Sunji's performance and couldn't help but favor Sunji in their hearts. Except for a few people on the second floor, most people did not see what happened, so they were easily misled by Sunji. Guide. Chuanyi fell into an unfavorable situation. Chapter 21 Battle against Sunji. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chuanyi. They all wanted to see how Chuanyi would react. But their attention would instead become an invisible pressure, causing psychological oppression. But Chuanyi was unmoved. He said calmly, "First of all, I am angry not because of the accusation against me. I am indeed inappropriate in my dress, and I accept it humbly. But what really makes me angry is not this. It is your discrimination against country people. What you really care about is not my clothes, but the fact that country people eat on the second floor. Because you didn't let me leave the cafeteria at that time, but asked me to go downstairs to eat. You care about the feelings of the students, but only yourself. A selfish, arrogant, and hypocritical villain like you dares to talk nonsense in public. I have never seen such a shameless person." Chuanyi, at the end of his speech, was a little bit unable to control himself. After talking for a while, he was even more excited. Chuanyi is not a person who is good at arguing, but the other party's behavior completely ignited Chuanyi's anger. However, the amazing thing is that anger made Chuanyi's mind clear and his speech became more organized. "Well said. It was obviously Sunji's fault, why did he become the righteous one? So hypocritical." At this time, a crisp voice came from the crowd. Chuanyi turned around and found that it was the dark red-haired girl in the morning. At this moment, she was helping him to accuse Sunji indignantly. Chuanyi's impression of this girl changed. After all, not everyone can be the first to speak. It was Huo Wu who said this. Huo Wu usually couldn't stand these hypocritical fake people. Therefore, after hearing Chuanyi's speech, she spoke up for justice. Huo Wuxuan on the side was even more helpless, and it was too late to dissuade him. Chuanyi's defense and Huo Wu's righteous speech completely reversed the situation in the field. The students looked at Sunji one after another, and their eyes revealed a kind of disgust. At this moment, Sunji's face turned livid. He looked at Huo Wu angrily, but when he saw Huo Wuxuan beside Huo Wu, the anger in his heart was instantly extinguished. He didn't expect Huo Wuxuan to be here. That girl should be Huo Wuxuan's genius sister. Even though they are younger than him, they are not people he can offend. Sunji understood that the situation could not be reversed. He could only turn his anger to Chuanyi. He said angrily, "Humph, I kindly reminded you, but you didn't appreciate it, but you slandered me like this. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson and let you know what gratitude is." Sunji saw that he couldn't win the argument, so he immediately wanted to suppress the other party with force. "Yanke, possess." Sunji's whole body was glowing red, his hands turned into bird claws, reddish-brown feathers appeared on his skin, and he cried to the sky, very imposing. A yellow halo appeared under his feet. Sunji, Martial Soul, Flame Bird, 19th level Combat Soul Master. Seeing that Sunji finally got to the point, Chuanyi also immediately summoned his martial soul. He saw that his hands suddenly appeared with hand armor. The black and red combination, coupled with the exquisite shape and pattern, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Especially, the sun pattern on the back of Chuanyi's hand was faintly leaking a dangerous aura. Chuanyi, Martial Soul, Fiery Sun Gloves, 15th level Weapon Soul Master. Those who were paying attention to this battle hoped that Chuanyi would win. But they all knew that the hope was slim. Sunji chose to attack first. He stared at Chuanyi, thinking only of tearing Chuanyi into pieces, so he attacked with all his strength from the beginning. First soul skill, Flame Claw. The yellow ring floating on Sunji's body suddenly shone brightly, and as the soul power on his body surged, flames appeared on his claws. Sunji rushed to Chuanyi first. Sunji ran very fast. The flame bird martial spirit made his body light and agile. With the flames in his hands, Sunji was like two flaming meteors, approaching Chuanyi quickly. This move combined Sunji's speed, the sharpness of the bird's claws, and the heat of the flames. Almost no one could escape unscathed from this move. Not to mention Chuanyi, who was 4 levels lower. At this moment, Sunji was sure of his victory. When Sunji was about to approach Chuanyi, he suddenly jumped. His jumping power was amazing, and his height exceeded 2 meters. In the air, Sunji's body and claws naturally pointed downwards, pointing to Chuan Yi. Sunji concentrated all the weight of his body on his claws, and if they hit the body, it would cause a strong impact and damage. Chuan Yi looked at Sunji falling from the sky, and there was no ripple in his heart. Compared to the impact of the explosive rhino meteorite, Sunji's was only a raindrop. Chuan Yi immediately condensed his soul power on his right hand, forming a hard. Then he turned sideways at an astonishing speed, and Sunji's claws swept across Chuan Yi's chest. Sunji was shocked by Chuan Yi's speed. Although he could follow Chuan Yi's figure with his eyes, he could not adjust his body quickly. Chuan Yi did not miss this fleeting opportunity. His right hand hit Sunji's face fiercely. Bang! The powerful force caused Sunji to spin in the air and move sideways for several meters, and then fell heavily to the ground. Sunji's strength was indeed good, but he underestimated the enemy. Jumping attack is a very risky move. Although it is powerful, it also automatically gives up its flexibility. Therefore, Chuan Yi seized the opportunity and knocked him out with one blow. At this time, the whole audience was silent and fell into a strange silence. No one could believe the scene in front of them. Boss! At this time, Sunji's followers ran to Sunji. The followers carefully examined Sunji and found that Sunji's left face had swollen and saliva was flowing down unconsciously. The followers immediately slapped Sunji, trying to wake him up, but the huge impact made Sunji's consciousness blurred. Even if he tried his best to open his eyes, his body was out of his control. Finally, he fainted. Boss, what's wrong with you? You can't die. The followers thought Sunji was dead, and they were so anxious that they were about to cry. Don't shout, he's fine, he just fainted, didn't you see he was still breathing? Chuan Yi's voice came. Chuan Yi knew how strong he was, so he didn't use his full strength. He didn't even use his sharpness. Sunji fell into a coma because Chuan Yi hit his jaw accurately. The group of followers saw that Sunji was indeed just in a coma, so they were relieved. They didn't have the face to stay here at the moment, so they picked up Sunji and left. Chuan Yi watched the other party leave quietly, and after seeing the other party walk away, he retracted his gauntlet. So strong! Too powerful! With just one strike, Sunji was knocked away. That Chuan Yi didn't even use his soul skills. Seeing the group of people fleeing in panic, a huge noise broke out in the crowd. Chuan Yi turned his head to look at the girl who spoke first. He saw that she was also looking at him, with praise and excitement in her eyes. Chuan Yi walked up to the girl and wanted to thank her for her righteous words just now. Chuan Yi clasped his fists and thanked her, "Thank you, senior sister, for standing up for me." Huo Wu heard that, and her originally happy expression suddenly collapsed. Some were speechless and said, "Senior sister? What are you looking at, am I that old?" Huo Wuxuan was amused by the conversation between the two. "Ha ha ha ha, senior sister. Xiao Wu, why didn't I know you had such a big junior brother?" Chuan Yi was a little confused. Chapter 22 Huo's Brothers and Sisters. Huo Wu glared at Huo Wuxuan fiercely, expressing her inner dissatisfaction. Huo Wuxuan suppressed his smile and explained to Chuan Yi, "Brother, my sister is a freshman this year, not your senior sister." Chuan Yi widened his eyes and carefully observed Huo Wu, who was about the same height as Huo Wuxuan. It was no wonder that Chuan Yi didn't recognize her. In his eyes, children under the age of 12 were about the same size. He could only judge their age by their height. But when he thought that his height was much higher than that of his peers, he felt relieved. "Sorry, it's my fault." Chuan Yi sincerely apologized to Huo Wu. Huo Wu, who was originally unhappy, felt a little embarrassed when she saw the other party apologize to her so sincerely. Moreover, looking at Chuan Yi in front of her, Huo Wu felt very relieved. Huo Wu hurriedly replied, "It's okay. After all, it's not the first time. Just be careful next time." Chuan Yi was relieved to see that the other party had forgiven him. However, as soon as he was relieved, a loud noise came from Chuan Yi's stomach. Gurgle. Chuan Yi was embarrassed by this inappropriate stomach. However, Chuan Yi had not eaten a bite of food after exercising at noon, and he had another fight. Now was the time when he was the hungriest and most tired. That is to say, Chuan Yi fought with his opponent when he was in the worst condition, which shows Chuan Yi's confidence in his own strength. Huo Wuxuan laughed heartily at this time. "Ha ha ha, brother, we brothers and sisters haven't eaten yet, we can eat and chat, what do you think? Huo Wu became curious about Chuan Yi and wanted to make friends with him. Chuan Yi nodded and agreed, okay, I can treat you a meal. Okay, thank you brother, then I'd rather obey your order. Huo Wu did not refuse, but agreed generously. Huo Wu, who was standing by, also nodded in agreement. The three of them walked into the cafeteria together, and the eyes of the people around them changed when they looked at Chuan Yi. It was a kind of respect for the strong. Chuan Yi's powerful strength convinced these people. Of course, this also included Huo Wu and Huo Wu, otherwise they would not have chosen to accept Chuan Yi's invitation. Huo Wu and Huo Wu did not eat much, just a normal amount of food, but Huo Wu ate about the same amount as Huo Wu. The three of them sat at a table, Huo Wu sat opposite Chuan Yi, and Huo Wu sat next to Huo Wu. Chuan Yi took out the soul the beast meat jar, and began to eat it by himself. Still the strange way of eating. In addition, the amount of soul beast meat of Chuan Yi was designed. It was not that he was stingy, but if he gave it to him, he would have to eat less. One less meal means one less exercise, but in this way, Chuan Yi's speed of becoming stronger will slow down. Moreover, soul beast meat involves Chuan Yi's plan, so it cannot be given to outsiders. Although Huo Wu was surprised by Chuan Yi's behavior, he noticed something else. Huo Wu did not expect that this brother in simple clothes was actually a master who kept a low profile. Just from the storage soul guide, it can be seen that his family background is not simple. Huo Wu felt more and more that Chuan Yi was somewhat mysterious. Although Chuan Yi ate a lot and chewed more times, his eating speed was not slow. After all, the amount he put into his mouth at one time was many times that of ordinary people. Therefore, his eating speed was basically the same as that of the Huo brothers and sisters. After eating almost everything, Huo Wu spoke first, Brother Chuan Yi, my name is Huo Wu, I am 9 years old this year, my martial soul is the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus, and I am a 21st level Great Soul Master. Next to me is my sister, Huo Wu, 6 years old, martial soul, Naruto. This is a shadow with Huo Wu as the main body, which is a special beast martial soul. Moreover, although she is young, she is already a 12 level first ring Great Soul Master. I don't know what grade you are in, why haven't I seen you in the academy before? Huo Wu formally introduced his and Huo Wu's names, ages, and soul power levels, and when Huo Wu introduced Huo Wu, his face was full of pride and pampering. Then, Huo Wu asked the question he was most concerned about. Chuan Yi saw that the other party had misunderstood his age, and hurriedly explained, Senior Huo, you misunderstood. I am also a freshman like your sister. I am only 6 years old this year. What? Huo Wu and Huo Wu said in unison. What? Huo Wu looked at the boy in front of him who was obviously taller than him, and Huo Wu was a little unbelievable. Yes. Chuan Yi scratched his head. He also knew that he was indeed not 6 years old. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, Chuan Yi would be confused. The psychological age is in his 20s, and the physical age is 6 years old, but when looking in the mirror, he looks like a teenager. Then you are 6 years old this year? Huo Wu asked. Yes. Huo Wu only noticed the more shocking point at this time. You are already level 15 at the age of 6. Chuan Yi nodded. Huo Wu is also well informed, and his talent is even better, but facing an outlier like Chuan Yi, it is inevitable that he will be hit. Huo Wu was even more so. Huo Wu was a genius soul master. She had awakened a powerful and special martial soul like Hokage, and her innate soul power level was very high. She was truly a child of destiny. But compared to Chuan Yi, Huo Wu not only had a lower soul power level, but also had a lower physical fitness, so Huo Wu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Huo Wu asked anxiously, what kind of soul beast is your first soul ring? Huo Wu had never seen Huo Wu so impulsive, but Huo Wu quickly pressed Huo Wu's shoulder to calm her down. Then, he apologized to Chuan Yi, sorry, no offense. Huo Wu quickly signaled Huo Wu to apologize, and Huo Wu also realized that her tone was a bit aggressive, so she apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. But her eyes were always fixed on Chuan Yi, as if she wanted to see through the secrets of Chuan Yi. It's nothing, just 4 months ago, I absorbed the 400-year-old explosive rhino spirit ring. So, the growth of soul power is a bit rapid. Chuan Yi said the prepared words nonchalantly. After all, this is not a secret. Explosive Rhino. This is a powerful and rare soul beast. The quality and difficulty of its soul power absorption are higher than those of ordinary soul beasts of the same age. No wonder. Although Huo Wu was a little surprised, he was more envious. Not only envied Chuan Yi's talent, but also envied Chuan Yi's luck. Huo Wu likes Explosive Rhino very much, because it matches his martial soul very well. His martial soul, the Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus, is a fire attribute martial soul that takes the explosive route, and it happens to be a unicorn. As a soul ring, it will definitely give him an extremely powerful soul ring skill. So Explosive Rhino is the soul beast he has always dreamed of. You are so lucky. I have also looked for the Explosive Rhino, but I didn't find it in the end. Although Huo Wu had never heard of the Explosive Rhino, she knew from her brother's expression that it must be a powerful soul beast. Moreover, compared to the excited Huo Wu noticed another piece of information in Chuan Yi's words. That is the information 4 months ago. The Soul Awakening Day of the Soul Hall is usually arranged 3 or 4 months in advance. This is to cooperate with the opening of the Junior Soul Master Academy. Even if Chuan Yi's birthday is earlier and he was born in January, it is only 3 or 4 months. After awakening the soul, he can get the first soul ring in 3 or 4 months, which means that Chuan Yi's innate soul power level is either equal to or higher than himself. But Huo Wu herself is a genius with an innate soul power level of level 9. Could it be that Chuan Yi has a full innate soul power? If her guess is true. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi, a little surprised. Chapter 23 Guessing the Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Huo Wu is a girl who can't hide her thoughts. She directly asked Chuan Yi, "Are you born with full soul power?" Chuan Yi was a little surprised at the other party's reaction. Yes. Chuan Yi did not hide it. He continued, "Full soul power is nothing. Isn't your own innate soul power also around level 9? The gap between us is not that big." Just like Huo Wu guessed Chuan Yi also guessed the other party's innate soul power through the other party's age and soul power level. Sure enough, Huo Wu found that the facts were as she expected, but she did not feel happy. Instead, a sense of crisis swept over her. Huo Wu began to reflect on herself. Did she relax a little? She couldn't accept that Chuan Yi's level was so much higher than hers. Chuan Yi saw that Huo Wu's face seemed a little unnatural, and turned his eyes to Huo Wu in confusion, asking Huo Wu what was wrong with her with his eyes. Huo Wu just smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was okay. This action made Chuan Yi confused. Huo Wu certainly knew what was wrong with Huo Wu. Simply put, his proud little princess was stimulated. In Huo Wu's view, this was a good thing, and the two of them would definitely be in the same class in the future, so it was better to be stimulated earlier than later. And Huo Wu also knew that Huo Wu was not a fragile girl and did not need his comfort. However, Huo Wu did need some time to digest it. Huo Wu got up, pulled up the absent-minded Huo Wu, and said goodbye to Chuan Yi. "Brother Quan Yi, we should go too. Thank you for your hospitality. If you have any questions in the future, I will treat you." Huo Wu did not expect Huo Wu to leave so soon, so she had to wave goodbye to Quan Yi in a hurry. Quan Yi also waved and said, "Goodbye." Quan Yi felt that these two people were not bad people, and it was not a bad thing to get to know Huo Wu in the same class in the future. Seeing the two people walk away, Quan Yi also stood up and planned to do his own things. Quanjia Boutique. This is a new store that has been open for less than 2 months. There are all kinds of exquisite clothing, handicrafts, etc. It is not only inexpensive, but also located in a core area with a large flow of people. The financial strength of this store can be seen from the location of the store. In the manager's room of the boutique, Quan Yi is talking to a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Young master, do you have any instructions?" The middle-aged man is the owner of this shop and a member of the Chuan family who is responsible for taking care of Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi's soul beast meat and daily expenses are all in his charge. "Uncle Quanying, I came here mainly for 2 things. The first thing is about a student named Sunji. Please help me warn the family behind him." When Chuan Yi said this, a cold expression that he had never had before appeared on his face. Quanying saw Chuan Yi's expression and roughly understood the cause of the matter. "Okay, I understand, young master." Quanying didn't ask more. "Another thing, I want to know all the information about Yu Xiaogang and all his works." Quan Yi's main purpose is actually the first one, but since he is here, he plans to use the power of his family to help him collect some information about Yu Xiao gang. Regarding Sunji, Quinyi guessed that he should be a small and powerful family or noble, but his strength is still not as good as the Chuan family. Quinyi has never forgotten that this is the Middle Ages, and all the small gaps may become the seeds of hatred. Therefore, he deliberately used the power of the family to warn him. This is also because Sunji is innocent. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as a warning. Uncle Quanying was specially arranged by his father to be by his side, and Quinyi believed in his ability. After the arrangement, Quinyi did not stay for long and left the store immediately. Looking at the vigorous and cold young master, Quanying had a new understanding of his young master. He did not expect that in addition to his talent, Quinyi's character was so cold. At this moment, he was completely convinced that the young master would be the next generation of pillars leading their Chuan family to rise. Quanying planned to handle the first order issued by the young master perfectly. Back to the academy, the sun had begun to set. Quinyi had planned to visit the simulated environment for training, but because of such an incident, an afternoon passed. Quinyi did not go again, but practiced boxing. Then, after dinner, he returned to the dormitory. At dinner time, Quinyi did not see Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. Considering that they left in a hurry at noon, I thought they must have something to do, but I didn't think much about it. Chuanyi returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and lay comfortably on the bed, thinking about what happened today. Although it was a bit busy, it was a fulfilling day overall. Chuanyi had two major gains, one was Yu Xiaogang and the other was Huo Wu. If Chuanyi had been at home all the time, he would definitely not have been exposed to Yu Xiaogang's books. His family would definitely not let him touch the various unorthodox theories in them. Huo Wu was even more of a surprise. Although I haven't seen the Hokage martial soul with my own eyes, the special feeling that Chuanyi felt from Huo Wu should not be wrong. Martial soul fusion skills. The fire attribute humanoid martial soul and the fire attribute gauntlet martial soul, there is no martial soul that fits better than this. Of course, all of this is still Chuanyi's feeling and guess, but the possibility is very high. The Huo brothers and sisters didn't seem to realize this, and Chuanyi didn't point it out. After all, it was only the first day they met, and there was still a long time to get along, and Chuanyi didn't want to rush. After summarizing the day's gains, Chuanyi sat cross-legged and began tonight's meditation. At the same time, on the other side, in Huo Wu's dormitory, Huo Wu was also meditating, and had been practicing for a long time. After returning to the dormitory at noon, Huo Wu couldn't sit still. Chuanyi's appearance really stimulated Huo Wu. Huo Wu didn't stay depressed for a long time. This stimulation stimulated Huo Wu's unwillingness to admit defeat. Then, Huo Wu practiced hard for an afternoon. Usually, there is a fixed time for practice, but today Huo Wu has exceeded her own set time. This was also the first time that Huo Wu meditated for a long time, and she interrupted her meditation many times. But whenever she interrupted her meditation, Chuanyi's appearance would appear in Huo Wu's mind. However, this reminded Huo Wu that she still had a goal to catch up with, so she immediately became hardworking and started meditating again. Sometimes the appearance of an opponent can stimulate personal potential. Huo Wu's meditation practice gradually improved, and she no longer interrupted it. With the spirit of not admitting defeat, Huo Wu practiced for a whole night. In this way, the two spent a quiet night in practice. The next day, the sun rose as usual. A new day began. Chuanyi finished his morning exercise as usual and came to the cafeteria. This time, Chuanyi took off his shirt directly and exercised with his upper body naked, so his clothes were not wet. In the cafeteria, Chuanyi saw Huo Wu again. But today Huo Wu looked a little listless, with her head down, without the dignified posture of yesterday. Huo Wu seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly looked up at Chuanyi, and the two people's eyes collided directly. Chapter 24 Friends. Chuanyi did not expect Huo Wu to look up suddenly. Chuanyi was slightly startled. Chuanyi nodded gently and greeted. Chuanyi did not intend to disturb Huo Wu, and walked to other seats with the plate. Huo Wu saw Chuanyi was about to leave, and suddenly stopped Chuanyi. Yet, Huo Wu did not say much, and pointed to the seat opposite her, indicating that Chuanyi should sit there. Chuanyi thought that the other party wanted to talk to her about something, so he sat opposite Huo Wu. Huo Wu found that the other party's hair was a little wet, and recalled the previous few meetings. Do you practice before eating? Why do you look like this every time before coming to the cafeteria? Chuan Yi's state at the moment can be said to be very tired. Although Chuan Yi concealed it very well, if you look closely, you can still clearly recognize Chuan Yi's state. Yet, it's just daily exercise. Huo Wu opened her mouth slightly, a little surprised. Chuan Yi was so hard-working. Although I don't know what he is doing, it must be very hard. Chuan Yi is very powerful, which can be seen from the fact that he knocked Sunji away with one punch yesterday. Even if Chuan Yi feels tired, what level of training is he going to do? Originally, Huo Wu called Chuan Yi to show off her training results to him. Because, after practicing all night yesterday, Huo Wu successfully broke through to level 13. Although this made her a little depressed in the morning, Huo Wu was still very excited, especially after seeing Chuan Yi, she wanted to show off. But this kind of pride disappeared immediately. Because Chuan Yi was not idle either, he also practiced hard every day. What's the matter? Huo Wu's expression became a little embarrassed when she heard Chuan Yi's question. But Huo Wu's expression suddenly changed and became a little righteous. Why, can't I call you if there's nothing? Didn't we become friends yesterday? Or am I the only one who thinks so? Chuan Yi thought that the other party was looking for him for something, but he didn't expect it to be such a simple reason. Yes, Huo Wu is just a 6-year-old child. Chuan Yi felt that he was thinking too deeply. No, no. I'm just afraid of disturbing her. Chuan Yi took out the soul beast meat and ate it in front of Huo Wu without any scruples. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi eating and felt a little funny. She had regarded him as an imaginary enemy, but seeing this, Huo Wu felt that she was too immature. Hey, I broke through to level 13 today. You wait, I will catch up with you soon. Huo Wu did not have the mentality of boasting this time, but just wanted to share the joy with her friends. In fact, Huo Wu had already recognized Chuan Yi as her friend. Otherwise, with her proud personality, she would not say the word friend in person. Huo Wu did not have friends of the same age, because her height, background, and talent made all her peers unconsciously stay away from her. However, Chuan Yi was the first person of the same age who was close to or even surpassed Huo Wu in all fields. This feeling was the first time for Huo Wu. Being able to meet Huo Wu was actually a little happy to meet someone who could look each other in the eye. So, she planned to tell Chuan Yi the joyful news. Chuan Yi wanted to congratulate Huo Wu when he heard that she had reached level 13. However, he still had something in his mouth, so he could only put down his bowl and chopsticks, stretched out his arms to Huo Wu, and raised his thumbs with both hands, saying that the other party was too powerful. Huo Wu couldn't help laughing when she saw Chuan Yi chewing the food in his mouth even when congratulating others. Ha ha ha, I really can't help it. You look so weird like a squirrel. Ha ha ha. Huo Wu laughed so hard that her body shook, just like yesterday. Her movements were so large that her dark red wavy long hair fluttered, which was very beautiful. Chuan Yi then understood why Huo Wu laughed wildly at him yesterday. Although it was indeed a bit strange, was it necessary to laugh so loudly? Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu speechlessly. Sorry, ha ha ha, I didn't mean it. Huo Wu noticed Chuan Yi's gaze and apologized quickly, but she couldn't help but smile. Chuan Yi didn't care. She waved her hand and continued to eat without any concern. After laughing, Huo Wu felt her fatigue disappear. She was in a good mood and started to eat with Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi looked at the girl in front of him and became cheerful. At this moment, the distance between the two seemed to be closer. After eating, Huo Wu asked, "What are you doing after eating?" "Going back to the dormitory." "Well, I'll go back and take a shower, and then I plan to go to see the simulated environment training field of our college." Chuan Yi planned to see the fire attribute simulated environment training field in the morning. Mimic environment training field? I want to see it too. Let's go together later. Huo Wu was also very interested in the simulated environment training field. Without thinking too much, she planned to go with Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi looked a little flustered. "That's it. See you at the dormitory door in an hour." After saying that, Huo Wu happily left the cafeteria. Huo Wu didn't even give Chuan Yi time to answer. Chuan Yi actually wanted to go alone, but seeing Huo Wu's excited expression, Chuan Yi couldn't bear to spoil her fun. Chuan Yi could only sigh helplessly. Back in the dormitory, Chuan Yi quickly washed up. With more than 10 minutes left, Chuan Yi took out the guide and began to look through the part about the simulated environment training field. The simulated environment training field of the junior college was actually borrowed from Huo College. The simulated environment of the junior college is actually the underground flame vein. That is, the underground magma. Its source is in Huo College, and the junior college is just one of its branches. The flame vein flows deep underground like an underground river. A long time ago, the dean of Huo College discovered the flame vein deep underground and used it. When Chuan Yi heard the news from his mother Solinger, he was also very shocked. As expected of a college representing the fire element, it is extraordinary. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chuan Yi immediately closed the guide and went to the dormitory door. At the door, Chuan Yi was still wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, but this was not the one he wore in the morning. Chuan Yi had many identical clothes, and even larger sizes of the same clothes. Although these two clothes looked very simple, they actually contained a secret. This was the clothing produced by the Chuan family, from the materials to the craftsmanship, it was truly unique. Its fabric was soft and breathable, and it was very comfortable to wear. Moreover, because it was tailor-made and fit very well, it would not affect Chuan Yi's strenuous exercise at all. This outfit was the best training outfit for Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi arrived at the door 15 minutes in advance, but the time was almost up. The voice of Huo Wu suddenly came. Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi turned around and looked at Huo Wu, who was running towards him quickly with her long legs. Huo Wu changed into a new outfit, not the casual outfit she wore in the morning, but a more formal one. A fiery red dress with golden patterns carved on it just right. With long hair fluttering and skirt floating, Huo Wu ran towards Chuan Yi happily like a noble fire elf. So cute! Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Huo Wu ran to Chuan Yi, panting lightly, and asked nervously, "Am I not late?" Chapter 25 Mimic Environment Training Field. "It's okay, I'm not late yet." Chuan Yi comforted softly. Huo Wu breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, that's good." She began to tidy up her messy hair and clothes. After tidying up, she smiled at Chuan Yi and said, "Then let's go." Yet. The two walked side by side on the road to the Mimic Environment Training Field. There are more people coming and going on this road than other places. Therefore, when the two walk together, passers-by often watch. No wonder, the two have excellent figures and looks, and the two walk together, like a pair of golden boys and jade girls, with an indescribable match. It's just that the boys' white short-sleeved shirts and black shorts are a bit of a downer. Chuan Yi was a little ashamed. Chuan Yi could see that Huo Wu had put a lot of thought into her outfit. Chuan Yi looked down at his clothes and shook his head. Fortunately, Huo Wu didn't seem to care. Chuan Yi noticed Huo Wu's expression. She looked very happy and didn't seem to mind. Moreover, Chuan Yi also noticed that Huo Wu seemed to have taken a bath on purpose. Walking beside Huo Wu, he could smell a clean and refreshing smell. "Hey, Chuan Yi, do you know where our school's simulated environment training field came from?" Huo Wu suddenly asked. Chuan Yi replied, "I only know that it is a branch of the Yanmei from the Shuo school." "How did it come from? Isn't it formed naturally?" He. Huo Wu laughed proudly when she saw that Chuan Yi didn't know. Then she explained the information about the simulated training environment with some pride. "Let me tell you. The flame veins of the junior college are not formed naturally, they are man-made. Several powerful soul masters worked together to open up the underground passage and lead the flame veins here." Chuan Yi didn't expect that the simulated environment training field of this college actually had such a secret. Chuan Yi was once again shocked by the power of the soul master. However, Chuan Yi was a little confused. Is it necessary to spend so much effort for a junior soul master college? Chuan Yi asked Huo Wu. Of course it is necessary. This college was not an affiliated college of Huo College a long time ago. But because of the existence of Huo College, this junior college slowly became an affiliated college of Huo College. Although it is only a junior college, it is actually an extension of Huo College, and most of its students will go to Huo College in the future. Huo College also realized this, and in order to cultivate excellent soul masters from a young age, they spared no effort to start investing. The flame vein was also introduced during that period. Huo Wu talked freely, and seemed to be very familiar with this information. Chuan Yi understood its origin after listening to Huo Wu's explanation. "Huo Wu, you are so good, these are not in the guidebook." Chuan Yi praised Huo Wu. Hearing the praise, Huo Wu's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. Haha, of course, you can ask me if you don't know anything in the future. Seeing that Huo Wu seemed to like praise very much, Chuanyi couldn't help but joked, okay, teacher Huo Wu. If there is anything I don't understand in the future, students will definitely come to you. Huo Wu laughed immediately after hearing this, and patted Chuanyi on the shoulder, saying, not bad, I'll leave it to you. The two laughed and talked all the way, and Chuanyi and Huo Wu also had a preliminary understanding of each other's character. After walking for a long time, the two began to see a barren hill, which was their destination. The end of the road was the hill, there were no trees on the hill, only a passage leading to the underground. The passage was dim and it was difficult to see the situation inside. It was like a passage to hell, constantly swallowing up pedestrians on the road. There were many students on the road, and they entered the passage one by one. The passage was like a bottomless pit, with no signs of being crowded at all. The students who were still talking began to consciously quiet down, and Chuanyi and Huo Wu also consciously shut their mouths and began to observe. What surprised Chuanyi the most was the number of people. Except in the cafeteria, Chuanyi I have never seen so many people gathered together. No one is usually seen in the playground. Chuanyi thought they were all lazy and ran here. Huo Wu was also affected by this weird atmosphere and unconsciously moved closer to Chuanyi. There is a notice board at the entrance of the cave with precautions written on it. The two stopped to read. Because it is a place for cultivation, it is strictly forbidden to talk loudly here to disturb other students. This passage leads directly to the ground, and the deepest part is the Yanmei. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature you feel. The higher the temperature, the better the cultivation effect. Students can choose a suitable location according to their tolerance. Finally, if there is a special situation, you can notify the patrol teacher inside the passage, and the teacher will help you. General content, that's all. Chuanyi read it carefully and then turned to look at Huo Wu. Huo Wu also finished reading the content. The two looked at each other and nodded, and then walked into the passage. Chuanyi originally thought that the inside of the tunnel would be very dark, but in fact everything underground was clearly visible. There were lights on both sides of the tunnel, and the flames illuminated the entire passage. As he went deeper, Chuanyi began to slowly feel the heat coming from the depths of the passage. Moreover, there were temperature marks engraved on the wall. Because it was only the entrance, it was only 40 degrees. But this little heat was not a problem for Chuanyi and Huo Wu, and the two quickly walked deeper. As he went deeper, Chuanyi could see some holes on the walls on both sides, with signs hanging outside the holes, some of which said someone was there, and some said no one was there. This should be the student's personal cultivation space. The entire 2 rows are these holes. There are fewer and fewer people in front of Chuanyi and Huo Wu, and the temperature is getting higher and higher. Chuanyi and Huo Wu's foreheads also began to sweat. Just like entering a steam room, the temperature rises as you go down, and the current temperature has exceeded 60 degrees. This is close to the temperature that ordinary people can bear. Many students were also blocked at this step and began to enter the nearby holes to practice. But this temperature is nothing for Chuanyi and Huo Wu, who have already entered the Soul Master realm. They began to move deeper. 70 degrees, the whole body began to sweat, but the condition was still okay. Chuanyi's white shirt was soaked, and the clothes were tightly attached to Chuanyi's chest. Chuanyi's chest muscles could be seen through the clothes. Huo Wu's hair was also wet with sweat, and her clothes were also soaked with sweat, looking a little embarrassed. Huo Wu was also the first time, so she didn't care about the problem of clothing. Huo Wu took a look at Chuanyi's dress and admired Chuanyi's foresight. She also made a secret decision in her heart that she would also prepare such short-sleeved shirts and shorts. But what she didn't expect was that Chuanyi actually only had short-sleeved shirts and shorts. 80 degrees, this is almost close to Huo Wu's limit. Huo Wu pulled the corner of Chuanyi's clothes, indicating that she couldn't do it anymore. Although Chuanyi could go deeper, he could practice for a longer time here. After weighing the pros and cons, Chuanyi also planned to practice here. Let's choose here. We are just here to see it today. It won't take too long. Just practice for an hour. After Chuanyi and Huo Wu agreed on the time, they began to enter the cave entrance separately to experience the simulated environment practice. Before entering, the two did not forget to turn over the cards, and then close the door. Chapter 26 Conjecture about Blazing Academy. Entering the cave entrance, there was only a futon in the room, and there was not even a light. But the room was not dark, because the door of the cave entrance was a simple wooden door panel, which was made of several long wooden strips, and there were large gaps between the wooden strips. The light in the passage would shine into the cave through the gap. And moreover, the air will also flow through the crack of the door, and there is no stuffy feeling in the cave. Chuan Yi sat on the futon and was surprised to find that it was not hot. Chuan Yi carefully touched the material of the futon and found that it was woven with special plant materials. Chuan Yi had never seen this kind of material before. He silently remembered the feeling and color in his heart. He could discuss with Chuan Ying at that time whether the Chuan family could use this material. After carefully observing the futon, Chuan Yi immediately collected his mind and entered into meditation with some expectation. Even when entering meditation, Chuan Yi could still feel the amazing heat. But Chuan Yi also found that the speed of soul power growth increased significantly. The speed of cultivation was even faster than that of the Chuan family basement. More importantly, this was only about 80 degrees, and Chuan Yi had not even really approached the magma deep underground. This means that Chuan Yi can continue to go deeper as his strength increases, and finally, he can even sit next to the magma to cultivate soul power. An hour passed quickly. Chuan Yi opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. According to Chuan Yi's original plan, it would take about 1 to 1.5 years to break through level 20. But the effect of the simulated environment is beyond imagination, and it should be able to shorten the time by half a year. At this rate, Chuan Yi can break through level 20 in about a year and absorb the second soul ring. Chuan Yi walked out of the training room with satisfaction and found Huo Wu standing at the door waiting for him. Chuan Yi keenly noticed that Huo Wu's face was a little pale, and Huo Wu was sweating a little seriously. Chuan Yi immediately took out the water bag from the heart of the sun and handed it to Huo Wu. "Here, drink some water." Huo Wu took it gratefully, opened the lid, and drank it eagerly. "Ha, I'm alive, thank you." Huo Wu felt the preciousness of water for the first time. Chuan Yi was relieved to see Huo Wu regain her spirit. "Let's go, we came a little hastily this time, and we can prepare more water next time." "Okay." On the way back, Huo Wu was a little impatient to discuss with Chuan Yi. "How is it? Is the effect of the simulated training ground good?" "Very good, far beyond imagination. I think I have come to the right place." Chuan Yi praised sincerely, and this praise was not only for the junior college, but also for Huo College. "Besides, I am more interested in Huo College." Huo Wu was very happy to hear Chuan Yi praise Huo College like this. As the daughter of the dean of Huo College, she has a strong sense of identity with Huo College. Hearing Chuan Yi's recognition of Huo College, she also showed a smile on her face. Just like something you like, if it can be liked by friends, the joy in your heart will be doubled. Of course, there is a more luxurious simulated training ground there. Huo College is a paradise for all fire attribute soul masters. Huo Wu introduced the training ground of Huo College, her tone full of pride. "No, I am not only interested in the simulated environment. I admire the vision and layout of Blazing Academy." Chuan Yi's eyes flashed with wisdom. He was not blinded by the simulated environment. He saw something deeper. Huo Wu asked in confusion, "What vision and layout?" Chuan Yi patiently explained, "What I admire is that Huo Academy dares to spend huge amounts of money to open up tunnels and build a simulated environment training ground for the junior college. Doing this is good for Huo Academy. First, it will attract a large number of children with fire attribute martial spirits to come to this city. This is the most important point. For the academy, students are life. Second, Huo Academy can select and observe talented students from an early age and provide guidance. In this way, Huo Academy can maximize the talents of soul masters. In this way, the strength of the academy will become stronger and stronger. And most importantly, Huo Academy is still developing and is a positive academy. This positive atmosphere is more suitable for the long-term development of students." Chuan Yi talked about his views on Huo Academy incessantly. At this moment, Huo Wu's expression was a little dull. She looked at Chuan Yi blankly. Chuan Yi talked about problems that Huo Wu had never noticed. Chuan Yi's perspective on things was completely higher than Huo Wu. Huo Wu felt that she was facing her father. Sometimes her father would say something that Huo Wu couldn't quite understand. Chuan Yi saw that Huo Wu was a little stunned, so he didn't continue. Chuan Yi felt that it was too early to say these words to a child who hadn't been to school yet. "Of course, these are just my own opinions. I don't know if they are right or not. But you just need to remember to go to Blazing Academy in the future. Although Huo Wu's arrival at this academy meant that her family had already planned to let her join Blazing Academy, Chuanyi still reminded Huo Wu just in case. Well, I know. Chuanyi saw that Huo Wu had listened to his reminder, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. In fact, through these days of observation, Chuanyi had some understanding of Blazing Academy. In general, this is a college that is still in the process of development and is still ambitious. From the library to the simulated environment training field, Chuanyi found that Blazing Academy has a large layout. It is planning to place junior soul masters. The academy is also included in their education system. Even fire attribute soul masters with slightly less talent will be better trained here. The existence of the simulated environment will greatly increase the enrollment rate of the junior college, and the probability of soul masters breaking through level 30 will be higher. Breaking through level 30 before the age of 20 is an important hurdle for soul masters. Even if they don't break through, these well-trained soul masters can continue to stay in the junior college as teachers. This will gradually increase the foundation and strength of the academy. Moreover, the influx of fresh blood will make the academy more and more vibrant. Not only that, Chuanyi feels that the academy has a more important purpose. In fact, Huo Academy is already a very famous academy. Many talented fire attribute soul masters will consciously join Huo Academy when they reach the age. Therefore, Huo Academy does not need to spend so much effort on the junior college. But spending so much effort on the development of the junior college shows that they are dissatisfied with the soul masters trained by other junior colleges. They want to personally go down and train soul masters who meet their requirements. Although he didn't know what their requirements were, Chuanyi saw the ambition and aspirations of Huo Academy from this junior college, and it had great development potential. This was also very rare, because, in fact, the current Tiandu Empire and Xingluo Empire were actually declining. For example, Tiandu Royal Academy has been gradually declining in recent years and has not made any outstanding achievements. In contrast, Chuanyi admired the vigorous development of Huo Academy very much. Therefore, Chuanyi reminded Huo Wu that he was afraid that Huo Wu would suddenly choose another academy. For example, Tiandu Royal Academy. After all, the hardware of Tiandu Royal Academy is really very good, and it also has the title of the first academy in Tiandu Empire. If Huo Wu chooses Tiandu Royal Academy, her development there will definitely not be as good as that in Huo Academy. Chapter 27 Approaching. Huo Wu was about to reach the dormitory, and she seemed a little anxious. I really want to go back and take a shower quickly. Huo Wu's skirt was not thick, and it dried after walking a few steps outside. However, because of sweating a lot, Huo Wu felt sticky and wanted to take a good bath. Chuanyi pointed to the entrance in front and said, "Oh, let's separate in front later." "Where are you going?" "I still have to go to train, there is a playground." Huo Wu's eyes turned and said to Chuanyi, "Can I go over and take a look?" Chuanyi asked with some doubt, "Didn't you say you were going to take a shower?" Huo Wu smiled and said, "You can take a shower later. I'm still curious about how you train." I don't wear clothes when I train. It's inappropriate for you to watch me, kid." "It's okay. We are all soul masters. I can understand. Besides, your wet clothes are the same as naked. I've seen your body before." Huo Wu didn't care. Chuanyi continued to persuade, "I usually exercise for more than 2 hours. Do you have patience?" Huo Wu finally understood that Chuanyi was rejecting her in a tactful way. She said aggrievedly, "Do you think I'm annoying?" "Oops." Chuanyi looked at Huo Wu's tearful eyes and was at a loss. She could only hurriedly say, "I promise you, I promise you." Huo Wu's expression immediately turned from rainy to sunny, and her mouth curled up slightly. "Hee, that's good, let's go." Huo Wu patted Chuanyi's shoulder, then skipped in front. Alas, he has mastered such a terrifying skill at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up? Chuanyi realized that he had been deceived, but he could do nothing about it. He could only complain in his heart. Chuanyi followed Huo Wu to the playground. As always, there was no one there. Huo Wu saw the quiet playground and asked curiously, "I didn't know there was such a place near the dormitory." "Ah, isn't it all written in the guide?" Chuan answered unconsciously. "The guide is so thick, who would read it carefully? I only read the front part." Huo Wu complained about the college's guide. "There is a lot of useful information in the guide. It will be very helpful for you to read it carefully. Huo Wu widened her eyes and said in surprise, you didn't read such a thick book. Chuan nodded and said, of course, there is also the history of the college, the introduction of teachers, etc., which is very interesting. Huo Wu was speechless. Chuan Yi saw that the time was almost up, and without saying much, he walked to the horizontal bar and took off his shirt directly. It was also the first time that Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi's naked upper body up close. At this sight, her eyes were firmly attracted by Chuan Yi's muscles. The most intuitive feeling Huo Wu had after seeing it was beauty. Chuan Yi's muscles were full and soft, full of a primitive and simple beauty. It didn't look like a boy's body at all. Chuan Yi noticed Huo Wu's gaze and felt a little embarrassed. Ahem, I'm going to start. After Chuan Yi reminded him, he started to exercise. Huo Wu was a little stunned just now, and her cheeks flushed after Chuan Yi reminded her. Huo Wu immediately focused her attention on Chuan Yi's movements. Chuan Yi walked to the horizontal bar, stretched his body slightly, and started immediately. This was a movement Huo Wu had never seen before. Chuan Yi's movements were very standard and smooth. Huo Wu saw that this was a coherent movement. As the training began, Chuan Yi's attention was completely focused on the exercise, and he didn't even have time to care about Huo Wu. Only in this way can Chuan Yi ensure that his body will not be injured during extreme exercise. Huo Wu felt a dangerous aura from Chuan Yi, and a serious expression appeared on Chuan Yi's face that Huo Wu had never seen before. Just like a beast, Huo Wu unconsciously held her breath. Chuan Yi did 40 burpees and 40 pull-ups very easily, and Huo Wu was also quietly observing Chuan Yi. Because of the naked upper body, Huo Wu could clearly see the changes in Chuan Yi's muscles. This also helped her understand the purpose of the movement. The first movement should be a movement to exercise the whole body. The second movement is very simple, which is to exercise the back and the entire arm. Huo Wu observed for a while and understood the key points of the movement. She did not disturb Chuan Yi, walked to the horizontal bar on the side, and did it silently. Fortunately, Huo Wu's skirt was not short, even if it was a little inconvenient, but there was no need to worry about exposure. Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi doing it very easily, but she didn't expect it to be so hard for herself. As a 13th level soul master, and a beast soul master, Huo Wu's physical fitness is already very good. But after only doing 30 burpees, Huo Wu felt that her whole body was heating up, and the effect was terrifying. After doing 40 burpees, Huo Wu's breathing was a little messy, but Huo Wu did not stop, but continued to do pull-ups with Chuan Yi. Pull-ups require strong arm strength, and for beginners, the difficulty is greater than burpees. For the first time, Huo Wu realized that her body was so heavy. When she pushed hard, her whole arm was shaking, and her face was a little distorted, looking very embarrassed. Although very tired, Huo Wu did not want to give up, and tried her best to do 40 pull-ups. The moment she let go of the horizontal bar with both hands and her feet landed on the ground, Huo Wu almost collapsed to the ground. She took a big breath and tried her best to regulate her breath. Huo Wu did not expect that such a simple action would require so much physical strength. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi and saw that he was even a little relaxed and comfortable, and a sense of admiration arose spontaneously. This is definitely not something that can be achieved overnight. Only by training day after day and year after year can one reach this state of lifting heavy objects with ease. Because of this, Huo Wu admires Chuan Yi even more. After resting for a while, Huo Wu stood up firmly and started the next set of training. Huo Wu didn't quite know why she was asking for trouble, but she had a premonition that if she retreated here, she would only be farther and farther away from Chuan Yi. She didn't want to lose Chuan Yi as a friend. Since it has started, it must be done from beginning to end and not give up halfway. Chuan Yi also noticed that Huo Wu was following him. Huo Wu's movements were still a little non-standard in his opinion, and because of some exhaustion, the movements began to deform. But Chuan Yi did not interrupt Huo Wu, but watched Huo Wu quietly. Then, he walked aside to exercise together. On a hot summer day, there were only 2 people on the playground. The hard training also became youthful and passionate because of the companions. 2 hours later, Chuan Yi had completed his task, but Huo Wu was still trying to keep up with Chuan Yi. She was now doing the 8th set, with only 10 pull-ups left. Huo Wu's soul power was almost exhausted, and her body had reached its true limit. Huo Wu was like being hung in the air, her hands were weak and a little shaky. Come on, Huo Wu, there are only 10 left. Chuan Yi clapped his hands vigorously, cheered loudly, and tried his best to cheer for Huo Wu. Chuan Yi had never howled so loudly, nor had he lost his composure so much. But Chuan Yi couldn't calm down, he just wanted to cheer for this girl who was trying to surpass her own limits. Huo Wu seemed to be encouraged by Chuan Yi's voice, and her somewhat scattered eyes lit up again, revealing a fierce fire in her eyes, as if she wanted to burn all obstacles to ashes. 10, 9, 8. Huo Wu was now dragging her body with her spirit. When the body reached its limit, only the spirit could continue to drive the body. This is not only a challenge to the limits of the body, but also a test of the spirit. 5, 4, almost there, almost there. The last three, the last three. Chuan Yi's palms are already red, showing how hard he is trying. Huo Wu's mind is now echoing with Chuan Yi's voice. Huo Wu did not expect Chuan Yi to have such a crazy side. It was a bit unexpected and funny. But after hearing Chuan Yi's encouragement, Huo Wu suddenly felt a surge of power in her heart. Huo Wu used this power to start the final sprint. 3, 2, 1. Success. This was the last sentence Huo Wu heard. After hearing this, Huo Wu was relieved, and then she fainted completely. Huo Wu loosened her hands weakly and fell straight down. Chuan Yi was prepared. He rushed up and hugged the falling Huo Wu steadily. Looking at Huo Wu who had fainted, Chuan Yi gently wiped the sweat off her face. Chapter 28 Tiger Roars in the Valley. Chuan Yi noticed that Huo Wu's palms had blisters from pull ups, and the blisters had burst. Besides, because burpees require support on the ground, the dust on the ground adheres to it, and the pain is self-evident. Chuan Yi took out the water bag and carefully washed Huo Wu's hands. After that, Chuan Yi took out a brand new short-sleeved shirt from the sole guide and tore it into strips. Then he wrapped the white cloth strips around the wound on Huo Wu's hand. After doing all this, Chuan Yi stared at Huo Wu lying on his chest, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. It's not that Chuan Yi is arrogant, he thinks that almost no one among his peers can get close to him, especially in terms of level, physical fitness and perseverance, no one can do what Chuan Yi is like. He has long surpassed his peers. However, Huo Wu relied on her perseverance to get one step closer to Chuan Yi. This made Chuan Yi see the possibility in Huo Wu. Huo Wu's talent is unquestionable, and coupled with the perseverance that Huo Wu showed today, Chuan Yi felt that if this excellent rough stone is polished a little, it will definitely emit a dazzling brilliance. After Chuan Yi pondered for a moment, he made up his mind and decided to help Huo Wu. Chuan Yi spread the torn short-sleeved shirt flat on the ground and put Huo Wu on the clothes. Then Kun Yi sat aside, took out the dried meat, and ate it while waiting for Huo Wu to wake up. A strong wind blew, and the trees around the playground made a sha sound, and the leaves were blown down by the strong wind. The fallen leaves drifted with the wind and blew in front of Kun Yi. The fallen leaves seemed to fall on Huo Wu, and Kun Yi subconsciously grabbed the leaves. Water. At this time, a hoarse voice sounded, and Huo Wu woke up from her deep sleep. Kun Yi quickly put the things in his hand into the heart of the sun, and then took out the water bag from it. Kun Yi opened the water bag, carefully helped Huo Wu up with his arms, handed the water bag to his mouth, and said softly, "Come on, drink slowly, remember not to drink too much at once." Huo Wu wanted to push Kun Yi away to drink water by herself, but her whole body was wailing, and her arms were even weaker, so she could only rely on Kun Yi's help. Kun Yi was still good at taking care of children. He was the oldest in the orphanage in his previous life, so he often helped the director take care of the children. Huo Wu had never been treated so gently by a boy. Her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, and her face felt like it was on fire. After drinking the water, she lowered her head shyly and said softly, "Thank you. You're welcome. Your body hasn't recovered yet. You can rest for a while." Huo Wu didn't show off, nor did she have the strength to show off. She lay down again and rested quietly. Huo Wu moved her fingers and found that her palms were wrapped in a layer of white cloth, and there was another white cloth under her body. Huo Wu realized that this was Chuan Yi's white short-sleeved shirt. She secretly sighed at Chuan Yi's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Huo Wu turned her head to Chuan Yi, only to see Chuan Yi picking up the jerky again, sitting aside and quietly chewing the jerky. "When did you start exercising?" Huo Wu asked curiously. "I started exercising 3 times a day when I was 2 years old, and I never stopped. But before I was 6, I practiced swimming. I started practicing these movements after my martial arts soul awakened." 2 years old. So early, Did your family force you to do it? No, I asked for it myself. Huo Wu was a little surprised. Why? What made you persist? Why? The answer is very simple. Chuan Yi did not answer immediately. He slowly closed his eyes, and an answer emerged in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, there was only the domineering arrogance in his eyes. The strongest. From the beginning to the end, I have only one goal, the strongest. Chuan Yi's tone was very calm, but there was an inexplicable momentum. Huo Wu was shocked by Chuan Yi's domineering attitude. The word strongest coming from Chuan Yi made her inexplicably convinced. Because Huo Wu felt that Chuan Yi could indeed become the strongest. But soon, Huo Wu felt as if her heart was ignited by Chuan Yi, and her blood was boiling. Huo Wu raised her arm tremblingly, clenched her fist, and stretched it towards Chuan Yi. Then you have to be careful. Because my goal is also the strongest. Huo Wu's eyes were burning with fire, and she looked into Chuan Yi's eyes without fear. Huo Wu's arrogant remarks surprised Chuan Yi, and he felt that his decision was not wrong. Huo Wu's performance exceeded his imagination. Ha 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 ha, very good, very good, very good. On the road to the strongest, wouldn't it be boring if there were no opponents? Chuan Yi clenched his fist and bumped fists with Huo Wu. Huo Wu couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. The two's childish laughter hovered over the playground, like a young tiger roaring in the valley. The sound was small, but it could shock all the beasts. Gurgle. Huo Wu's stomach made a loud sound. As expected of a young tiger, the sound in her stomach was also extraordinary. Huo Wu heard that the sound came from her stomach, and her face suddenly flushed. The heroic momentum just now was swept away, and she instantly turned back to the appearance of a little girl. Chuan Yi was also stunned by Huo Wu's transformation. Some people couldn't figure out which one was the real her. But the sound of her stomach meant that Huo Wu's body was beginning to recover, and her stomach reminded Huo Wu to take in energy through the sound. Chuan Yi took out his treasured soul beast jerky from the heart of the sun and handed it to Huo Wu. Here, try this. Huo Wu was a little surprised, but she didn't hesitate to take it and took a bite. I've wanted to try this jerky for a long time. The jerky was a little hard, which was Huo Wu's first feeling. Huo Wu tore off a piece with difficulty and chewed it slowly in her mouth. This jerky was simply seasoned with salt, and the meat was very tough, but as Huo Wu chewed hard, the aroma of the meat was slowly released, creating a unique taste. Moreover, its taste was even more delicious and full of flavor. Huo Wu felt you have to eat a bowl of rice with a piece of dried meat. What kind of meat is this? I have never eaten such delicious meat. Huo Wu asked in surprise. But at this time, Chuan Yi kept it a secret and said with a smile, eat a few more bites. Huo Wu was a little puzzled, but she didn't say much. It's just that her chewing speed was a little faster, because she was really hungry now. After a while, Huo Wu's expression changed from calm to surprise. As time went by, she could clearly feel a heat flow in her abdomen, and it was getting hotter and hotter. When the heat reached a certain height, the heat flow began to spread around, and soon the whole body was filled with heat flow. Huo Wu felt like taking a hot bath. Because of the heat flow, tiny beads of sweat appeared on Huo Wu's forehead. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi in surprise. Chuan Yi said with a smile, it seems that you have already felt it. This is my exclusive secret. I will give you a bargain today. Listen carefully, what you eat is the precious meat of 100-year soul beast. It has a powerful effect on repairing the body and enhancing physical fitness. After eating this, your body will be able to recover to the point where it can move. Huo Wu was so scared that she almost choked. Ahem, what, 100-year soul beast meat, how much does it cost? Huo Wu suddenly felt that the meat in her hand became heavy. Of course, this was just her psychological effect. Chuan Yi said nonchalantly, it's nothing, just the living expenses of an ordinary family for a few months. Huo Wu quickly calculated the value of the meat in her mind, and then thought of the dozens of meat jerky that Chuan Yi ate every day, and Huo Wu took a breath of cold air. Huo Wu is not short of money, on the contrary, she is very rich, and the pocket money given by her family is enough for her to enjoy it wantonly. But, that is not as good as the dozens of gold soul coins that Chuan Yi spends every day. Huo Wu stared at Chuan Yi's body. At this moment, Chuan Yi's body was no longer an ordinary body in her eyes, but a gold soul coin. Chuan Yi's body was a building made entirely of gold soul coins. Chapter 29 Brother's Mood. What's that look in your eyes? Seeing Huo Wu looking at him with a strange look, Chuan Yi asked with some restraint. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi's body unscrupulously. Your body is worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins, can't I take a look? Chuan Yi rolled his eyes at Huo Wu and said unhappily, don't be envious. It won't be long before you become a human worth tens of thousands. Ah! Huo Wu exclaimed. What? You have surpassed me? From now on, you will practice with me, and soul beast meat will be indispensable every day. You have got a great bargain. With me here, you don't have to look for channels anymore, and you can buy edible soul beast meat at a price lower than the market price. After saying this, Chuan Yi felt that he was really at a disadvantage. Huo Wu was a little stunned, and quickly analyzed Chuan Yi's meaning in her mind. Soon she seemed to understand something and said incredulously, you are aiding the enemy. Aren't you afraid that I will reveal your secret? Chuan Yi did not hesitate for a moment and replied calmly, you won't. Huo Wu was shocked and understood what Chuan Yi meant. This is 100% trust without a trace of doubt. But Huo Wu was not very happy in her heart. On the contrary, her heart was like carrying a huge burden, extremely heavy. You are really a lunatic. Huo Wu smiled bitterly. This is the real you. Huo Wu felt that she seemed to have seen the hidden side of Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi did not comment, but asked calmly, how about it, do you want to come with me? Chuan Yi's tone was calm and low, like a devil's whisper. However, just as Chuan Yi trusted Huo Wu also had 100% trust in Chuan Yi. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, Huo Wu felt that she had a deep understanding of Chuan Yi. Huo Wu felt that Chuan Yi had a magical power that was constantly attracting her. Okay, I'll go crazy with you once. Huo Wu didn't know whether her decision was right or not, but at this moment she just wanted to listen to the voice in her heart and throw herself into the arms of the devil. Chuan Yi got the answer, and a smile appeared on his calm face. Very good, worthy of the person I have chosen. However, don't be too happy too early, the exercise just now is just the beginning, and the real pain is still behind. After speaking, Chuan Yi stood up, put a jar of dried meat next to Huo Wu, turned around and walked away a few steps. Chuan Yi turned around again, facing Huo Wu, and said to her, watch this. Then, Chuan Yi's body twisted at an incredible angle as if he had no bones. This was Chuan Yi showing his stretching movements. So soft. People generally think that men with strong muscles have poor flexibility, but Chuan Yi is different. Each of his muscles is a combination of explosive power and flexibility. Huo Wu thinks her flexibility is not bad, but compared with Chuan Yi, it's nothing. Half an hour later, Chuan Yi was already sweating all over. This is a stretching exercise after exercise. Doing this will not only make the muscles recover faster, but also make the muscles tougher. It's just a little painful. When you return to the dormitory, you can also imitate my movements and stretch them well. Because Huo Wu was still wearing a skirt, Chuan Yi suggested that Huo Wu go back to the dormitory to do it. After teaching these, Chuan Yi taught her everything he knew. Okay, you should be able to leave now. The cafeteria should still be open now, let's go eat. Yeah, I'm hungry too. After eating a piece of dried meat and resting for such a long time, Huo Wu's body has almost recovered. Huo Wu stood up, picked up the white shirt on the ground, and patted the dust on it. Huo Wu noticed that the bandage on her hand was torn from the short-sleeved shirt. However, Huo Wu did not return it to Chuan Yi, but took it in her own hand. Huo Wu felt that Chuan Yi was more careful than girls, just like the bow on the bandage and the white short-sleeved shirt under her body. This contrast in Chuan Yi made Chuan Yi more attractive. Huo Wu quickly followed Chuan Yi and walked beside Chuan Yi. Her shoulders were getting closer and closer, almost touching Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi, no, I will call you Xiao Yi from now on. You can also call me Xiao Wu from now on. My family will call me that. Okay. In fact, my family also calls me Xiao Yi. By the way, what is your Wu? Is it the number 5? No, it's the Wu of dancing. Don't forget it. Okay. The two walked slowly towards the cafeteria. When they arrived at the cafeteria, there were only a few people in the cafeteria, and the peak period had long passed. As soon as the two walked up to the second floor, an angry voice rang out. Xiao Wu! Where did you go? Huo Wuxuan walked towards the two men aggressively. When Huo Wu saw Huo Wuxuan, she was immediately shocked and hid behind Chuan Yi in panic. Oh no, I forgot about it. In fact, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuan had agreed to meet in the cafeteria at noon. But because of Chuan Yi's matter, they completely forgot about it. Chuan Yi reacted quickly and immediately said, Senior, we were delayed for some time because of cultivation. Huo Wu didn't mean it. Huo Wuxuan didn't mean to get angry, he was just a little worried about Huo Wu. Huo Wuxuan saw Huo Wu hiding behind Chuan Yi, carefully poked his head out, and looked at him with an apologetic look. Seeing the nervous Huo Wu, Huo Wuxuan's anger was immediately relieved, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu, come out, remember not to make me worry next time. Huo Wu smiled and walked to Huo Wuxuan, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, I'm sorry, I won't do it next time. Huo Wuxuan had no way to deal with Huo Wu's coquettishness, and could only smile and reply, okay, I forgive you. You don't have to take it to heart, I'm just a little worried, I don't mean to get angry with you. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat eased, Chuan Yi immediately came out to smooth things over and said, haha, I see that everyone hasn't eaten yet, why don't we have a meal together? Huo Wuxuan turned his gaze to Chuan Yi, and his gentle eyes suddenly changed, full of anger. Huo Wuxuan stared fiercely at the boy who kidnapped his sister. Chuan Yi scratched his head and could only smile awkwardly. Did you kidnap my sister? Huo Wuxuan said very impolitely. Huo Wu heard it and hurriedly defended Chuan Yi, brother, what are you talking about? It's not his fault. It's all my fault. However, this sentence not only failed to calm Huo Wuxuan's anger, but aggravated it. Huo Wuxuan's eyes seemed to want to swallow Chuan Yishan. Chuan Yi's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, aren't you fanning the flames? I just defended you with good intentions, and you actually want to hurt me. When Huo Wu said this, Chuan Yi felt that he had become a scumbag who deceived the little girl. It was as if the little girl's brother came to the door and wanted to teach the scumbag a lesson, but the little girl actually defended the scumbag. In this case, the brother would definitely be even more angry. Just like Huo Wuxuan, Huo Wuxuan's breathing became rapid. If Huo Wu hadn't held his arm, he would have rushed up to question him well. Huo Wu was unaware of this, and just smiled and said, brother, let's eat quickly. If we don't eat, the cafeteria will be closed. After saying that, Huo Wu happily pulled Huo Wuxuan to get food. She was very hungry now and just wanted to eat quickly. Hey! Seeing Huo Wuxuan being pulled away by Huo Wu, Chuan Yi wiped his cold sweat with a guilty conscience. He felt guilty because his behavior could indeed be considered kidnapping. Besides, as a brother in a large family, he understood Huo Wuxuan's feelings very well, and even felt the same way. If Chuan Yi found that a boy suddenly appeared next to his sister, and his sister was very attached to him, he would definitely be alert. Chapter 30 Both an opponent and a friend. In the quiet cafeteria, only 3 people sat at the table. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu ate with relish, but Huo Wuxuan did not move his chopsticks for a long time. Tell me, what kind of practice would make your hands look like this? Huo Wuxuan looked at Huo Wu's bandaged hands and questioned with some heartache. Huo Wu swallowed the food quickly and raised her hands nonchalantly, acting very relaxed. She said with a smile, it's nothing, I just didn't accept it, so I followed Chuan Yi to exercise, but I didn't expect it to be too difficult and hurt my hand. Huo Wuxuan sighed and said helplessly, I know you have been competitive since you were a child, but you should be moderate in not accepting defeat. It is not advisable to damage your body. Huo Wu nodded heavily, indicating that she understood. I understand things. Huo Wuxuan looked at Chuan Yi with some guilt, and apologized solemnly, sorry, Chuan Yi, our Xiao Wu has caused you trouble. I apologize for my rude behavior to you just now. Chuan Yi saw that the other party was so sincere, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, senior, it's okay, I can understand that, and Xiao Wu didn't cause me any trouble. That's good, that's good. Huo Wuxuan was relieved to see that Chuan Yi didn't care. Chuan Yi, you also saw that my sister has such a personality. I hope you can be more tolerant in the future. Huo Wuxuan was worried about Huo Wu. Huo Wuxuan understood that Chuan Yi was completely targeted by Huo Wu. Huo Wuxuan also knew Huo Wu's personality. Chuan Yi would definitely have a hard time in the future. Huo Wuxuan couldn't do anything with Huo Wu, so Huo Wuxuan could only ask Chuan Yi to bear Huo Wu more. Okay, senior, don't worry. We will be classmates in the future. It is natural for us to tolerate and understand each other. Chuan Yi answered Huo Wuxuan very seriously. Huo Wuxuan saw Chuanyi so mature and steady, and his heart was completely relieved. He suddenly felt that Huo Wu was lucky to meet a classmate like Chuanyi. Being both an opponent and a friend, with such a classmate, perhaps college life will be much more interesting. I feel relieved when you say that. You guys continue to eat. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Huo Wuxuan got up and was about to leave. Wait, brother, you haven't told me why you asked to meet at noon. Huo Wu saw Huo Wuxuan was about to leave, and hurriedly grabbed his arm and asked. Nothing, just want to see if you can adapt to college life, but seeing that you can eat so much, there should be no problem. I haven't touched my portion yet, if you are not full, you can eat it together. Huo Wuxuan raised the corner of his mouth and teased Huo Wu that she ate a lot. Huo Wu glared at Huo Wuxuan in anger. Let's go. After saying hello to Chuanyi and Huo Wu, Huo Wuxuan left the cafeteria. Chuanyi watched Huo Wuxuan leave, and felt a little envious of Huo Wu. He envied Huo Wu for having a reliable brother, which Chuanyi never had. However, Huo Wu didn't seem to think so. After Huo Wuxuan completely left her sight, Huo Wu immediately took the remaining portion of Huo Wuxuan in front of her and couldn't wait to eat it. Chuanyi looked at Huo Wu with some amusement, and cursed in his heart, you really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. After eating, the two walked side by side on the way back to the dormitory. I'm so full. Huo Wu touched her slightly bulging abdomen, with a satisfied expression on her face. Huo Wu didn't tell Huo Wuxuan about the soul beast meat just now, which made Chuanyi very satisfied. Remember to stretch when you go back. Chuanyi saw that Huo Wu was too relaxed, so he reminded her specially. I know, I won't forget it. Huo Wu felt that Chuanyi treated her like a child, and pushed Chuanyi's shoulder with some dissatisfaction. Chuanyi ignored her, but took out a jar of soul beast meat from the heart of the sun and handed it to Huo Wu. Huo Wu's face became solemn, and she carefully took the jar from Chuanyi's hand. There is about a week's supply in it. If it's not enough, you can ask me for it again. Of course, it's not free, you need to pay. Finally, I want to remind you that cultivation is your own business. I won't supervise you, nor will I teach you anything specifically. Everything depends on you. Chuanyi's words were very heavy, and they sounded cold and ruthless, but Chuanyi had helped Huo Wu a lot, and the next step would depend on Huo Wu's own performance. That's exactly what I want. Just wait, I'll catch up with you soon. Huo Wu's eyes were shining, and she looked confident. Haha, I hope your confidence can last longer. Chuanyi chuckled. The arrogant side of Chuanyi was exposed to Huo Wu without any disguise. Okay, we're almost at the dormitory. I'll go back first. Seeing that the freshman dormitory was in sight, Chuanyi also said goodbye to Huo Wu. Well, bye. Huo Wu replied. When Chuanyi returned to the dormitory, he did not take a shower as usual, but took out the plan as soon as possible. He wanted to modify his plan. Today, after Chuanyi went to the simulated environment training field of the college, he felt that it was urgent to modify the plan. The effect of simulated training exceeded Chuanyi's imagination. If he trained directly in the simulated environment at night, the growth rate of soul power would be greatly improved. This is a good thing, but it will also bring a problem. Chuanyi's physical fitness will improve slower than his soul power. That is to say, when Chuanyi breaks through level 20, Chuanyi's body is still in an unfinished stage. This is because the current training plan is based on the original soul power growth rate. But now Chuanyi can only increase the difficulty of physical exercise to make the body cooperate with the growth of soul power. Chuanyi really feels that he has to take another step forward. He looked at the original schedule and kept thinking about how to modify it. After all, if he rashly increased the amount of exercise, Chuanyi's body would not be able to bear it, which would affect the cultivation of soul power. It is not easy for Chuanyi to find the balance between physical exercise and meditation practice. Chuanyi is thinking hard. At this time, Huo Wu on the other side had also returned to the dormitory. When Huo Wu returned to the dormitory, the first thing she saw was herself in the mirror. The beautiful dress was a little wrinkled. This dress witnessed her madness. Huo Wu gently stroked the wrinkles on the dress and murmured with some heartache, "This is my favorite one." Although it was a little distressing, it also reminded Huo Wu of the scene in the playground at noon. Thinking back to that scene, Huo Wu's heart would inexplicably ignite endless fighting spirit. She decisively took off the dress and walked into the bathroom naked. She did not forget Chuan Yi's instructions. She locked the bathroom door and filled the bathtub with hot water in advance. Then, recalling Chuan Yi's movements, she learned it in a similar way. However, Huo Wu just tried it, and because of the severe pain, she couldn't help but exclaimed, and her arm fell down again. It hurts. This is what Huo Wu thought at the moment. These movements are specially designed to stretch the most tired muscles. Each movement is aimed at the most painful part. Thinking back to how Chuan Yi could finish the exercise without changing her expression, Huo Wu cursed in her heart, what a pervert. Huo Wu concentrated her mind and regrouped, thinking that it was better to suffer a short pain than a long one, and she wanted to pass it in one go. However, there were wailing sounds in the bathroom. Ah, so cool. Half an hour later, Huo Wu barely finished a set. Although it was painful, she also truly felt the soreness after stretching. Then, Huo Wu staggered into the steaming hot tub. The warm feeling instantly enveloped Huo Wu, and Huo Wu felt that all the fatigue and pain dissipated at this moment. While dazed, Huo Wu fell asleep. Chapter 31 The Plan of Blazing Academy. On the other side, in the principal's office, the middle-aged red-haired man and the black-haired man were talking. The red-haired man solemnly asked, "How is the quality of the new students this semester?" The black-haired man respectfully replied, "In recent years, the number and quality of students have been increasing year by year. This year, 2 peerless geniuses have joined our academy, including the dean's daughter, Huo Wu." The red-haired man is Huo Wu's father and the dean of Blazing Fire Academy, Huo Wu. And the black-haired man is the dean of the junior academy, Shui Yuan. Huo Wuxuan heard that in addition to Huo Wu, there was another genius soul master joining the academy, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "What's the situation with the other student?" Huo Wuxi asked. When mentioning Chuan Yi, Shui Yuan was also excited. "The other student is Chuan Yi, martial soul, fiery sun gauntlet, which is a rare mutant martial soul. And he is also a rare innate full soul power in 100 years. Innate full soul power." Huo Wuxuan stood up excitedly, his eyes wide open, and then suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, full soul power, God bless my Shuo Academy." Huo Wuxi came to the junior college for 2 purposes, one was to visit his daughter, and the other was to inspect the implementation of the plan. This plan is to train various types of fire attribute soul masters. In short, it is to train various types of soul masters such as fire strong attack, fire sensitive attack, and fire control field. When it comes to elemental students, people actually think of the extreme flow. That is, the soul master's ability only develops in a single direction and exerts the ability of a single direction to the extreme. But over the years, including other colleges of Shuo Academy, they have gradually realized the upper limit of the extreme flow. Especially in the elite competition of advanced soul masters across the continent, teams that combine the extreme flow and the balanced flow began to emerge, while the extreme flow gradually fell into a disadvantage. In order to change this situation, Shuo Academy intends to train students who meet the requirements from scratch. Before, students who came to Shuo Academy from other junior and intermediate colleges were all following the old path of the extreme flow, which has been completely finalized and cannot be changed. They have been planning for this for a long time, including the introduction of the flame vein and the recruitment of more young teachers, all in preparation for this. More fire attribute soul masters will help to subdivide the soul master categories, and young teachers will be more receptive to new teaching methods. This plan has been carried out for several years, but it has already achieved initial results. Huo Wuxi also began to look forward to the day when he would show his results, especially the appearance of Huo Wu, which greatly boosted his confidence. But unexpectedly, there was a bigger surprise hidden in it. Innate full soul power, a talent that every soul master dreams of. When Huo Wuxi heard that a person with innate full soul power appeared in the Divine Wind Academy, he was very jealous of them. Unexpectedly, a person with innate full soul power also appeared in the Blazing Fire Academy. "Do you know the origin of this Chuan Yi?" Huo Wuxi asked. "I don't know, but you should know her mother. Solinger is an alumnus of our Blazing Fire Academy." Shui Yuan replied. "Solinger is actually her son. Solinger once represented the Blazing Fire Academy in the Advanced Soul Master competition, so Huo Wuxi certainly knew Solinger." After hearing this, Huo Wuxuan felt relieved. Huo Wuxi told Shui Yuan very seriously, "Xiao Yuan, your task is very heavy, especially for this class of freshmen, you must train them well. Maybe in this generation, our Huo Academy can achieve great achievements that our predecessors have never achieved. Shui Yuan also graduated from Huo Academy. He has a deep affection for Huo Academy and has this dream in his heart. Shui Yuan replied excitedly. Don't worry, Dean. All the teachers in our academy are ready. Okay, okay, okay. Huo Wuxi said with he patted his shoulders 3 times. His heart was full of expectations for the future. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Come in. Hearing someone knocking on the door, the two calmed down again and sat back on the chair. Hello, Dean, Dad, I'm here. The person who came was Huo Wushuan. Wushuan, where is Xiao Wu? Huo Wuxi asked Huo Wushuan. She had a competition with a freshman and got a little injured, so I let her go back to rest. What? Xiao Wu is injured. Who dared to bully Xiao Wu? I'm going to teach him a lesson. Dad's temper is the same as his son's, the same irritability, the same doting on Huo Wu. Huo Wuxi was furious, his eyes wide open, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Huo Wushuan looked at his father as if he was looking at himself. He hurriedly comforted him, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Huo Wushuan quickly told his father about Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. It seems that our Xiao Wu has met her match. Huo Wuxi was in a good mood after listening to Huo Wushuan's explanation. Especially when he heard the news that Chuan Yi and Huo Wu had become friends, Huo Wuxi was surprised, but he also felt that it was reasonable. The world of soul masters is very cruel. The strong only talk to the strong. Huo Wuxi was worried that Huo Wu would not make friends in the academy, but now he doesn't have to worry about this problem anymore. However, Huo Wuxi still has to check for Huo Wu. Wushuan, what kind of person is Chuan Yi in your heart? Huo Wushuan carefully recalled his memories of Chuan Yi, from punching Sunji to today's meeting. Although the time was short, it was impressive. I think he is a simple and direct person. This is Huo Wushuan's most direct impression of Chuan Yi. After hearing this, Huo Wuxi was thoughtful. Simple and direct, interesting. Wushuan, let them take their own course. However, you have to check for her. Huo Wuxi chose to wait and see for the time being. After all, there was still a long time, so there was no need to rush. Just take it as it comes. On the other hand, Huo Wu did not know that her father had been to the academy. From that night, Huo Wu began to circle around Chuan Yi. However, she did not disturb Chuan Yi, but observed Chuan Yi carefully. She was learning and thinking. Chuan Yi was very pleased with Huo Wu's performance, because Huo Wu did not blindly imitate Chuan Yi, but was exploring her own path. Chuan Yi did not drive her away, but tacitly accepted Huo Wu's existence. Even when practicing boxing, Chuan Yi did not drive her away. The two never communicated during practice, and when they did communicate, they did not talk much about practice. On the one hand, they kept close, and on the other hand, they maintained a certain tension. It corresponds to the sentence, both opponents and friends. 2 days later, Huo Wu also started her own training plan. Huo Wu's training focus is different from Chuan Yi's. Her martial soul, the Hokage martial soul, does not require Huo Wu to have a strong physical fitness. Therefore, Huo Wu did not choose running and burpees as her morning and noon training programs like Chuan Yi. The rest of the time, she either meditates or practices martial soul skills. Chuan Yi watched Huo Wu get on the right track, and Chuan Yi no longer paid attention to Huo Wu. Morning and afternoon are the few rest times for Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi usually reads in the dormitory. Chuan Yi reads very quickly and can usually finish a book in one day. The book by Yu Xiaogang was read several times by him. The various data proofs and inference logic in it are even more inspiring to Chuan Yi. However, Chuan Yi did not lose his mind. He did not simply believe any conclusion. Chuan Yi is also constantly learning other martial soul knowledge. He learns unfamiliar knowledge in a critical way. Therefore, when Chuan Yi reads, he will write down the parts he does not understand, and then analyze them after consulting relevant materials. However, the more Chuan Yi studied, the more excited he became. Countless types of soul beasts, countless types of martial souls, multiplying the two will bring countless possibilities. The wonderful world of soul masters is slowly coming to Chuan Yi. Chapter 32 Freshman Admission Ceremony. Chuan Family Boutique. Young Master, I have already taken care of the things you asked me to do before. That Sunji comes from a baron family. Sunji is the most talented one in their family. I have already warned him. Chuan Yi nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Uncle Ying has worked hard. Chuan Ying handed the information in his hand to Chuan Yi. Moreover, there were some books on the table in front of Chuan Yi, which were the works of Yu Xiaogang. Kuan began to explain, these are the information we have collected about Yu Xiaogang. I can give you a brief introduction. Yu Xiaogang, a former member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, left the family when he was young and joined the Spirit Hall. Later, he left the Spirit Hall and formed the Golden Iron Triangle with Flanders and Lu Erlong, making a great name in the Spirit Master world. However, Yu Xiaogang left the Iron Triangle soon after and is now wandering alone in the Tiandu Empire. This person has only half a level of innate spirit power, and he failed to break through to level 30 before the age of 20. Yu Xiaogang's current spirit power level is level 29. As Yu Xiaogang with his life and experiences revealed to Chuan Yi, the image of Yu Xiaogang in Chuan Yi's mind became more and more full. Chuan Yi's evaluation of Yu Xiaogang is a lonely and helpless crazy researcher. Chuan Yi has always had a question for Yu Xiaogang, that is, why not verify the accuracy of the theory himself? However, after hearing about this person's talent, Chuan Yi completely understood. Yu Xiaogang couldn't prove it even if he wanted to. When he proposed the theory, he might have obtained the second soul ring. Sad, lamentable. Chuan Yi's curiosity about Yu Xiaogang reached its peak, not only because the other party was knowledgeable, but also because the other party had a heart that was unwilling to be lonely. A small great soul master dared to challenge the theorem of the entire soul master world, and the soul master world has not been able to refute Yu Xiaogang's theory so far. Is there anything more passionate than this? Chuan Yi asked Chuan Ying, Uncle Ying, can you find this person's whereabouts? Chuan Ying pondered for a moment and replied, no problem, but it will take some time. Don't disturb him after you find him, report to me immediately. Chuan Yi's purpose of looking for Yu Xiaogang was very simple, just to discuss some issues with him. Chuan Yi actually had some shocking ideas in his mind, but Chuan Yi couldn't find someone to discuss with. He wanted to ask the master of this world to see how he thought. Okay, I will follow the young master's orders. Chuan Ying bowed respectfully to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi stood up, put all the information and books on the table into the heart of the sun, and prepared to leave the store. He came here for two purposes today. One was to instruct Chuan Ying to increase the amount of soul beast meat for one person, and the other was Yu Xiaogang. The matter of soul beast meat had been properly ordered, and adding another person's soul beast meat was simply a piece of cake for Chuan Ying, just a matter of adding some money. Chuan Ying wanted to accompany him, but Chuan Yi refused and said, no, Uncle Ying, you are busy with your business. I will leave first. After that, Chuan Yi left the Quanjia boutique. The next morning, Chuan Yi slowly opened his eyes in the dormitory. Today is the freshman entrance ceremony, so Chuan Yi rarely went to the mimicry training field last night. Chuan Yi changed into the school uniform distributed by the college, a set of golden red school uniform. Chuan Yi looked at the school uniform on his body and felt very uncomfortable, especially, this color was too conspicuous. It can only be said that it is worthy of Huo College. Freshmen need to gather at the door of the freshman dormitory, and then go to the entrance ceremony together. So when Chuan Yi arrived at the door, the originally quiet morning was replaced by the noisy noise of the students. Chuan Yi. Not far away, Huo Wu's shout came. This move made everyone's eyes focus on Huo Wu. It's no wonder that Huo Wu's height and appearance make her every move attract everyone's attention. In this regard, Chuan Yi is the same. Chuan Yi ignored the reactions around him, his eyes fell on Huo Wu. Putting on the school uniform, Huo Wu looked more youthful. Chuan Yi waved his hand, then walked straight to Huo Wu. You look pretty good in the school uniform. You can also try to wear other clothes at ordinary times. Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi changed his clothes for the first time, and a look of appreciation flashed in her eyes. The golden red school uniform greatly enhanced Chuan Yi's temperament. His strong body stretched the school uniform very tight. School uniform thug, seeing Chuan Yi, his mind would involuntarily associate this sentence. Oh, those clothes can't be worn many times, it's a waste of money to buy them. Chuan Yi was also helpless. His body grew too fast, and the clothes would soon be out of wear. Therefore, in his opinion, buying clothes is a waste of money. It's better to wear white short-sleeved shirts and black shorts. Even if the clothes are too small, Chuan Yi can throw them away without any regrets. Doesn't that mean you can buy more clothes every month? If the clothes are too small, you can buy new styles. Huo Wu's perspective is different from Chuan Yi's. Chuan Yi has seen Huo Wu's wealth before. She can buy soul beast meat worth hundreds of gold soul coins. Although he guessed that Huo Wu's family was rich, he never thought that Huo Wu herself had so much money. Chuan Yi could only complain in his heart, rich man. The teacher's voice came at this time. Let's go, the teacher is calling us to line up. Huo Wu heard the teacher's call and directly pulled Chuan Yi to line up. The two stood side by side at the front. At this time, Huo Wu would be glad that Chuan Yi was there, otherwise, Huo Wu would be very conspicuous. The group followed the teacher's lead and came to the main playground of the college. The freshman entrance ceremony is participated by all students. Therefore, hundreds of people stood neatly in the playground, which reminded Chuan Yi of his elementary school days. It didn't take long for the freshman entrance ceremony to officially begin. Izumi Ichi thought that this freshman entrance ceremony was the same as in his previous life, with an old dean standing in front of all the teachers and students, saying some boring and meaningless words. But soon Izumi Ichi changed his mind. I saw a young man standing on the rostrum. Izumi Ichi stood in the first row and could see his face clearly. He looked only in his 30s, very young. The young man walked to the center of the rostrum and began to speak to all the teachers and students. Classmates, teachers, hello. First of all, let me introduce myself to all the freshmen. I am the dean of this college, Shui Yuan. On behalf of the college, I welcome all the freshmen. Let me briefly introduce the achievements of our college. In recent years, due to the existence of the simulated environment training field, the graduation rate of our college has been increasing. Moreover, more and more young soul masters have joined the teaching team of our college. Every student can receive high-quality teaching from teachers in this college. Therefore, I can assure you that in the next 6 years, you will spend a fulfilling and happy college life here. Shui Yuan was confident and generous, and Shui Yuan's description of the college made all the freshmen full of expectations for the future. Looking at the high-spirited dean, Chuan Yi also felt a sense of identity with this college. Chapter 33 Self-Introduction. Shui Yuan's eyes stayed on Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, but soon moved away. Looking at the two, Shui Yuan was full of confidence. Shui Yuan is in his prime, and he is at the age of wanting to make great achievements. At this moment, there is also a flame burning in his heart. Everyone, the college is in the midst of change, and our college is also growing with everyone. I hope that all students can encourage each other. After that, Shui Yuan bowed deeply to the rostrum. Shui Yuan's speech was brief and powerful, and contained earnest advice to the students. The applause from the students was endless. Shui Yuan stepped down from the rostrum, and the senior students, led by their teachers, walked into the teaching building. The freshmen were left on the playground. Not long after, 6 teachers walked to the playground. The leader was a short woman who looked only in her early 30s. Wearing a teacher's uniform, although she was small, her eyes were very sharp, and the timid students didn't even dare to look directly into her eyes. The female teacher passed the other teachers and walked to the front. The female teacher straightened her chest and showed a voice that didn't match her body shape. Hello everyone, I am the head teacher of the first class of freshmen, my name is Bai Yan. Next, I will announce the list of students in the first class. Students whose names are read, please shout here. Then, stand in front of me. All the students stared at Bai Yan, because they all knew what the first class represented. In simple terms, the first class is the genius class of the academy. Being selected by the first class means that their talents are recognized by the academy. Even students who think they have no chance want to see who can be selected. Chuan Yi. Here. The first name is Chuan Yi. Everyone looked at Chuan Yi with an expression as expected. Chuan Yi is somewhat well known among the freshmen. A level 15 punched a level 19 away, and because of this incident, Chuan Yi's reputation began to emerge. But some people with good intentions found out that Chuan Yi was a freshman and spread the news. When this news came out, it shocked the entire academy. Since then, whenever Chuan Yi appears in a crowded place, passers-by will watch. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu looked at each other, and then walked to Bai Yan's side. Huo Wu. Here. The second one is Huo Wu. Huo Wu walked out of the queue and stood next to Chuan Yi. Huo Wu was also known by other freshmen because she often appeared next to Chuan Yi. They didn't expect that Huo Wu's talent was so good. Do geniuses only play with geniuses? They could only yearn in their hearts. Wan Sheng. Here. Wang Ying. Here. The above is the full list of the first class members. Students of the first class, follow me to the classroom. Soon, Bai Yan announced the list. When Bai Yan finished, Chuan Yi found that the number of students was less than 1/6 of the total number of freshmen. That is to say, the first class adopts the method of merit-based admission. Only those who meet the standards will be selected, and those who do not meet the standards will be eliminated directly. Although it is a bit cruel, this is the reality of Douluo continent. Bai Yan walked in front and led a group of students to leave the playground first. The surrounding students looked at the people who left with envy. Walking into the classroom, there were more than a dozen tables and chairs in the classroom, which just matched the number of students in the first class. Go find your seat, there is a white paper with your name on it. Bai Yan walked up to the podium and asked the students to find their own seats. Chuan Yi found that his seat was in the last row by the window, and Huo Wu's seat was right next to him. Chuan Yi looked around and realized that they were arranged by height. Tall people sat in the back, and short people sat in the front. Huo Wu saw that her seat was next to Chuan Yi, and a smile appeared on her face. We will be desk mates in the future. Huo Wu patted Chuan Yi's shoulder and said happily. Chuan Yi's mouth corners also curled up unconsciously. Bai Yan, standing on the podium, saw that everyone was sitting in their seats, and began to introduce himself. Ahem, be quiet. For the next 6 years, I will be the head teacher of the first class. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bai Yan, Martial Soul, Redneck Crane, a 44th level agility attack soul master. 4 soul rings suddenly appeared behind Bai Yan, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. As Bai Yan released the soul rings, a powerful force swept over everyone. The short and cute teacher suddenly changed to a stern look, which made people nervous. Bai Yan saw that everyone started to sit up straight and nodded with satisfaction. Today is not a formal class. The main purpose of letting everyone today is to get to know each other. I have introduced myself, and it is your turn to introduce yourself. Bai Yan pointed to the little girl in the front row near the corridor. Wang Ying, you sit in the first seat, let's start from the beginning. Wang Ying is a petite little girl. She was suddenly called by the teacher, and she was a little nervous. My name is Wang Ying, my martial spirit is the Fire Fang Cat, and I am a level 6 soul warrior. Please take care of me. After saying that, Wang Ying sat down quickly. Chuan Yi could see from behind that Wang Ying's ears turned red. Chuan Yi understood Wang Ying's feelings, but self-introduction is a process that every student cannot avoid. However, self-introduction is indeed very effective. Through self-introduction, Chuan Yi understood the level and martial spirit of other students. Everyone's soul power level is similar, but no one is lower than level 6. As expected of a genius class, the talents are very good. Level 6 is already a soul saint. While Chuan Yi was thinking, it was Huo Wu's turn. Huo Wu stood up confidently with a slight smile on her face. My name is Huo Wu, Martial Soul, Naruto, 13th level 1 Ring Soul Master. Yellow light emerged from under Huo Wu. Oh my god! A male classmate was shocked by Huo Wu's level and soul ring, and couldn't help but swear. Chuan Yi was also startled by Huo Wu's sudden move. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Huo Wu calmly took back the soul ring and sat down. However, after Huo Wu sat down, she stared at Chuan Yi with a provocative look on her face. Huo Wu deliberately released the soul ring so that Chuan Yi would show it later. Chuan Yi ignored Huo Wu and stood up calmly. Chuan Yi, Martial Soul, Blazing Sun Gauntlet, Level 15 One Ring Soul Master. A deep yellow light instantly enveloped the entire class, and a yellow soul ring appeared under Chuan Yi's feet. Chuan Yi's soul ring was very dark in color, especially after seeing Huo Wu's soul ring, the difference was even more obvious. Everyone was speechless at Chuan Yi's level and soul ring, and could only stare at Chuan Yi in amazement. Chuan Yi imitated Huo Wu's expression and sat down calmly. Pa Pa. Teacher Bai Yan quickly came to his senses, clapped his hands, and attracted everyone's attention. I think everyone has a basic understanding of the classmates. You will be a whole in the future, and I hope you can help each other in the future. Finally, there is a small task for you to complete. There is a white paper with your name on your desk. There is a small question on the back of the paper. Write your answer on the back, and then you can leave the classroom. Chuan Yi turned over the white paper with his name on it, and saw a line of words on the back. Please write down the direction of your own training, such as the strong attack system, the defense system, etc. Chapter 34 Training Direction. Training Direction. Chuan Yi glanced at teacher Bai Yan, but the teacher was resting with his eyes closed. Chuan Yi looked around again, and everyone seemed a little confused, but the students quickly wrote down the answers. Then, they handed the paper to the teacher and walked out of the classroom. Huo Wu, who was standing by, also quickly wrote down the answer and turned the white paper over. Huo Wu also glanced at Chuan Yi, signaling him to hurry up. Chuan Yi had a clear answer in his mind, the strong attack system. However, the teacher's behavior made Chuan Yi a little confused. The biggest doubt was whether this question was asked too early. Now that the class has not even officially started, everyone is still a 6-year-old child. The direction of training is likely to change with age. It may also change according to the effects of the soul skills obtained later. What's the point of asking everyone about the direction of training so early? Hey, what are you thinking about? Haven't you finished writing yet? Huo Wu on the side urged Chuan Yi in a low voice. Chuan Yi finally got rid of his thoughts. Chuan Yi immediately wrote the 3 words strong attack system on the paper, and then handed it in with Huo Wu. Teacher Bai Yan was still calm and didn't care whether the students left or not. Chuan Yi took Huo Wu to bow to the teacher and left the classroom. As soon as he left the classroom, Huo Wu couldn't wait to ask, Xiao Yi, what did you write? I wrote the strong attack system, what about you? Hehe, I wrote the control system, which just restrains your strong attack system. Huo Wu raised her head proudly and said with some complacency. Although my physical fitness is not as good as man, if we really fight, the outcome is not certain. Huo Wu cares a lot about winning or losing, especially the victory or loss with Chuan Yi. Huo Wu has been practicing hard these days, and her strength is improving at a visible speed. Huo Wu feels that although there is still a gap in soul power level, in battle, the control system restrains the strong attack system, so Huo Wu feels that the outcome is still hard to determine. Chuan Yi did not comment but smiled and nodded. By the way, what is your impression of teacher Bai Yan? Chuan Yi naturally changed the topic and asked Huo Wu what she thought of Bai Yan. Huo Wu's attention was successfully diverted to teacher Bai Yan by Chuan Yi. Huo Wu put her hand on her chin, lowered her head and thought for a while, then spoke. Teacher Bai Yan, you are very strong and young. I have no objection to teacher Bai Yan being our class teacher. Huo Wu paid attention to the teacher's strength. A soul master at the soul sect level can even be the principal of an ordinary junior soul master academy. Huo Wu felt that a soul sect at level 40 was a bit of a waste of talent and had no dissatisfaction. Well, that's true, but didn't you notice other details? What details? Huo Wu widened her eyes and looked at Chuan Yi in confusion. In the playground, when the teacher called our names, she never looked at the list or the slip. She memorized all our names. What's the big deal? There are only a dozen students in our first class, and they can be memorized in a few minutes. Huo Wu felt that Chuan Yi was making a fuss. No, there's one more thing. When introducing herself, teacher Bai Yan called out Wang Ying's name at once. Although they met for the first time today, the teacher had already memorized the students' faces and names. Chuan Yi told Huo Wu the details of his observation. Huo Wu felt something was wrong when she heard Chuan Yi's analysis. Yeah, I just realized it now. Could it be that the teacher has a good memory? Chuan Yi continued to explain, good memory and remembering are 2 different things. Just like good talent and strong strength are 2 different things. If the teacher has no intention to remember, then she can't remember all the faces and names of the students at once. Teacher Bai Yan's behavior means that she is a very responsible teacher. Huo Wu finally understood the point that Chuan Yi wanted to express. This has nothing to do with whether the memory is good or not, but whether the teacher is attentive. You observe very carefully. Huo Wu exclaimed. This is not the first time Huo Wu has felt Chuan Yi's carefulness. This tall and strong man is actually more careful than anyone else. Nothing, just look more carefully than others. Chuan Yi scratched his head embarrassedly after being praised by Huo Wu. Let's go, today ends earlier than expected, it's still in time to exercise now. Chuan Yi saw that it was still early, and invited Huo Wu to exercise. Okay. On the other side, in the classroom of the first class. All the students left the classroom, leaving only teacher Bai Yan. She was flipping through the blank papers handed in by the students one by one. Bai Yan's expression was a little solemn. Strong attack department. Strong attack department. Strong attack department. Most of the students wrote strong attack department. Only Huo Wu wrote control department, and a small number of them wrote I don't know. As Chuan Yi analyzed, Bai Yan had indeed memorized the names of all the members of the first class. Not only that, she also remembered the ages of all the students. And martial spirit. In her opinion, many students' martial spirits are not suitable for the strong attack system. Even if they are the same fire attribute soul masters, their development direction should be different according to the characteristics of their martial spirits. However, the powerful power of the fire attribute has been deeply engraved in the minds of the world. The gorgeous flames blinded everyone's eyes, causing most fire attribute soul masters to develop towards the strong attack system. Therefore, it is normal for everyone to make such a choice. However, the situation has changed now, and Bai Yan needs to change the students' blind thinking. This small survey is in order to better understand the students' situation and lay a good foundation for future teaching. Bai Yan put away the other white papers and kept the white papers with Chuan Yi and Huo Wu written on them. Bai Yan turned the paper over and found the control department and the strong attack department. Bai Yan had no opinion on Chuan Yi's choice of the strong attack department. Even if she was asked to choose, she would choose the strong attack department. These two people are peerless geniuses. Facing these two people, even the dean of Shuo Academy would feel a lot of pressure. Not to mention Bai Yan. However, it is gratifying that the relationship between Chuan Yi and Huo Wu seems to be very good. This will be of great help to her future teaching arrangements. Bai Yan realized that these two people will be the axis of the future Shuo Academy team. One control, one strong attack. If these two can cooperate with each other and trust each other, the power they burst out will exceed any combination. Therefore, she has higher requirements for Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Hey! Thinking of this, Bai Yan smiled suddenly. Her eyes were ablaze with fighting spirit. People with strong hearts can often turn pressure into motivation. Bai Yan seemed to be such a person. Bai Yan stared straight at the two pieces of white paper and murmured. You two, don't let me down. Chapter 35 The First Lesson. Chapter 35 The First Lesson of the School. The course schedule of the junior college is very simple. Lectures in the morning and independent practice in the afternoon. 6 to 20 years old is the golden period for soul masters to practice. Although the imparting of knowledge is indeed very important, the cultivation of soul power is the foundation of soul masters. Therefore, the teaching time of the college is very short. In this case, students are required to have the ability to learn independently. However, this just meets Chuan Yi's requirements, so that he has more free time to do his own thing slowly. On a sunny morning, the sun shines through the window onto Chuan Yi's desk. However, Chuan Yi has no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery outside the window. At this moment, Chuan Yi's eyes are focused on the podium. On the podium, teacher Bai Yan is still wearing a teacher's uniform, and her eyes are still as sharp as ever. The teacher glanced at the whole class, and then began her lecture. Hello, students. This is your first class at the Soul Master Academy. What I want to talk about today is the most basic and often overlooked part. The teacher turned around and wrote a big word fire on the blackboard. Then, she turned around and asked, do you know how many characteristics of fire there are? The students fell into thinking, and they all thought of 1 or 2 points in their minds. However, under the pressure of the teacher, the students seemed to be afraid to speak. Bai Yan glanced at the classroom, and finally, he kept his eyes on Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi, you come and answer. Chuan Yi stood up from the chair, his expression was not nervous, and he was very calm, as if he was not affected by teacher Bai Yan. Teacher, I can only think of 2 types now, one is high temperature, and the other is explosion. These are the 2 characteristics that Chuan Yi came up with based on the characteristics of his martial soul and soul skills. Bai Yan's eyes flashed with approval, and she was very satisfied with Chuan Yi's calm attitude. Bai Yan motioned Chuan Yi to sit down, and then continued what Chuan Yi said. The 2 types you mentioned are both powerful characteristics of fire. Because fire has these powerful characteristics, people define fire attribute soul masters as strong attack soul masters. Do you still remember the questions on the white paper yesterday? The students in the audience also recalled the answers they wrote. Except for a few students, most of the students wrote strong attack. This is stupid in my opinion. The fire attribute is indeed powerful, but it does not mean that you are suitable for the path of strong attack. Teacher Bai Yan's tone was heavy, and it could be said to be merciless. My martial soul, the red-necked crane, has both the advantages of fire and speed. However, compared with other fire attribute soul masters, my fire is not superior in all aspects. This is an innate disadvantage. However, my martial soul has the advantage of speed over other martial souls. In order to give full play to the advantages of martial souls, I changed my training direction to the agile attack system. After changing to the agile attack system, I have brought the speed advantage to the extreme, and my strength has also increased by leaps and bounds. If I had mistakenly chosen the strong attack system at that time, my achievements would be far less than those of other soul masters. A choice will determine your future achievements. Bai Yan wanted to teach his classmates the importance of choice through his own experience. In the next course, I will not only teach you the knowledge of martial souls and soul beasts, but also lead you to better understand your own martial souls and help you choose the path that suits you. After speaking for a while, Bai Yan paused. The students in the audience fell into deep thought. What Bai Yan said was different from what they expected, so it was still difficult to accept. However, Bai Yan did not continue to strike while the iron was hot, but began to talk about the basic knowledge of martial souls and soul beasts. This has nothing to do with what she said at the beginning. Chuan Yi felt that teacher Bai Yan adopted a method of moistening things silently. She did not force her ideas to the students, nor did she rush to correct the students' ideas. On the contrary, she started from the basics and slowly guided the students to make their own choices. Teacher Bai Yan's teachings also inspired Chuan Yi to a certain extent. Chuan Yi actually has a tendency to ignore martial souls, especially the use of fire. This is because Chuan Yi pays more attention to the improvement of physical fitness. After all, this is related to his plan to absorb super year soul rings. In addition, he also has rigidity and sharpness, plus his strong body. Chuan Yi feels that his strength is strong enough. Therefore, Chuan Yi intentionally or unintentionally ignored the practice of fire. However, it is rare to come to the Blazing Fire Academy. Chuan Yi feels that he should also exercise his control over the fire attribute. The morning class was spent in the explanation of teacher Bai Yan. Okay, let's stop here today. Get out of class is over. By the way, Kun Yi and Huo Wu, come to my office with me. Kun Yi and Huo Wu looked at each other, both of them were confused. They looked away and replied, yes, teacher. Kun Yi and Huo Wu followed teacher Bai Yan out of the classroom. Teacher Bai Yan walked in front, and Kun Yi found that he was almost taller than the teacher. However, the teacher walked with great momentum, not like a little girl. Walking into the office, Bai Yan sat on his chair, and then motioned Kun Yi to close the door. Huo Wu couldn't help asking, teacher, is there anything I can do for you? Back in the office, Bai Yan was a little relaxed, so he said with a little ease, I hope you can come to the training ground during the self-training time in the afternoon. I have other arrangements for you. Seeing that Huo Wu and Kun Yi were a little puzzled, Bai Yan explained, your strength has far exceeded that of other students, even ordinary 6th grade students. In the afternoon, I want to arrange combat training for you. Kun Yi and Huo Wu were also a little surprised. This was only the first day. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's eyes were full of eagerness to try. Do you have any objections to my arrangement? How could the two of them have any objections? They answered immediately. No problem. See you. Bai Yan raised his lips, very satisfied with the attitude of the two. Very good, the time is set at 2 p.m, meet at the training ground on the east side of the teaching building. Yes. The two said goodbye to the teacher and walked out of the office. How do you think the teacher will arrange our battle? It won't be one-on-one. When Huo Wu heard that she was going to fight, she was like a puppy seeing its owner, and she couldn't help being excited. Moreover, she has been practicing hard recently, and has long wanted to test her results in battle. Not sure, I should know when the time comes. Although Chuan Yi was also very interested, he was still calmer than Huo Wu. By the way, there is still time at noon, I still have to exercise. Do you want to go? Although the afternoon battle is very important, we can't slack off on training. Chuan Yi asked Huo Wu if she wanted to go together. Huo Wu was also a little unbelievable. You have to train in the afternoon, but you are still training at noon. However, seeing that Chuan Yi didn't seem to be joking, after a psychological struggle, Huo Wu gritted her teeth and agreed to Chuan Yi. You have no problem, of course I have no problem. Chapter 36 Combat Training. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The training ground on the east side of the teaching building. Huo Wu and Chuanyi hid in the shade of the trees, quietly recovering their strength. The two had just finished their meal, and it took too much time to go back to the dormitory, so they decided to rest here. Huo Wu leaned lazily against the tree, looking a little drowsy. And Chuanyi was reading a book leisurely on the side, but there was no sign of fatigue on his face. Is there no time when your physical strength will reach the bottom? If Huo Wu hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe that Chuanyi had exercised at noon. You're just not used to it. If you practice for a long time, you can do it too. Since awakening his martial soul, Chuanyi found that his body's ability to recover is constantly improving. This is also the reason why Chuanyi inappropriately exercises. Chuanyi guessed that this should be the effect of soul power on the body, but this is also inseparable from the solid foundation laid in the previous 4 years. You can take a short break while there is still time. When the teacher arrives, I will call you. Chuanyi saw that Huo Wu was a little tired, and persuaded Huo Wu to let her rest for a while. Huo Wu was indeed a little tired. When she heard that Chuanyi would help her keep watch, her heart suddenly relaxed, and her eyelids became a little heavy. Then please. After Huo Wu said something confused, she fell asleep. Under the shade of the tree, boys read books and girls took naps, quiet and harmonious. After more than 40 minutes, a petite figure slowly walked in the distance. Chuanyi looked closely and saw that it was Teacher Bai Yan. However, Teacher Bai Yan was not wearing a teacher's uniform, but a tight outfit that was easy to move in. Chuanyi shook Huo Wu gently. Wake up, the teacher is here. Huo Wu opened her eyes and stretched comfortably. After a good sleep, Huo Wu felt refreshed. Chuanyi and Huo Wu got up, dusted off, and walked towards Teacher Bai Yan. Before starting training, I want to know your specific situation first. Can you show your martial spirit and first soul skill? Chuanyi and Huo Wu nodded. Then let's start with Huo Wu. Bai Yan pointed to a stone not far away, indicating Huo Wu to use the stone as a target. Huo Wu took a few steps towards the stone, and then stood still. Martial spirit possession. A faint orange-red shadow suddenly appeared behind Huo Wu. The shadow was illusory and blurry, but its figure was exactly the same as Huo Wu. Huo Wu raised her right hand, palm facing outward, pointing at the stone. Huo Wu silently chanted in her heart, first soul skill, fire bomb. An orange-red fireball condensed in her palm. The fireball was only the size of a palm, and the temperature of the fireball was not low. Chuanyi, who was standing a little further away, could feel the temperature of the fireball. In an instant, Huo Wu fired at the stone. The speed of the fireball was very fast, like an orange-yellow arrow, shooting straight at the target in the distance. Boom! The fireball exploded the moment it hit the stone, and brilliant sparks splashed like orange-yellow fireworks. However, Huo Wu's soul skill is more dangerous than fireworks. Well, a very good first soul skill, it must be very old. Bai Yan was very satisfied with the power of the soul skill. She could see that the food in the distance was blown open by the impact of the fireball. The temperature, speed, and attack power were all beyond reproach. Hearing the teacher's praise, Huo Wu's mouth corners raised. Quinyi, you try it. Quinyi summoned the fiery sun gauntlet. Bai Yan saw Quinyi's martial spirit for the first time. The red and black color scheme and the slender and delicate shape firmly attracted Bai Yan's attention. So beautiful! Bai Yan sighed in his heart. Quinyi walked to the stone. The right hand covered with the gauntlet pressed on the stone. When he moved his hand away, a red rhino horn mark was attached to it. Quinyi returned to the two and reminded them, pay attention. After speaking, Quinyi instantly detonated the mark with his mind. Although Quinyi's behavior was a bit strange, the moment Quinyi reminded them, Huo Wu and Bai Yan focused their eyes on the stone. Boom! A heavy explosion sound came from the inside of the stone with some cracks instantly exploded into dozens of smaller stones, and in the blink of an eye, it flew out in all directions. The scene in front of them made Huo Wu and Bai Yan palpitate. The two saw that the explosion was generated from the inside of the stone. If the stone was replaced with a human body, they couldn't imagine what the scene would be like. Chuanyi, can you tell me about the effect of the soul skill? Bai Yan couldn't stay calm. This soul skill comes from the explosive rhino, called the rhino seal. By touching the mark, it explodes from the inside. Within 50 meters, I can detonate freely, and once it exceeds 50 meters, the mark will explode automatically. Once it is engraved, even I can't withdraw it. It is a very dangerous soul skill. Bai Yan was frightened by Chuan Yi's description. This soul skill exists entirely for killing. Bai Yan said to Chuan Yi earnestly, Chuan Yi, teacher hopes you can use this soul skill with caution. Chuan Yi also understood the power of this soul skill. Don't worry, teacher, I won't use this soul skill on anyone easily. Bai Yan saw that Chuan Yi also realized the seriousness of the problem, and his somewhat flustered mood stabilized again. I already know your martial souls and soul skills. Now, I will show you my first soul skill. After that, I will give you 10 minutes to discuss, and then you two will work together to survive me for a quarter of an hour. What? Huo Wu exclaimed. With the teacher as our opponent, we can't even survive for a minute. Teacher Bai Yan is a strong man at the level of soul sect. Even if the levels of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu are added together, they are not as high as Bai Yan. Huo Wu couldn't imagine how she could survive for 15 minutes under the teacher's hands. Of course, I will only use the first soul skill, and the soul power will be suppressed to level 20. And, Chuan Yi, I also allow you to use the first soul skill against me. Don't worry, even if it really explodes, with my strength, I can minimize the damage. You can use it as much as you want. Martial soul possession. As the fiery red light poured out from Bai Yan's body, the teacher's height instantly increased by more than 10 centimeters. Even Chuan Yi was stunned by the scene. It was like a little girl suddenly grew into a high school girl, and her figure became tall and well proportioned. Combined with the tight outfit, Bai Yan showed the beauty of a mature woman. Bai Yan's hands turned into white wings, and her feet turned into slender crane feet. A crane cry came from her mouth. At this moment, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu felt the pressure, which was far greater than the pressure in the classroom. Is this the true strength of the soul sect? Chuan Yi truly felt the gap between himself and the soul sect strongman. Bai Yan looked at the two and said, watch out, this is my first soul skill, flame feather attack. Red light emerged from the white wings, and Bai Yan waved his right wing, and 3 red lights shot towards the stone. Puff, puff, puff. 3 sounds came one after another. Next to the stone that Chuan Yi broke, there was a brand new stone. However, there are 3 feathers on the stone now, about 10 centimeters long, half of which have been submerged. Chapter 37 Absolute Trust. I adjusted the power to level 20. This is the difficulty you will face later. Bai Yan explained. Bai Yan's first soul skill is very fast, at least twice as fast as Huo Wu's first soul skill, but Chuan Yi's eyes can still catch up. Moreover, this move does not have the explosive damage of fire. On the contrary, it is more inclined to penetrating damage. From the moment he saw the soul skill, Chuan Yi was constantly thinking about how to deal with it. I'll give you a quarter of an hour, and the countdown starts. Bai Yan took out a stick of incense from his chest, and then lit it directly, and then stood there with his eyes closed to rest. There was no time for Chuan Yi and Huo Wu to prepare. Chuan Yi reacted immediately, and pulled Huo Wu, who was still a little dazed, away from teacher Bai Yan. The two came to the tree where they had just rested and discussed in a low voice. What should we do? Our chances of winning are too low. Besides, the teacher is a flying agile attack type. Even if we want to escape, we can't escape the teacher. Huo Wu was a little flustered and desperate in the face of the overwhelming gap. However, Chuan Yi was not scared by the gap. His eyes were filled with eagerness to try. Chuan Yi suppressed his excitement and forced himself to calm down. Hey. Chuan Yi took a deep breath, and then exhaled heavily. So, are you going to give up the fight? Huo Wu met Chuan Yi's eyes, and the brilliance in Chuan Yi's eyes pierced directly into Huo Wu's heart. What kind of eyes is this? Why is it full of fighting spirit? Huo Wu's heart began to beat violently. Yes, this is a rare opportunity for actual combat, and my mind is full of negative thoughts. How can I catch up with Chuan Yi and become the strongest? Huo Wu's mind flashed back to the vow she made with Chuan Yi, that passionate moment. Huo Wu's heart seemed to be on fire, and her eyes became firm. No. If you want me to give up, I have to die. She wanted to stand up again, she had to catch up with Chuan Yi, she couldn't retreat here. What should I do? Huo Wu's fighting spirit was rekindled, Chuan Yi admired the courage of this little girl. Huo Wu, how many times can you release your soul skills? Chuan Yi asked. To defeat your opponent, you must know yourself and your enemy. Chuan Wan must understand the specific situation of both sides. Huo Wu immediately said, it can be released 12 times. Can it be fired continuously? Yes, but it takes time to condense the soul power, and there will be an interval of about 1 second in between. Can the trajectory of the fireball be controlled? I can't do it now. Huo Wu's face showed embarrassment. It doesn't matter. Chuan Yi comforted hurriedly. Chuan Yi pondered for a moment, constantly comparing the gap between the two sides, as well as the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. Chuan Yi seemed to have thought of something, and immediately approached Huo Wu, and whispered in Huo Wu's ear, we will wait a while. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash, and as the incense burned out, Bai Yan opened his eyes as if he had noticed it. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu stood one after the other, and they were very close. Chuan Yi stared at Bai Yan with a look of fighting intent. It seems that you are ready. I declare that the battle officially begins. Bai Yan did not act rashly. Her sharp eyes quickly swept over the two people. She was observing Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Chuan Yi stood in front of Huo Wu, and his tall figure completely covered Huo Wu. Bai Yan, who had rich combat experience, instantly understood their strategy. This was to use the absolute dominance of Chuan Yi's first soul skill in close combat to force Bai Yan to stay away. Moreover, if Bai Yan wanted to attack Huo Wu, who had weaker defense, first, he had to bypass Chuan Yi first. But Huo Wu was close behind Chuan Yi. If Bai Yan wanted to attack Huo Wu directly, he had to withstand Chuan Yi's attack. Bai Yan admired their strategy very much. Especially since the two of them did not choose to fight separately, but chose to cooperate. If the two of them could do this, Bai Yan's combat training would be more than half successful. However, this did not mean that Bai Yan would relax. On the contrary, she would further oppress the two. Only in this way would the two become closer. Flame Feather Attack. 3 red feather arrows attacked Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi was concentrating on observing the trajectory of the 3 feather arrows. He quickly gathered strength in his right hand and raised it, using the shield style in the Chuan family boxing. This is a defensive posture. Chuan Yi waved his hand very quickly, and his right hand appeared in advance on the predetermined trajectory of the feather arrow. When the feather arrow hit Chuan Yi's hard hand armor, it was immediately deflected from the trajectory, and failed to hurt Chuan Yi and Huo Wu at all. Chuan Yi did not choose to fight head-on, but took a tricky approach. He adjusted the angle of his forearm to change the trajectory of the feather arrow and minimized the impact. Bai Yan's eyes were full of light. He didn't expect that Chuan Yi, who was so young, had such an amazing talent in battle. Well, let me test your limit. Bai Yan waved his wings left and right continuously, and fired 2 flame feather attacks in succession. Swish, swish. 6 feather arrows flew towards Chuan Yi at a rapid speed. Chuan Yi was not panicked at all, but silently raised his left hand and secretly gathered strength. Chuan Yi's hands were divided into 2 parts, and he made fine adjustments to the 2 attacks, and his 2 hands deflected the 3 feather arrows respectively. The interval between the 2 attacks was less than 1 second, that is, Chuan Yi's brain must think at the same time and adjust his hands, otherwise he would not be able to do such an operation. The advantage of dividing the attention between 2 parts was fully demonstrated in this battle. Bai Yan felt very difficult when he saw Chuan Yi blocking his continuous attacks so easily. However, Bai Yan did not slow down his attack. Bai Yan took a long step and quickly spun around Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. She wanted to use her speed to disrupt Chuan Yi, and then wait for an opportunity to attack Huo Wu. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu cooperated tacitly as if they had expected it. Chuan Yi spun around Huo Wu, and Huo Wu even turned her body in coordination with Chuan Yi, always hiding behind Chuan Yi without revealing any flaws. Chuan Yi is like a shield with thorns. Not only can she not be touched, but she is also very hard. Her attacks cannot penetrate the opponent's defense. If you want to attack Huo Wu, you must go through Chuan Yi. Bai Yan understands Chuan Yi's intention. He wants to protect Huo Wu and pass the test with her in this way. However, since the frontal attack does not work, I will attack from above. Flying into the air, Chuan Yi's tall body will not be able to cover Huo Wu. In this way, Bai Yan can attack Huo Wu directly from the air. Bai Yan flapped her wings and flew into the sky. She wanted to control the air. Even if Chuan Yi's defense was very strong, Huo Wu behind Chuan Yi might not be. Flying into the sky, Bai Yan immediately saw Huo Wu hiding behind Chuan Yi. However, the moment Bai Yan saw Huo Wu, his pupil shrank. First soul skill, Fire Bomb. The orange-yellow fireball rushed towards Bai Yan like a meteor chasing the moon. Huo Wu had been waiting for a long time. From the beginning of the battle, her attention was completely focused on the sky. Chuan Yi was responsible for defense and preventing Bai Yan from approaching. Huo Wu was responsible for attacking and repelling the attack from above. This was the battle plan proposed by Chuan Yi. However, in order to implement this plan, Huo Wu needed to completely hand over the ground defense to Chuan Yi, which also meant that Huo Wu had to completely give up the attack from the ground. To do this, Huo Wu had to completely trust Chuan Yi. This absolute trust was unexpectedly. No one could have thought that it would appear in a team that had been formed for less than a day. Chapter 38 The Last Flame Bomb. At the critical moment, Bai Yan's body reacted instinctively. She flapped her wings vigorously, and her body suddenly accelerated. The fireball that was originally aimed at her torso passed by her body in a thrilling way. Bai Yan burst out all her strength in an instant and narrowly avoided this long-planned attack. Bai Yan was frightened by this sudden attack and broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly flapped her wings and rose up, away from Huo Wu's range. Damn it! Huo Wu felt very sorry when she saw that teacher Bai Yan had avoided the attack. Chuan Yi also looked up at Bai Yan solemnly. This was Chuan Yi's plan. Although teacher Bai Yan's requirement was to last for 15 minutes, Chuan Yi did not intend to be beaten passively. If it was only Chuan Yi alone, Chuan Yi would definitely not be able to fight back. But, if Huo Wu was added, the two of them could work together and try to launch an attack. Bai Yan did not expect Huo Wu's attack. Because Chuan Yi's strength overshadowed Huo Wu's brilliance, she could not help but ignore Huo Wu. Moreover, Chuan Yi's actions made her mistakenly think that Huo Wu was the one being protected by Chuan Yi. After all, abandoning the field of vision also meant that Huo Wu gave up defense. This also made her completely unaware that Huo Wu was the real attacker. This really gave Bai Yan a surprise. However, this long-planned attack was dodged by Bai Yan. This fact also made Bai Yan completely unscrupulous. Through this attack, Bai Yan completely confirmed one thing, that is, Huo Wu's attack would no longer threaten her. She could dodge it when she was unprepared, and Bai Yan, who was already alert, would not be attacked by Huo Wu. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu also understood this, and then teacher Bai Yan would attack Huo Wu from the air without any scruples. Sure enough, teacher Bai Yan dived quickly and approached Huo Wu rapidly. Flame Feather Attack. Because it was an attack from the sky, the speed of the 3 feather arrows was much faster than normal. Flame Bomb. Huo Wu immediately condensed a fireball to deal with Bai Yan's long-range attack. Boom! The flame bomb collided with the feather arrow quickly, and the moment the two touched, the flame bomb exploded immediately. The explosion was very powerful, blowing the 3 feather arrows away directly. Bai Yan's attack was very fast, but Chuan Yi's tall figure made his defense range very wide, and the angle that Bai Yan could attack was limited. The small angle gave Huo Wu room to react. This allowed Huo Wu to barely defend against Bai Yan's attack. The attack range of Bai Yan and Huo Wu's first soul skills was similar, but because Bai Yan attacked from top to bottom, her attack range was also increased a lot. This also made Huo Wu only passively defend. Bai Yan took advantage of the victory to pursue, and the feather arrows fell like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the flame bomb and the feather arrow covered the sky with orange fireworks. Although the condensation speed of the flame bomb is not as fast as that of Yan Yuxi. However, the impact force and dazzling light generated by the explosion slowed down Bai Yan's offensive. Huo Wu's soul power was consumed by more than half in just a dozen seconds. The high concentration of the spirit and the large consumption of soul power made Huo Wu's face pale. Chuan Yi also noticed Huo Wu's state, but he couldn't act on his own now. In a sense, teacher Bai Yan's attack was more like way to save Xiao. If Chuan Yi wanted to help Huo Wu, the formation of the two would collapse immediately. At that time, Huo Wu would be completely exposed to teacher Bai Yan. The situation at that time would be even worse. Bai Yan did have this plan, but when she saw Chuan Yi indifferent and just alert to other directions, she knew that she could only focus on Huo Wu. However, even if she couldn't shake Chuan Yi, she could rely on her advantage in soul power to completely consume Huo Wu's soul power. This is a very stupid method, but there is no way. Bai Yan's attack line is completely restricted by Chuan Yi. Her speed and attack were completely useless in front of Chuan Yi's defense. She could only attack Huo Wu remotely through a small defensive loophole above Chuan Yi's head. 8th shot, 9th shot. Bang, bang. Huo Wu only had 3 shots left, and she couldn't hold on for much longer. Fighting with Bai Yan was like drinking poison to quench thirst, and it could only delay for a while. But being able to hold on until now was actually far beyond Huo Wu's imagination. If it was herself a week ago, Huo Wu was sure that she would never be able to hold on for so long. Without Chuan Yi's stimulation, Huo Wu would never have made such great progress. Feeling the emptiness caused by the lack of soul power in her body, Huo Wu's eyes flashed with a crazy look. The red arrow rain in the sky was like a baptism, washing away Huo Wu's cowardice and inspiring Huo Wu's courage. The fire shadow behind Huo Wu seemed to feel Huo Wu's high morale, and the color became brighter and brighter. Huo Wu raised her left hand, and gathered soul power in both hands at the same time, and she wanted to fire at the same time. The shadow behind Huo Wu followed Huo Wu and made the same move. 2 fireballs condensed at the same time, and their temperature was much higher than before. The heat wave blew up Huo Wu's long hair, revealing Huo Wu's resolute expression. Double fire bomb. 2 fire bombs were shot at Bai Yan one after another. The first fire bomb directly hit the feather arrow, and the strong explosion instantly swept the rain of arrows. A burst of orange-yellow flash illuminated the entire sky, which dispelled Bai Yan's red arrow rain also blocked the light of the second fire bomb. Huo Wu had a good grasp of the timing. The explosion of the first fire bomb did not affect the flight of the second fire bomb. On the contrary, it opened a channel for the second fire bomb. In Bai Yan's perspective, there was only a piece of orange-yellow fire. Her sharp eyes lost their sharpness in front of the powerful light. Bai Yan did not expect Huo Wu's second fire bomb at all. Bang! The unexpected explosion, accompanied by strong fire and impact, swept towards Bai Yan. Although the explosion did not directly affect Bai Yan, the distance was very close, and it was an unexpected situation that Bai Yan did not expect at all, so her flight was hindered by the impact of the explosion. Bai Yan could not continue to maintain her continuous attack and could only try her best to maintain her balance. Huo Wu's attack distance was still shorter than Bai Yan in the air. Therefore, the purpose of Huo Wu's second fire bomb was not to hit Bai Yan. Instead, it was to disrupt the opponent's rhythm through the explosion and buy some time for herself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Huo Wu shouted loudly. Xiao. Chuan Yi understood, and quickly swept his hand across the heart of the sun on his chest, taking out a small stone the size of a palm. Then, without looking back, he handed the stone to Huo Wu behind him. Huo Wu quickly took it, then held the stone with her right hand and pointed it towards Bai Yan. She wanted to launch the stone. Huo Wu concentrated all her soul power on her right hand. Go! Accompanied by Huo Wu's cry, a scorching flame bomb rushed towards Bai Yan, who was still adjusting his posture, at lightning speed. This was Huo Wu's last flame bomb. Bai Yan also saw Huo Wu's flame bomb. Bai Yan, who had just stabilized his body, saw the flame bomb in front of him and could only cross his wings to block it in front of him. After all, the attack distance of the flame bomb was not far, as long as he could resist the shock wave of the explosion. However, it was Bai Yan's wrong move that completely changed the situation of the entire battle. Chapter 39 The First Victory of the Two. Chapter 39 The First Victory of the Two. The explosion of the last fire bomb brought a much greater impact than before. Bai Yan hastily made a defensive posture, ready to resist the shock wave head-on. As long as he could stabilize his body, this shock wave was not a problem for Bai Yan. In fact, it is not surprising that Bai Yan is so cautious. The most dangerous thing in the air is to lose the ability to fly and fall straight down. However, what she didn't expect was that there was actually a piece of stone wrapped in this fireball. After Huo Wu's control, the explosion of the fire bomb pushed the stone directly in the direction of Bai Yan. The stone flew towards Bai Yan at an astonishing speed. If you slow down, you can clearly see a red rhino horn mark on the stone. This is Chuan Yi's rhino mark. This is a long-range weapon that Chuan Yi secretly prepared, and it can be regarded as an alternative use of Chuan Yi's first soul skill. Chuan Yi on the ground closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. Because of the brilliant light produced by Huo Wu's explosion, Chuan Yi could only rely on his perception of the rhino seal to judge the detonation time. This was a path that Huo Wu had opened up with all her strength, and Chuan Yi could not waste this opportunity. Chuan Yi was carefully sensing, and under his perception, the stone with the mark was moving away from him at an astonishing speed. What Chuan Yi had to do was to grasp a moment, that is, the moment when the stone hit Bai Yan. Because only then would the movement of the stone pause, and Chuan Yi had to detonate immediately at that moment. Now, Chuan Yi keenly felt the signal from the mark, which was a pause signal. Chuan Yi detonated decisively. Boom! A dull explosion sound came from the sky, and Chuan Yi and Huo Wu stared at the sky nervously, trying to see if their attacks were effective. Huo Wu's soul power was exhausted and her whole body was weak, but she supported her body and did not fall down. She wanted to see with her own eyes the situation of teacher Bai Yan. The flames in the sky began to slowly dissipate, but the scene they expected did not appear. Teacher Bai Yan was still hovering in the sky, with some black scorch marks on his snow-white wings, but otherwise there was no major problem. How could it be possible? This was an explosion at a very close distance. Huo Wu and Chuan Yi saw that their plans had failed, and they were inevitably a little disappointed, especially Huo Wu, who was even more unwilling. However, the two soon noticed something strange. Teacher Bai Yan was slowly descending, and then his feet stepped on the ground. Bai Yan looked at Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, with admiration in his eyes. She began to applaud the two. Great, if I hadn't released more than 20 levels of soul power in the last blow, my wings might have been broken long ago. Your performance exceeded my imagination. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu smiled at each other, and they understood what teacher Bai Yan meant. I declare that you have passed this combat training. Bai Yan loudly announced the result of this battle. Huo Wu felt relieved when she heard this. The feeling of weakness she had suppressed flooded into her mind like a tide. Her body was out of control. Chuan Yi noticed something was wrong with Huo Wu. Chuan Yi immediately caught Huo Wu who had fallen, lifted her up in a princess hug, and said gently, "Thank you for your hard work." Looking at the exhausted Huo Wu, Chuan Yi couldn't let her fall to the ground like this. Huo Wu's final outburst really scared Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi could only describe Huo Wu's performance as stunning. Huo Wu, who was carried by Chuan Yi in a princess hug, felt her face flush, but fortunately her pale face covered up her shyness. Huo Wu whispered softly. Usually, Huo Wu, who was very open and generous, rarely showed her shy side at this moment. Bai Yan quietly watched the two people sharing the joy of victory. And, she kept reviewing the whole battle in her mind. After all, as a teacher, she didn't arrange this combat training for fun. She also had to comment on the performance of the two people. Chuan Yi, based on your strength alone, you can already compete with the Soul Masters at the Great Soul Master level. But compared to your strength, I appreciate your sister's loyalty to your teammates, and choose to fight side by side. Bai Yan has faced Chuan Yi directly and understands the horror of Chuan Yi's strength. With Chuan Yi around, Bai Yan can't even get close to the two of them, and her speed advantage, which her agility attack system is proud of, can't be brought into play at all. Chuan Yi has determination and strategy. Bai Yan feels that Chuan Yi is not like a child, but more like a mature and stable adult male. Moreover, Chuan Yi can obviously choose to give up Huo Wu, the burden, and it would be easier to do so. After all, she did not stipulate that both of them must last for 15 minutes. But Chuan Yi did not do so. He used his tall figure to build a high wall for Huo Wu. This is what I should do, because we are a team. Chuan Yi answered very calmly, and the option of abandoning teammates did not appear in Chuan Yi's mind at all. Moreover, if there was no Huo Wu, Chuan Yi would not be able to defeat teacher Bai Yan. And Huo Wu, I admit that I looked down on you before and regarded you as the biggest weakness of your team. But your performance exceeded my expectations. Especially the last combo, even I was confused by the dazzling attack. Huo Wu's performance far exceeded Bai Yan's expectations. In Bai Yan's plan, Huo Wu was just an appetizer. He originally wanted to use the advantage of soul power to consume Huo Wu, and then concentrate on dealing with Chuan Yi, the main course. However, Bai Yan didn't expect that he would be defeated by the appetizer. No, teacher. If it weren't for Chuan Yi, I wouldn't be able to do all this. Although Huo Wu's face was still pale, she had a very serious expression on her face. If it were before, if Huo Wu heard the teacher's praise, she would definitely smile and be very happy to accept others' praise. But this time is different. If Chuan Yi hadn't created various conditions for her, she alone would not be able to withstand the fierce offensive of teacher Bai Yan, not to mention that half of the final counterattack was due to Chuan Yi. Through this battle, Huo Wu understood the meaning and importance of unity and cooperation. Bai Yan was very pleased to see Huo Wu's serious expression. Today, Bai Yan's main purpose was not to cultivate the two's fighting ability, but to cultivate the ability to cooperate with each other. But, it seems that this biggest goal has been achieved. After Bai Yan praised her, he did not continue. Because Huo Wu needs to rest now, she is not suitable to continue teaching in her condition. Okay, let's stop today's combat training. Tomorrow at the same time, still here, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Teacher Bai Yan released the spirit possession. Teacher Bai Yan also changed from a tall beauty to a petite and exquisite appearance. Teacher Bai Yan acted decisively, waved her little hand, turned around and left the playground. This strong contrast also made Chuan Yi a little stunned. Chuan Yi looked at the teacher leaving the playground in a daze. Huo Wu, lying in Chuan Yi's arms, looked up and saw Chuan Yi's daze, and patted Chuan Yi's chest. The teachers have gone far away, so we should go too. Oh. Okay. Chuan Yi came back to his senses. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu's weak expression in his arms, and walked towards the dormitory with Huo Wu in his arms. Chapter 40 just beginning. Hey, look over there. Wow, so bold. This is in the academy. The students walking on the road glanced at Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, and their faces were full of teasing expressions. It must be said that the children in Douluo continent are all precocious. No, it may be that all the children in ancient times are precocious. However, these passers-by cannot be blamed. Anyone, in public, seeing a girl being carried by a boy like a princess, will not be able to help but come to take a look. At this moment, Chuan Yi did not notice the pedestrians around him at all. He was constantly reviewing the battle just now in his mind. Although Chuan Yi's talent in close combat is remarkable, but this battle exposed many problems that Chuan Yi had not thought of. The first point is the lack of long-range attack means, so the whole battle can only fall into a passive defensive state. The second point is the lack of mobility. Chuan Yi's pace can't keep up with Bai Yan at all. These are Chuan Yi's weaknesses at this stage. Of course, these are common problems encountered by strong attack spirit masters in the early stage. Generally, they can only wait until the next time they obtain spirit rings to obtain spirit skills that can make up for their shortcomings. This is the case for all spirit masters on the continent. But Chuan Yi had different ideas. He felt that there was still room for development of his martial soul and soul skills. Just like printing the seal of the rhino on a stone, it can change a close-range attack into a long-range attack. Chuan Yi was immersed in his own thinking, getting deeper and deeper. On the contrary, Huo Wu had some ups and downs in her thoughts. Although she closed her eyes at the moment, she could still hear the voices of passers-by. Huo Wu's cheeks began to slowly turn red, and she began to feel embarrassed. So, Huo Wu opened her eyes and wanted Chuan Yi to put her down. Can you put me down? Huo Wu whispered. What? Chuan Yi was immersed in thinking and could not hear Huo Wu's voice clearly. Chuan Yi immediately looked at Huo Wu and asked, I didn't hear what you said just now. Huo Wu looked at the face close at hand. This was the first time she observed Chuan Yi's appearance up close. Chuan Yi's eyes were clear and calm, with a maturity and stability different from his peers. Huo Wu's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't say what she wanted to say. Nothing. Although she was still a little shy, Huo Wu didn't hate the feeling of being hugged by Chuan Yi. Besides, after all, her body was still a little weak and she couldn't walk. As she said that, Huo Wu turned her face to Chuan Yi's chest and ignored the outside world. Chuan Yi also fell into his own thoughts again. The two fell into silence again. After a while, you are so absorbed in thinking. Huo Wu noticed that Chuan Yi was a little absent-minded, and had no reaction to the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world. Ah, well, I didn't think about anything, I just felt that there was still a long way to go. Chuan Yi looked into the distance, looking at the endless road, and murmured. Huo Wu was a little dazed. Chuan Yi's words were vague, but she immediately understood. Yes. Huo Wu answered unwillingly. This was their first victory, but also their first defeat. They joined forces and tried their best, but in the end they could only cause negligible damage to their teacher. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu realized that they were still a long way from being strong. Although they were outstanding among their peers, as soul masters, they were just starting out. The road was still long, and they needed to continue working hard. Looking at the distant distance, Chuan Yi suddenly felt heroic, and he smiled and said to Huo Wu. But we've just started. Chuan Yi was not a self-pitying person, and his eyes were full of expectations for the future. Huo Wu paid attention to Chuan Yi's eyes, which were as clear and bright as ever. Through his eyes, Huo Wu seemed to be able to see Chuan Yi's heart. She saw a ball of hot flames burning in Chuan Yi's eyes. Well, we've just started. Huo Wu's heart was also ignited by Chuan Yi. Yes, the future belongs to the young after all. At this moment, there is no disappointment in Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's eyes, only eagerness. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi a little infatuatedly. Chuan Yi was like the rising sun, emitting dazzling brilliance. She felt that she could not leave Chuan Yi, just like the shadow could not leave the sun. I really hope that time will pass more slowly. Huo Wu hoped so in her heart. However, good times are fleeting. We are here. Your soul power is a bit consumed. Have a good rest. Chuan Yi sent Huo Wu directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Chuan Yi gently put Huo Wu down and did not go in. Although Chuan Yi was not tired, there was a difference between men and women, and it was not convenient for Chuan Yi to enter the girls' dormitory. Thank you. Huo Wu patted Chuan Yi on the shoulder to express her gratitude. Can you walk by yourself? Chuan Yi asked with some concern. It's okay. Thanks to you, my body has recovered well. Huo Wu jumped on the spot and it seemed that there was no problem. Chuan Yi was relieved and waved goodbye to Huo Wu. That's good. I'll leave first. Okay. Chuan Yi turned and left the girls' dormitory. However, he didn't notice that Huo Wu was watching him from behind and didn't move. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Chuan Yi didn't return to his dormitory, but walked to the playground where he usually exercised. It was quiet and deserted here, so even if Chuan Yi did something, he wouldn't disturb other students. Although it wasn't time to exercise yet, Chuan Yi had something he wanted to try. Chuan Yi took out several stones from the heart of the Liang, all of which had red rhino horn marks on them. This was the hand grenade that Chuan Yi specially prepared to deal with teacher Bai Yan. Although the teacher said that he could use it directly on the teacher, Chuan Yi thought carefully and realized that unless the teacher was completely close to him, he couldn't touch the teacher at all. Huo Wu's soul power was limited and she couldn't last for more than 15 minutes, so Chuan Yi made these hand grenades. However, in the end, because of Huo Wu's explosion, there were a lot of them left. Chuan Yi picked up one of the pieces and shook the weight of 10 pieces with his hands. Then, imitating the posture of a baseball pitcher in his mind, he threw it forward with all his strength. Rhinoceros seal, variant, pitcher mode. Although the stone was lighter than a baseball, but under Chuan Yi's powerful force, it easily exceeded 200 km per hour. Bang! As soon as it was 50 meters away from Chuan Yi, the stone immediately exploded with an explosion. Looking at the explosion, Chuan Yi was thoughtful. This time, Chuan Yi deliberately did not summon the fiery sun gauntlet. He found that without summoning the martial spirit, he could not sense and control the rhino seal. However, the characteristic of exploding once it was 50 meters away from Chuan Yi did not disappear. This was a new discovery. Chuan Yi remembered this characteristic in his heart. Fiery sun gauntlet. Chuan Yi's hands flashed red, and Chuan Yi's hands were covered with steel. This time Chuan Yi planned to try what changes would occur when wearing the gauntlet. As soon as the martial spirit appeared, the location information of all the rhino seals immediately appeared in his mind. Chuan Yi closed his eyes and concentrated his mind on the information in his mind. Then, he kicked a pile of stones accurately with his feet. In Chuan Yi's perception, he could clearly know the position changes of each stone. Then, Chuan Yi kept his eyes closed and picked up all the stones that were kicked and scattered. Chuan Yi opened his eyes again, and he could not hide the smile on his face. Sure enough, the previous perception was correct. I could clearly sense the location of all the marks. Chuan Yi had never made a large number of grenades at the same time for safety. This surprise discovery opened a new door for Chuan Yi. Chapter 41 Soul Skills and Martial Soul Development. Chuan Yi discovered that the rhino seal combines the two functions of detection and attack. Once engraved with this mark, Chuan Yi can sense the location of the target through the mark. Depending on the situation, Chuan Yi can choose to explode or not. As the first soul skill in history for more than 500 years, the ability of the rhino seal will far exceed Chuan Yi's imagination. Just from the soul beast and age, Chuan Yi's first soul skill is comparable to the second soul skill of many soul masters. The power and function of the soul skill are very powerful. This is Chuan Yi's new discovery of his own soul skill. Chuan Yi picked up a grenade again, and his face became a little solemn. He used his soul power to gather strength in both hands, increasing the strength and defense of his hands. Then, he held the stone with his left hand, and then covered the left hand's knuckles tightly with his right palm. At this moment, the left hand was like a gun barrel, and the stone was the bullet. One end of the gun barrel was blocked by Chuan Yi's right hand, while the muzzle of the other end pointed to the position directly in front of Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi took a deep breath, and then his mind was highly concentrated. Fire! Bang! Chuan Yi decisively detonated the stone in his hand. The explosion at a very close distance brought a huge roar. Along with the roar, the stone was instantly blown into pieces, and these fragments were ejected from Chuan Yi's muzzle, just like a shotgun, and the exploded stone fragments instantly covered the entire space in front of Chuan Yi. The powerful explosion almost blew Chuan Yi's hands apart, but Chuan Yi, who had been prepared, used his powerful hand strength to maintain the original shape. Even though he had made psychological expectations, the strong after effect almost made Chuan Yi fall backwards. Fortunately, he had the dual protection of Gang and Liang gauntlet, otherwise, Chuan Yi felt that this move was a complete suicide attack that hurt the enemy 500 and himself 1000. However, it seems that the effect is still very good now. Although the flying distance is not too far, the power is still good. He saw that the fragments of the stone were completely sunk into the ground in front of him. It worked. Chuan Yi was overjoyed. This is another application of Chuan Yi's first soul skill. Rhinoceros Seal, variant, shotgun mode. Through the explosion, the stone fragments in his hand were fired out. The attack distance is short, but the attack range is wide. If iron balls are used instead of stones, the lethality will be further improved. Chuan Yi analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the shotgun mode and proposed a method of improvement. Moreover, if the stone is replaced with an iron ball, Chuan Yi's shotgun mode can be further developed. The hardness of steel is higher than that of stone, and because the density of iron is greater, the weight and lethality of iron ball fragments will increase exponentially under the same volume. It seems that I need to prepare more iron balls. Chuan Yi shook his hands to relieve the loss of strength in his hands. This is the paralysis and slight shaking caused by the shock of the explosion. Although Chuan Yi's hands have double protection, they cannot completely block the transmission of force. This move cannot be fired continuously, and after using it, I will also have some stalemate. At this stage, I can only use it as a killer. With Chuan Yi's current strength, it is not enough to support his unscrupulous use of the shotgun mode. However, even so, Chuan Yi still verified the feasibility of the shotgun mode, and was very happy in his heart. After resting for a while, his arms and hands had almost recovered, and Chuan Yi did not waste the remaining stones. He practiced his throwing technique. Chuan Yi placed a stone engraved with the rhino seal 30 meters away. He used this stone as a target to practice his accuracy. Chuan Yi found that his accuracy was not bad, because the flexibility and stability of his hands gave Chuan Yi a great advantage in throwing. Moreover, after throwing a few times, Chuan Yi closed his eyes and threw completely relying on the induction of the seal. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Besides, because the thrown stone also had a mark, every time he threw it, Chuan Yi could depict the trajectory of the stone's flight in his mind. Then, Chuan Yi repeatedly adjusted the point of attack to continuously correct the trajectory of the stone. With this method, it didn't take long for Chuan Yi to be able to hit 8 out of 10 targets. Chuan Yi soon became completely immersed in the pleasure of hitting wherever he pointed. Chuan Yi cycled through his hands to practice his throwing ability. With the talent of splitting his attention, Chuan certainly had to make use of it. The characteristics brought by the hand armor martial spirit seemed to have also played its advantages in throwing. The hand armor martial spirit has a comprehensive enhancement of the hand, and the flexibility and stability of the hand alone are already the talents that many shooters or pitchers dream of. As time went by, Chuan Yi also began to slowly understand the characteristics and potential of the martial spirit. Chuan Yi decided to include throwing and the development of soul skills in his practice schedule. It just so happened that Chuan Yi had some free time in the afternoon to practice these things. So far, Chuan Yi found that his entire day's schedule was almost filled with practice. And there was no free time to arrange other things. However, Chuan Yi was not bored with it, on the contrary, he was quite happy with it. This was the extraordinary world that Chuan Yi had dreamed of in his previous life. All kinds of cool soul skills and exciting battles deeply attracted Chuan Yi. In this world, only by strengthening your strength can you fully appreciate this world. After finally coming to this world, Chuan Yi did not intend to waste his time and life. Chuan Yi practiced throwing for an hour, half an hour for each hand, and the practice effect was very good. However, he did not practice more, but chose to stop. Chuan Yi was very sober. Throwing and shotgun mode are ultimately means that rely on external objects. Although they enrich Chuan Yi's means of attack, they are branches, not trunks. There is no need to spend too much time on this. Next, what Chuan Yi really wants to do is to find a way to strengthen the trunk. Without relying on external forces, increase your long-range attack methods. Also, through the battle with teacher Bai Yan, Chuan Yi has already had some inspiration. Chuan Yi raised his right hand with his palm facing up. As the soul power was input into the martial soul, the red lines on the gauntlet gradually became brighter, and then, from the palm, a rising flame emerged. Because of the fire immunity attribute, Chuan Yi still could not feel the temperature of the flame. The flame changed its shape wantonly under Chuan Yi's control. Moreover, because of the increase in soul power level and the blessing of soul rings, Chuan Yi's flame temperature is incomparable. Chuan Yi stared at the fireball and nodded with satisfaction. The temperature of the flame became higher, and it was still easy to control. After confirming his control and the power of the flame, Chuan Yi suddenly increased the input of soul power. The palm-sized flame suddenly expanded and turned into a basketball-sized fireball. Then, Chuan Yi's eyes focused, and the basketball-sized fireball slowly turned back to the size of a palm. However, the brightness and temperature of the fireball had increased significantly. Moreover, the fireball looked more condensed, more like an entity than before. Chuan Yi condensed the basketball-sized fireball into a smaller and more condensed fireball. Chuan Yi slowly raised his right hand, his palm facing the sky, and then fired the fireball. Flame bomb. A blazing fireball rose rapidly. Bang! With the explosion, the blazing fire bloomed in the sky like a red spider lily. Chapter 42 Control of Fire. A look of joy flashed in Chuan Yi's eyes. Yes, at this moment, Chuan Yi was imitating Huo Wu's first soul skill. As a top-grade fire attribute martial soul with the ability to control fire, the fiery sun gauntlet rubbed the fireball with his hands and fired it out. Chuan Yi did not understand the principle of Huo Wu's first soul skill, but it did not prevent Chuan Yi from imitating it in his own way. Concentrate the power of the flame, and then use the power of the flame to propel it, so that the speed of Chuan Yi's flame bomb exceeds the speed of throwing stones by hand. It is not as powerful as the explosion of the rhino seal. But it can be compared with Huo Wu's first soul skill. And the consumption of soul power is not large, about half of the soul power of the rhino seal. Of course, this is only now. Chuan Yi's control over the flame can only be achieved to this extent. Compressing the flame is a great challenge for Chuan Yi's control. The experience of practicing Gang and Jian has made Chuan Yi have a deep attainment in soul power control. This experience is also very helpful for Chuan Yi to control the flame, which is why Chuan Yi can imitate it successfully for the first time. However, flame is ultimately a more unstable and more dangerous energy. The amount of flame that Chuan Yi can stably control is limited. If Chuan Yi inputs more soul power, the compressed fireball will explode directly without control. Before, Chuan Yi had the idea of controlling and using flames. Now Chuan Yi has found a way to practice, which is to continuously create larger fireballs, and then compress and launch them. Through these methods, he can continuously increase his control over fire. Control. Chuan Yi's characteristic is that he does it immediately after thinking of it. He immediately began to train on controlling the flame. However, a feeling of fatigue suddenly swept over his body, and Chuan Yi's soul power was almost gone. I made too many grenades at noon. For the battle at noon, Chuan Yi's soul power was almost gone. Although it was a bit disappointing, Chuan Yi had no choice. Chuan Yi sat cross-legged and entered a state of meditation. The principal's office on the other side. Bai Yan, who had finished combat training, came to the principal's office. Knock knock. Come in. Bai Yan pushed the door open. Hello, principal. Bai Yan saw Shui Yuan working at his desk, but after looking at Bai Yan, Shui Yuan immediately stopped his work and stood up to greet him. Oh, it's Bai Sui. Come in quickly. Shui Yuan welcomed Bai Yan's arrival and stood up to greet him. Bai Yan was not polite and sat down directly. The two looked very familiar. This is because, like Shui Yuan, Bai Yan also graduated from Huo Academy, and the two have known each other for a long time. Principal, I just finished the combat training of Chuanyi and Huo Wu. Bai Yan spoke directly to the point and got to the point directly. Shui Yuan's expression immediately became serious, and his tone became a little hurried. How is the situation? The training of Chuanyi and Huo Wu is already one of the major tasks of the academy. Principal Shui certainly attaches great importance to its results. The expression on Bai Yan's face suddenly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth also raised a little. Well, much better than expected. Shui Yuan knew very well that Bai Yan was a very serious and responsible teacher. Moreover, Bai Yan spoke directly and never beat around the bush. What she said was very credible. Hey, then I'm relieved. Tell me the details. Shui Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but soon his curiosity was also aroused. The serious and responsible Bai Yan could show such a cheerful expression, which meant that Bai Yan was very satisfied with the performance of Chuanyi and Huo Wu. This also made Shui Yuan eager to know the details. Bai Yan did not keep him in suspense and told Shui Yuan the whole process of the battle. Bai Yan was worthy of being the head teacher of the genius class. Through Bai Yan's narration, Shui Yuan seemed to be in the scene. This is far beyond my imagination. After listening to Bai Yan's narration, Shui Yuan was surprised and happy. If the person who told the story was not Bai Yan, Shui Yuan would definitely not believe it. Because, what Bai Yan said was completely a fairy tale in the imagination of ordinary people. Especially Chuanyi's performance reminded Shui Yuan of Haoshan Douluo, who became famous in the past few years. As the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, Haoshan Douluo is the idol of many young soul masters. And now, Chuanyi has the possibility of replacing Haoshan Douluo and becoming the new youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Shui Yuan leaned back on the chair, he wanted to relieve his complicated mood. Bai Yan did not interrupt, but waited for the other party quietly. After a while, Shui Yuan calmed down. Junior sister, I want to hear your evaluation. You who have been in close contact with these two people must have a deeper feeling than me. Both of them are children with promising futures. Bai Yan thought for a while and said carefully, Chuanyi, both his own strength and soul skills are at the top level of the continent. Not only that, Chuanyi has a steady personality, is not impatient, is brave and resourceful, and has the style of a general. He can't be regarded as an ordinary child. Although Huo Wu's talent is not as good as Chuanyi, she is also the best choice. She is straightforward, but also prone to extremes. She has strong explosive power, but often has no successors. However, Huo Wu is very lucky. She met Chuanyi who surpassed her in all aspects. It must be a good thing for her future development. Bai Yan's mind flashed the scene of Chuanyi hugging Huo Wu, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Well, it seems that the evaluation of the athletes is very high. However, your teaching burden will also be greater. What are your plans? Shui Yuan was a little worried that Bai Yan could not bear the pressure. After all, Bai Yan had to face two top geniuses, which was a heavy burden for any teacher. I plan to maintain the current teaching plan. Keep one battle training every day. Bai Yan looked very indifferent, and very calm and composed. Can I hear your reasons? Shui Yuan was surprised by Bai Yan's decision. In his expectation, Bai Yan should add some courses, but he didn't expect Bai Yan to have no such plan. Principal, their main task now is not fighting, but cultivation. Now is the high-speed period of soul power growth. Too much arrangement will only affect the growth of the two people, which is a behavior of forcing growth. Bai Yan calmly explained his views to Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan lowered his head thoughtfully. Indeed, the most important thing for a soul master is the growth of soul power. Shui Yuan felt that he was overwhelmed by the title of genius and forgot the most basic purpose. You are right. I was a little anxious. From now on, you can take full charge of the teaching arrangements for Chuanyi and Huo Wu. I trust your ability. Bai Yan's performance completely reassured Shui Yuan, and Shui Yuan also decided to trust Bai Yan. I'll leave it to you from now on. After hearing Shui Yuan's instructions, Bai Yan immediately stood up from his seat and replied solemnly, Principal, don't worry, I won't let you down. Chapter 43 Bai Yan's first soul skill is very weak. Chapter 43 Bai Yan's first soul skills are weak. It is the second day of school, and also the second class after school starts. Today is another sunny day. Teacher Bai Yan is standing on the podium to teach. However, Chuan Yi is reading books borrowed from the library with great interest in class. Huo Wu, who observed this scene, was terrified. Because of yesterday's battle, Huo Wu had a deep understanding of Teacher Bai Yan's strength, so she didn't dare to be distracted in Teacher Bai Yan's class. But, unexpectedly, Chuan Yi dared to openly skip class in Teacher Bai Yan's class. Although Huo Wu admired Chuan Yi's courage, she was still very worried that Chuan Yi would be criticized by the teacher. However, halfway through the class, Teacher Bai Yan didn't care about Chuan Yi's performance, as if he didn't see it at all. This also made Huo Wu feel relieved. However, Huo Wu completely misunderstood Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi was not skipping class. He was practicing the ability to split his attention. Although his eyes were fixed on the book, his ears were concentrating on listening to the content of Teacher Bai Yan's lecture. Through yesterday's class, Chuan Yi knew that most of Teacher Bai Yan's lectures were very basic, and he had already mastered most of the content. In order not to waste this morning, Chuan Yi planned to study by himself and practice the skills of splitting his attention. This not only ensures the study time, but also can deal with the teacher's sudden questions, killing two birds with one stone. Let's stop here for today's class. Class dismissed. Bai Yan announced the end of get out of class, and then left the classroom. Before leaving, he deliberately looked at Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, indicating that they should not forget the afternoon training. When Huo Wu saw the teacher leaving, she immediately walked to Chuan Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, you are too bold. You dare to be absent from Teacher Bai Yan's class." "I didn't be absent. I listened to everything the teacher said." Chuan Yi told the truth. But Huo Wu had an expression of disbelief. Chuan Yi did not explain much. "Let's go, we still have to exercise at noon. If we finish early, we will have more time to rest in the afternoon." Huo Wu had no choice but to say, "Let's go." At noon, the two who had eaten lunch came to the big tree next to the training ground. Sitting under the shade of the tree, Chuan Yi was reading a book and Huo Wu was taking a nap. Because the afternoon time was also occupied by cultivation, the time Chuan Yi could read was greatly reduced. It was for this reason that Chuan Yi thought of the idea of reading in class. Although a whole day of cultivation was indeed very tiring, Chuan Yi still did not intend to give up reading. Reading is an important channel to understand the world. In the afternoon, Teacher Bai Yan arrived as scheduled. "First of all, I want to announce one thing, which is about the future combat training arrangement. 5 days a week, at this time, I will arrange a combat training. Not much, but I hope you can go all out in every game." Bai Yan first told the two of his teaching arrangements. "Yes." Chuan Yi and Huo Wu answered at the same time. Bai Yan nodded, and then continued, "Before we start training, I want to hear your advice first." Hearing this, Huo Wu's eyes were a little erratic. Bai Yan keenly noticed this. "Huo Wu, you go first." "Ah, okay." Huo Wu screamed in her heart that she was unlucky. She kept recalling yesterday's battle in her mind and began to tell her own opinion. "First of all, I realized my weakness, that is, the lack of melee means. If it weren't for Chuan Yi, I might not be able to survive a single move." This is indeed the part that Huo Wu felt the most deeply. Bai Yan nodded to Huo Wu in approval. "Well, very good, it seems that you are not blinded by victory. However, you don't have to worry, your development direction is the control system. If you develop in this direction, you will definitely have a lot of means to deal with melee in the future." Bai Yan knew that Huo Wu only had one soul skill, so she would be at a loss when facing a situation she was not good at. Then, she turned to Chuan Yi and asked, "Chuan Yi, I also want to hear your thoughts." Chuan Yi not only had deep thoughts about these issues, but he had already begun to make up for his shortcomings. Therefore, facing Bai Yan's questions, Chuan Yi had a normal expression and calmly expressed his views. "Teacher, my strengths and weaknesses are obvious. I am very strong in close combat, but I am not good at long-range attacks. Moreover, my speed is not as good as that of the agile attack system." Bai Yan was very satisfied with Chuan Yi's analysis. This was a student who did not need her to worry too much. In the morning, Bai Yan saw Chuan Yi reading extracurricular books. Originally, Bai Yan did not approve of this behavior, but Bai Yan saw that the books Chuan Yi was reading were more in-depth. Therefore, Bai Yan did not choose to blame Chuan Yi, but chose to turn a blind eye. "Well, your summary is very accurate, but I want to remind you that your development direction is the strong attack system. These shortcomings of yours are actually the common shortcomings of all strong attack systems. Therefore, your focus should be on developing strengths, not on making up for weaknesses. Bai Yan's words made Chuan Yi a little stunned. If the focus is on developing strengths, then the shortcomings will not be made up. Bai Yan continued, do you still remember my first soul skill? Huo Wu hurriedly nodding, it was because of this soul skill that she exhausted all her soul power yesterday. Have you noticed something unusual? Bai Yan's words confused Huo Wu, but Chuan Yi beside him was thoughtful. Yes, there is something unusual. Teacher Bai Yan's words reminded Chuan Yi, and after a little thought, Chuan Yi immediately noticed an abnormality. Surprise flashed in Bai Yan's eyes, and Huo Wu was even more anxious to know the answer. Xiao Yi, don't keep me in suspense, tell me quickly. Chuan Yi expressed his thoughts in the expectation of Bai Yan and Huo Wu. Teacher, forgive me for being presumptuous. The teacher's first soul skill is too weak in my opinion. Chuan Yi mercilessly criticized Bai Yan's first soul skill, and Huo Wu was frightened by Chuan Yi's speech and widened her eyes. What are you talking about? Huo Wu shook Chuan Yi's arm and said anxiously, hurry up and apologize to the teacher. Chuan Yi's speech sounded like a provocation to the teacher. Huo Wu was so scared that she shook Chuan Yi's arm vigorously, and then explained to the teacher anxiously, Teacher, Chuan Yi didn't mean it. Ha ha ha. Bai Yan's sudden laughter made Huo Wu a little confused. Shouldn't she be angry? Chuan Yi, you are very smart. Huo Wu, you don't have to be nervous. Chuan Yi is right. My first soul skill is indeed very weak. Huo Wu was completely confused. What was going on? Weak? Isn't the teacher's first soul skill very difficult to deal with? Huo Wu also faced Bai Yan's attack directly. It was obviously very tricky, but why did these two people say it was weak? Huo Wu was full of doubts. Chapter 44 Combination of Soul Skills. Bai Yan looked at Chuan Yi with a smile. Chuan Yi, explain it to us and let us hear your opinion. Chuan Yi sorted out his thoughts and said, Xiao Wu, don't forget one thing, that is the level difference between you and Teacher Bai Yan. Although Teacher Bai Yan limited his soul power level, he was still 7 levels higher than Teacher Bai Yan. But the result is that they are evenly matched. No, if your soul power level reaches level 20, your first soul skill can completely crush Teacher Bai Yan's first soul skill. Yes, it is true. Huo Wu suddenly realized that she was awakened by Chuan Yi's words. Bai Yan continued to ask, well, not bad, you looked very carefully, is there anything else? Bai Yan was very satisfied with the clever Chuan Yi, and wanted to continue to test him. Also, the teacher's first soul skill actually limits the teacher's speed advantage as a spirit master of the agility attack system. Because the attack requires flapping wings, the teacher will inevitably slow down in the air. Moreover, the speed of the flame feather attack itself is not fast, so it can't pose a threat to the battle spirit masters of the same level. To sum it up simply, the power of the flame feather attack is not strong, the speed is not fast, and it even limits its own actions. In a simple battle, Chuan Yi was able to analyze so many things, and Huo Wu was really dumbfounded. After listening to Chuan Yi's analysis, Bai Yan was also sincerely surprised. This is 6 years old? Bai Yan carefully looked at Chuan Yi, whose height was almost catching up with his own, and doubts arose in his heart. Yes, your analysis is very accurate. The flame feather attack is completely useless to me. To put it more seriously, it can even be said to be a burden. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu clearly felt Bai Yan's dissatisfaction with this soul skill from Bai Yan's words. Let me first state the conclusion. This soul skill is more of a strong attack skill than a quick attack skill. However, my martial soul is not superior in terms of strength and flame intensity, so I cannot fully utilize this soul skill. Bai Yan looked at Chuan Yi and continued, I said before that we should focus on strengths for this reason. When absorbing soul rings, it is actually a very uneconomical choice to make up for weaknesses. I hope you will not make the same mistake I made in the future. This is Bai Yan's heartfelt words, and also a sincere admonition to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Yes, teacher. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu felt Bai Yan's good intentions and had a deeper sense of identity with this teacher. The strengths mentioned by teacher Bai Yan refer to the choice of soul rings, not the change in means. On this point, Chuan Yi also agrees with teacher Bai Yan's views. However, Chuan Yi has an advantage that others do not have, that is, the powerful fire control ability of the martial soul. This ability can control the invisible flame in the palm of your hand. Chuan Yi does not need to obtain soul rings that are not in line with his own development, and can also make up for his shortcomings. With the gradual deepening of his understanding of martial souls, Chuan Yi has a deeper understanding of the power of the Fiery Sun Gauntlet. Okay, that's it for the pre-battle review. Today, just like yesterday, I will give you 15 minutes of discussion time. After saying that, Bai Yan lit a stick of incense and closed his eyes to rest. This time, Huo Wu reacted quickly, immediately took Chuan Yi's hand and ran away quickly. Huo Wu looked full of fighting spirit today. It seems that the battle yesterday gave her great confidence. However, Huo Wu still had some worried expressions on her face. What should we do? After yesterday's battle, the teacher will definitely focus on guarding against our long-range attacks. We can only fall into a passive situation. Yesterday's tactics actually highlighted a suddenness, but now that teacher Bai Yan has known the trump cards of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, it will be difficult to work. Huo Wu knew very well that she was the breakthrough point. Once the teacher let her go and exhausted her soul power, she would be defeated. But Chuan Yi showed a mysterious smile. No, the teacher will only focus on guarding against your long-range attack. Chuan Yi pointed at Huo Wu with his finger and said with ulterior motives. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi's fingertips and asked in confusion. Chuan Yi leaned close to Huo Wu's ear and told her his plan. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash. As the incense burned out, Bai Yan slowly opened his eyes. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu were still in a front and back formation. However, this time, both of them had some stones wrapped around their hands and waists. Well, just carry the weapons with you. It's a smart choice. Bai Yan looked at the two with an expressionless face, but in his heart he greatly appreciated their arrangement. This was Chuan Yi's plan. Since the originally hidden means were warned, it would be turned from dark to bright and taken out generously. Doing this not only makes it convenient for Chuan Yi and Huo Wu to shoot at will, but also has a deterrent effect. Bai Yan took out another stick of incense and lit it. I declare that the battle has officially begun. Bai Yan was possessed by the spirit at the first moment, and his body immediately grew several dozen centimeters taller. This time, Bai Yan did not make a tentative attack, but rushed straight up to the sky and headed straight for Huo Wu behind him. Huo Wu and Chuan Yi also summoned their spirits at the same time, and a dazzling light flashed from their bodies for a while. Chuan Yi was still on guard against ground attacks and stood in front of Huo Wu. Huo Wu faced Bai Yan's attack with a calm expression, and seemed to be well prepared. Huo Wu raised her right hand, holding a stone in her hand, and aimed at Bai Yan in the sky. However, Bai Yan didn't care at all, and observed Huo Wu calmly. She had seen Huo Wu's egg in egg, which was a secondary propulsion through explosion to increase the attack distance. But if it had been anticipated, with Bai Yan's speed, he could have stayed away from the explosion range. Moreover, Bai Yan also discovered the disadvantage of this secondary propulsion. Flame Feather Attack. Flame Feather Attack. Bai Yan attacked first, and 6 red arrows fell from the sky, directly locking onto Huo Wu. Flame Bomb. The flame bomb wrapped with stones flew towards the arrows at high speed. At the moment when the two collided, a huge explosion resounded through the sky. The 6 feather arrows were instantly annihilated by the explosion. Flying in the sky, Bai Yan could actually feel the violent vibration of the air from his skin. It is conceivable how terrifying the power was. The power of the explosion far exceeded that of Huo Wu's flame bomb. At this time, Chuan Yi found the right time to detonate the rhino seal. The combined explosion of the flame bomb and the rhino seal increased the power several times. The high temperature of the flame bomb and the explosive power of the rhino seal combined to form a simple combination soul skill. Seeing the power of this combination soul skill, Bai Yan not only did not feel threatened, but felt a little relaxed. It seems that this is your limit. Bai Yan's voice came from the air. The combined soul skill of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu has a fatal flaw, that is, instability. Controlling the soul skill for 2-stage launch. This whimsical move requires the soul master's superb control. However, flame itself is an unstable energy. Once Huo Wu's flame bomb is disturbed by external objects, it cannot be accurately launched. Bai Yan only needs one attack of flame feather attack to consume the soul power of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu at the same time. Therefore, although this combined soul skill is amazingly powerful, it is not a threat to Bai Yan. Chapter 45 There is still one shot. Although Huo Wu's attack was knocked down by Bai Yan, she was not frustrated. Chuan Yi had anticipated this situation and made arrangements. Xiao Wu, act according to the plan. Chuan Yi whispered to Huo Wu. Huo Wu immediately took out a new stone from her belt. Flame bomb. Bai Yan waved his right arm, and 3 feather arrows shot at Huo Wu's flame bomb, and then he rose rapidly to prevent Huo Wu's continuous attack. Bang! What? This collision did not cause the large explosion that Bai Yan had expected. This time it was just a simple fire bomb. Did Chuan Yi forget? Bai Yan thought to himself. No, it's impossible. Bai Yan didn't believe Chuan Yi would make a mistake at this time. That stone was a bait, it was fake. Bai Yan realized this very quickly. Bai Yan's mouth curled up. She guessed that this should be Chuan Yi's strategy. Mixed with fake stones, it can interfere with Bai Yan's judgment. And it can also save soul power consumption and last longer. It's too tricky. Bai Yan feels very tricky about Chuan Yi's strength and strategy. Bai Yan didn't want to spend too much soul power, because after dealing with Huo Wu, he still had to deal with Chuan Yi. However, dealing with Huo Wu now also consumes a lot of soul power, and Bai Yan feels that it's not worth the loss. Flame feather attack. However, Bai Yan didn't hesitate and went all out. After all, this is the most accurate method. She used the same trick again, wanting to use her own soul power advantage to completely consume Huo Wu's soul power. As long as Huo Wu's soul power is exhausted, the two will not be able to use the combined soul skills. At that time, Bai Yan can concentrate on dealing with Chuan Yi. Facing the fierce attack of teacher Bai Yan, Huo Wu was highly focused, but Huo Wu felt that teacher Bai Yan's attack was not as fierce as yesterday. In fact, Huo Wu's feeling was not wrong, because Huo Wu and Chuan Yi's secondary ejection attack, the attack distance is greatly extended, and Bai Yan can be attacked directly. Therefore, Bai Yan must use some of his energy to defend. This also causes Bai Yan's attack power to weaken, and Huo Wu will be easier to deal with. However, the situation is still unfavorable to Huo Wu and Chuan Yi, because Huo Wu's soul power is a flaw. Both Huo Wu and Bai Yan are very cautious, and Bai Yan only dares to carefully test at the limit of Yan Yuxi's range. Time is passing bit by bit, Huo Wu's attack is not effective, and there is not much soul power and stones left on her body. Xiao Yi, I don't have much soul power. Huo Wu urged Chuan Yi anxiously. Chuan Yi is also staring at Bai Yan's figure at this moment. Bai Yan's figure is high above, with no sign of falling at all. She will only fall when attacking, and she will rise immediately after using soul skills. Teacher Bai Yan is very cautious, and Chuan Yi understands that she is on guard against Huo Wu's combo. Chuan Yi sensed that Huo Wu only had 2 rhino seals left on her body, and Huo Wu's soul power could only fire twice. Xiao Wu, get ready, success or failure depends on this last shot. Huo Wu heard Chuan Yi's order and immediately took out the last 2 stones with rhino seals. She wanted to replicate yesterday's double fire bomb, and this time it was an enhanced version with rhino seals. Bai Yan immediately noticed Huo Wu's plan. She realized that Huo Wu's soul power was on the verge of limit, and she was going to fight to the death. Bai Yan's arms flapped quickly and immediately pulled away. Huo Wu's double fire bomb had many more variables because of the addition of Chuan Yi's rhino seal. With the power of Chuan Yi's rhino seal, if Bai Yan was accidentally hit, it would be impossible for Bai Yan to withstand the explosion at a very close distance with his level 20 soul power. However, Bai Yan soon discovered that Huo Wu did not condense soul power, but held the 2 fire bombs in her hands. Deterrence, like 2 long-range cannons, just placed there, can make Bai Yan retreat. Huo Wu is waiting for the moment when Bai Yan descends. Bai Yan, who noticed this, dares not act rashly. Damn it, this can't go on. Bai Yan's expression became a little solemn. She noticed that most of the time had passed, because Bai Yan spent a lot of time because of the cautious play this time. Bai Yan is sure that he can offset the first fire bomb with his first soul skill, but the explosion of the fire bomb will block Bai Yan's sight. At that time, countless rock fragments and sparks will explode in front of Bai Yan's eyes, and Bai Yan will find it difficult to aim at the second one. What's worse is that Chuan Yi's rhino seal is not like Huo Wu's fire bomb, which can be detonated by itself. Even if Bai Yan can avoid the stone, Chuan Yi can still control the timing of the explosion. Huo Wu and Bai Yan are in a stalemate. Both sides are staring at each other's every move, trying to find a flaw. No. As time passed, Bai Yan realized that he was in a passive state. Because this battle was time-limited, Huo Wu could continue to stalemate, but Bai Yan could not. The current situation was very unfavorable to Bai Yan. After thinking for a while, Bai Yan made up his mind, and then flew down resolutely. Here it comes. Huo Wu and Chuan Yi were alert and looked at Bai Yan. Bai Yan attacked first, and 3 flame feathers attacked. Huo Wu's remaining soul power was all concentrated in her hands, and the flames instantly wrapped around the stone, and then formed 2 orange-yellow fireballs. 2 flame bombs were fired one after another. Huo Wu's first flame bomb hit Bai Yan's attack heavily, and Chuan Yi did not hesitate and decisively detonated the rhino seal. Bang! In an instant, the brilliant flames illuminated the entire sky. The strong light made Bai Yan squint his eyes, and the close-range flash made Bai Yan unable to see clearly. However, Bai Yan no longer needed to open her eyes to look for the second fire bomb. She did not return to the sky as before. On the contrary, she accelerated and dived diagonally downward. Bai Yan used her right wing to protect her face. The flying sparks and stone fragments could not hurt her at all. At the last moment, Bai Yan changed her behavior pattern. The fire bomb is a straight line attack, and Chuan Yi's rhino seal can only move forward in a straight line, not backward. The flash did make Bai Yan suffer a lot, but the flash is equal. It will shine equally on everyone, including Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Bai Yan used this flash in turn to hide his figure. Bang! The second explosion sounded from behind Bai Yan's head. Sure enough, Bai Yan was relieved. Huo Wu's combo was indeed brilliant, but it was still a little tender. Facing a soul master with much more practical experience than himself, who actually used the same tactics, Bai Yan could only say that Huo Wu's practical experience was slightly lacking. Bai Yan immediately put down her wings and looked at Huo Wu. She wanted to confirm whether Huo Wu still had the strength to resist. However, the moment her eyes turned to Huo Wu, a red fireball appeared in Bai Yan's eyes. Bai Yan couldn't believe it. It would take time for Huo Wu to condense the fire bomb again. Moreover, according to her inference, Huo Wu should have exhausted her soul power by now. Bai Yan looked closely and saw that the person standing behind the fireball was not Huo Wu, but Chuan Yi. How could this be possible? Bai Yan tried to control her body, but the distance was too close, and she was falling very fast. Bai Yan could only raise her arms again to block. Bai Yan felt that this scene was familiar. Chuan Yi had been waiting for a long time. For a long time, Bai Yan's every move was completely seen through by Chuan Yi. No, to be more precise, it was Chuan Yi who deliberately guided Bai Yan and let Bai Yan fly here in person. Sorry, teacher. The fireball condensed in Chuan Yi's hand was the imitation version of the fire bomb. At the critical moment, Chuan Yi would not be soft-hearted, and the fire bomb was already ready. Fire bomb! The red meteor shone brightly, carrying a red tail flame, and hit Bai Yan fiercely. Chapter 46 Chuan Yi's Strategy. This time it was not the combined soul skills of Huo Wu and Chuan Yi, but Chuan Yi's own combined soul skills. The rhinoceros seal combined with Chuan Yi's version of the fire bomb, and the powerful explosion instantly rolled up a huge wind. However, Chuan Yi stared at the front and did not dare to relax his vigilance. He had not seen the figure of teacher Bai Yan falling. After a while, a cough came from the center of the explosion. Cough cough cough. The smoke of the explosion dissipated, and Bai Yan's figure gradually appeared. Bai Yan's whole body was ablaze with flames, and the pressure emanating from his body was amazing. Just like a fire phoenix, noble and elegant. Chuan Yi guessed that this should be another soul skill of teacher Bai Yan. Bai Yan slowly landed on the ground, and the flames on his body gradually subsided. Pa, congratulations, you passed this test. Bai Yan clapped his hands in praise. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the two smiled at each other. Chuan Yi saw that Huo Wu's body was shaking a little, and reached out to help her. Teacher Bai Yan walked up to the two of them, with a helpless expression on his face. You two are really good at creating surprises. Your strength has exceeded level 20. Bai Yan felt that he had misjudged the strength of the two. Bai Yan limited his soul power to level 20, and even Huo Wu couldn't be defeated. Chuan Yi, I'm here to tell you about this. Bai Yan was most curious about Chuan Yi's last fire bomb. Although she had some guesses in her mind, she had to confirm such shocking news. Yes, this is my own soul skill based on Huo Wu's soul skill. Chuan Yi said calmly. Bai Yan couldn't believe that Chuan Yi could still maintain such a calm state of mind. However, at this moment, she had a more important question to confirm with Chuan Yi. Bai Yan continued to ask, "How long did it take you to create this soul skill?" "It took me an afternoon." Chuan Yi concealed it a little, and did not say that he succeeded after just one try. But, even so, Bai Yan was still stunned. "Genius, this is a real genius. To be able to create a self-created soul skill in one day, this is not something other soul masters can compare with." Powerful martial souls and higher innate soul power levels are important criteria for judging soul masters' talents, but can these factors really represent the soul master's personal talents? No, these factors only prove the degree of luck of the soul master, and cannot prove whether the soul master has talent. Many soul masters with high talents will fail to live up to the talents given by God because of their own incompetence. On the contrary, soul masters with poor talents can open up a new path with their own talents. And self-created soul skills are an important factor in judging the personal talents of soul masters. "I thought I had overestimated your talent enough, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you a little." Bai Yan exclaimed sincerely. "Teacher, you are too kind." Chuan Yi was a little shy when he heard the teacher's praise, and he felt that teacher Bai Yan was a little too flattering. Chuan Yi knew that his self-created soul skills were imitated by relying on the fire control ability of the martial soul. Strictly speaking, they were not self-created soul skills. But it is true that the freedom brought by the fire control ability has indeed liberated Chuan Yi's inherent thinking. Soul skills can only rely on soul rings? This is a joke in front of Chuan Yi's fiery sun gauntlet. The fiery sun gauntlet has the ability to control fire, and Chuan Yi can control fire at will. Other soul masters need the help of soul rings to release fire, but Chuan Yi can release it with soul power and martial soul alone. Huo Wu's flame bomb, Chuan Yi can imitate it at a glance. The fiery sun gauntlet can be said to be the king of all fire attribute soul masters. Other fire attribute soul masters can only surrender to Chuan Yi's glory. Bai Yan then looked at Huo Wu. Huo Wu was a little weak because she had exhausted her soul power, and could only rely on Chuan Yi to barely stand. "Huo Wu, your control of both hands impressed me, which requires superb control. Moreover, I admire your perseverance." Although Huo Wu's brilliance is not as dazzling as Chuan Yi's, in Bai Yan's opinion, Huo Wu is also an excellent soul master with both talent and ability. The most impressive thing about Huo Wu is the amazing power she can always burst out at the last moment. This strong mental power is also one of the important qualities that Bai Yan admires very much. Moreover, Bai Yan found that Chuan Yi's existence stimulated Huo Wu. There is motivation only when there is a goal, and Chuan Yi is a goal for Huo Wu. "Huo Wu, I hope you can continue to maintain this spirit of never giving up. Okay, you two go back and have a good rest. See you at the same time tomorrow." Like yesterday, Bai Yan simply praised the performance of the two. Then, without any dragging of words, he told the two to rest more and turned around and left. This is because Bai Yan considered that everyone was not in good condition, so he arranged the analysis and comments on the next day. "Help me go there, I can carry you back. You can go back to the dormitory to rest." Chuan Yi planned to send Huo Wu back to the dormitory as he did yesterday, and then go to the playground to practice. Hearing this, Huo Wu's face suddenly turned red, thinking of the embarrassing time yesterday. No, I can sit and rest for a while, don't bother you." The girl's shyness made Huo Wu dare not go through yesterday's situation again. "It's okay, your weight is no different from paper." Chuan Yi didn't know the girl's little thoughts, and thought Huo Wu was worried about her own fatigue. Seeing Chuan Yi so determined, Huo Wu was also very entangled in her heart. Finally, she made up her mind. "Okay, but can you carry me on your back? This way you can save some effort." "No problem." On the way back, Huo Wu found that there were fewer people watching, and Huo Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The stiff body became relaxed, and the suspended feet began to swing back and forth. "Xiao, how do you know that the teacher will go down instead of up in the end?" Huo Wu asked her doubts. Huo Wu stared at the back of Chuan Yi's head and admired Chuan Yi's wisdom. When Chuan Yi made the plan, he didn't say much to Huo Wu, but just arranged for Huo Wu to do her best. So, Huo Wu didn't know Chuan Yi's plan, but just followed Chuan Yi's instructions at the last moment and tried her best to use the combination of soul skills. This is because the teacher was completely attracted by the rhino seal and your long-range attack, and ignored my existence. Under the pressure of tight time and fierce offensive, Teacher Bai Yan will definitely take risks and induce you to use soul skills. Teacher Bai Yan has rich combat experience and is likely to choose this safer method. That is to choose to approach me. Because, compared to your fire bombs, Teacher Bai Yan thinks that the stones I throw are easier to dodge. However, I can't get to this point without your help. If it weren't for your calm response, I wouldn't be forced to this point. This is also the reason why Chuan Yi did not tell Huo Wu about his plan. He was afraid that Huo Wu would relax her offensive after knowing Chuan Yi's trump card. Only by trying his best can the experienced Teacher Bai Yan be completely deceived. Chuan Yi praised Huo Wu's strength, and Huo Wu's fighting talent was far beyond ordinary people. Huo Wu is only 6 years old now, and there is still unlimited room for development in the future. This is a real genius, and Chuan Yi recognizes Huo Wu's talent very much. Chuan Yi himself does not actually think that he is a genius. Everything he has now is obtained with the help of his parents and family, as well as his own unremitting efforts. If he was born in an ordinary peasant family, Chuan Yi would not be able to afford soul beast meat from the age of 2. Therefore, Chuan Yi practiced so hard, and he did not want to live up to the help of his family. This book has been signed. Thank you for your support. I will continue to work hard to write. Chapter 47 The Lost Huo Wu. Can these tactics really be thought of within 15 minutes? Huo Wu said in surprise. 15 minutes? Chuan Yi was stunned. Huo Wu seemed to have misunderstood something. No, you are wrong, I have just been thinking about how to defeat Teacher Bai Yan since yesterday. In fact, these strategies of Chuan Yi were not so-called flashes of inspiration, but the result of his careful analysis and calculation. He combined the experience and intelligence of the first battle, spent all his spare time, and calculated bit by bit. Even though his body was resting, his brain did not rest for a moment. Hearing Chuan Yi's words, Huo Wu's cherry mouth opened wide at this moment, and her eyes stared at Chuan Yi. But at this moment, Chuan Yi's back suddenly became extremely tall in her eyes. Huo Wu felt the biggest difference between herself and Chuan Yi in Chuan Yi's words, that is, the difference in attitude. When it comes to cultivation, whether it is physical training or cultivating soul power, in the combat training, Chuan Yi never slacked off, and tried his best every moment. Huo Wu felt unprecedented pressure from Chuan Yi. During the combat training of the past 2 days, even if she tried her best, she was still not as good as Chuan Yi, and even became a burden and foil to Chuan Yi. Huo Wu, who was extremely proud in her heart, could not accept this reality. This made Huo Wu suddenly doubt herself deeply. Can I really catch up with Chuan Yi? Chuan Yi was like a bright sun. The closer Huo Wu got, the more she felt as if she was being scorched by the scorching sun. Huo Wu suddenly fell into silence, and Chuan Yi asked strangely, "What's wrong, why don't you talk?" After a while, Huo Wu asked in a low voice, "Xiao Yi, can I really catch up with you?" Chuan Yi understood what Huo Wu meant, but she didn't expect that Huo Wu, who was cheerful, would also be depressed. "I won't slow down and wait for you." Chuan Yi did not stop, nor did he comfort Huo Wu. On the contrary, his words seemed cold and ruthless. Huo Wu's heart was stimulated by the cold words, and she suddenly felt her head sink, as if her heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Then she felt her eyes warm up, and tears rolled in her eyes, but Huo Wu held them back. Chuan Yi was looking forward the whole time, and did not notice Huo Wu's emotional changes. He continued to walk forward a few steps, and continued to say as he walked. "Because, I see dream opponent. Don't expect me to pity you. If you want to catch up with me, then work hard." "What?" Huo Wu's eyes, which were soaked with tears, suddenly opened wide, and the tears that were held back in her eyes suddenly flowed down. Huo Wu hurriedly raised her hand and wiped away the tears that almost fell on Chuan Yi's shoulder. "Humph, arrogant. Of course I don't need you to pity me, it's all your own wishful thinking." Huo Wu said coquettishly, but her voice trembled a little. She heard Chuan Yi's recognition of herself from his words. This is more effective than any comfort. Chuan Yi did not expose Huo Wu's fragility, but just walked forward silently. The haze in Huo Wu's heart at this moment suddenly disappeared, and Chuan Yi's words about opponents aroused Huo Wu's fighting spirit. "Chuan Yi, don't be complacent, you must remember this, there will always be me chasing you behind you. As long as you slack off, I will immediately surpass you, and I will never give you another chance to overtake." Huo Wu raised her head, raised her right hand high, pointed at the sun in the distance, and swore loudly. Ha 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 ha, so scary. Chuan Yi saw Huo Wu cheered up and smiled to cooperate with Huo Wu. What are you laughing at? You should be more nervous. Huo Wu patted Chuan Yi's shoulder with some dissatisfaction. Nothing, and I'm very nervous now. Chuan Yi recognized Huo Wu's potential. Whether it was cultivation talent or combat talent, Huo Wu could be said to be at the top level in the continent. Moreover, he believed that if Huo Wu worked hard, it would be entirely possible for her to keep up with him. That was why Chuan Yi took great pains to inspire a little girl. If it was someone with a huge talent gap, Chuan Yi would not be so cruel to encourage the other person to pursue an impossible dream. However, Huo Wu was different. She was only 6 years old. It would be a pity if she was depressed because of a temporary setback so early. Okay, your dormitory is almost here. Remember to have a good rest. Don't drag your tired body to practice. That will only backfire. Chuan Yi reminded. Got it. Huo Wu jumped off Chuan Yi's back. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi, her face flushed, and she hesitantly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Chuan Yi said with a smile. Huo Wu turned around and hurried into the dormitory. She felt ashamed for showing her vulnerable side to Chuan Yi, but at the same time she felt grateful to Chuan Yi, so she was a little shy. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu walking into the dormitory, then turned and left. The playground seemed to have become Chuan Yi's personal training ground. After arriving here, Chuan Yi began to train his soul skills and control fire. Chuan Yi's self-created soul skill, the flame bomb, rushed into the distance with the rhino seal. Bang! A huge explosion sounded from the front of Chuan Yi. This was the last move Chuan Yi used in today's battle. This is the move with the longest distance, fastest speed and strongest power that Chuan Yi has mastered at this stage. Moreover, this move can also produce a secondary explosion, further extending the attack distance. Chuan Yi, who has the ability to control fire, can of course also perform a second attack like Huo Wu, but he did not have the opportunity to show it in today's battle. During the practice, Chuan Yi discovered a secret. That is, Gang and Jian are of great help to Chuan Yi in controlling fire. If it had not been for the experience during the training process of Gang and Jian, Chuan Yi's control over fire was definitely not as good as it is now. The training of Gang and Jian is essentially the training of mental power, and controlling fire also requires mental power. The training of Gang and Jian is actually similar to the training of fire control to a certain extent. Chuan Yi thinks that Gang and Jian can actually be called self-created soul skills. Without relying on soul rings, soul power alone can produce a certain amount of attack and defense power, which can indeed be called a self-created soul skill. It was at this moment that Chuan Yi became more curious about the founder of the Chuan family boxing, Chuan Yi's own grandfather. Bang! Bang! The two explosions that came in succession were Chuan Yi's secondary ejection. The delicate operation requires the operator to have strong mental power, and Chuan Yi has a certain talent in this aspect. However, Chuan Yi did not practice this move much. Because this move has a biggest flaw, that is, the 50-meter range limit of the rhino seal. The power and distance of Chuan Yi's fire bomb will increase with the increase of control and soul power. However, the rhino seal is different, it has a strict distance limit. Moreover, the rhino seal itself is not a long-range attack, and it is more useful in close combat. Chapter 48 Suspension. However, in order to truly unleash the full power of the rhino seal, Chuan Yi must touch the opponent's body with his hand armor. After all, no matter how powerful a soul skill is, it is meaningless if it cannot hit the enemy. Chuan Yi had analyzed himself before, and he thought of two weaknesses, one is the lack of long-range attack means, and the other is the lack of mobility. The long-range attack means have been supplemented by Chuan Yi to a certain extent. But there is still a lack of mobility. Starting tomorrow, the difficulty of Bai Yan's combat training will definitely be raised to a higher level. At that time, Chuan Yi may have to face Bai Yan head-on. If he doesn't make up for his shortcomings in mobility, Chuan Yi can only fall into a passive defensive situation. Moreover, his trump card has been exposed almost. If he wants to continue to have an advantage in the subsequent battles, Chuan Yi also needs to constantly increase his foundation, or increase his means. Chuan Yi fell into deep thought. After years of study, Chuan Yi also has a certain understanding of the knowledge of soul masters and has his own views. He has made a relatively vivid metaphor for martial souls, soul power, soul rings, and soul skills. Martial souls are the most important carriers and the foundation of soul masters. Chuan Yi compares martial souls to computers in previous lives. Soul power represents energy, which can also be compared to electricity in previous lives. Soul rings are application software developed by soul beasts after countless years. Soul masters download software to their computers by absorbing soul rings, which is convenient and labor-saving. The relationship between soul rings and martial souls is also a complementary relationship. Soul rings need to rely on martial souls, but they also have an amplifying effect on martial souls. Moreover, only by installing software can the computer system be upgraded. Soul skills are the effects attached to soul rings. As long as the soul master opens his own software, it can run automatically and realize the functions of the soul ring. The older the soul beast that makes the software, the better the quality, the better the effect and quality. Therefore, soul rings are also called treasures of the soul master world. But there is an accident here, that is, self-created soul skills. Self-created soul skills actually mean that humans develop software by themselves through their own wisdom and apply them in battle. Originally, soul rings that required soul beasts to spend more than 10 years to create, but with human wisdom and efforts, they can create self-created soul skills comparable to them. This is a manifestation of human autonomy. Now Chuan Yi realizes that he can develop soul skills according to his own needs under his own conditions. This discovery is of great significance to Chuan Yi. This also means that Chuan Yi can freely choose the soul rings he needs. Because the soul rings that Chuan Yi needs are soul rings with both strength and fire attributes, such a choice often makes it impossible for Chuan Yi to take into account the applicability of soul skills. In other words, it is impossible for Chuan Yi to obtain a soul ring with special speed. Teacher Bai Yan also reminded Chuan Yi to focus on the selection of soul rings, and to play to one's strengths rather than to make up for one's weaknesses. Besides, this is also related to his plan to absorb soul rings beyond the limit of years. Therefore, Chuan Yi does not really value soul skills, which is also an important reason why Chuan Yi neglects the training of soul skills and martial soul skills. In his view, those are just skills, not Tao. The real focus should be the improvement of soul power level and physical fitness. His goal is to become a titled Douluo as quickly as possible, and the extreme soul ring absorption plan will greatly accelerate Chuan Yi's pace of progress. However, after all, soul masters are professions that require fighting, and the development and practice of skills are also necessary. Therefore, Chuan Yi can only squeeze out some time to take into account the training of skills. But fortunately, Chuan Yi's martial soul has a unique advantage in skills. Therefore, Chuan Yi decided to focus on his own soul skills. He wanted to create his own soul skills that could make up for his mobility. Then Chuan Yi continued to analyze his own conditions in depth. Chuan Yi's speed is actually very fast, even faster than some beast soul masters. This is due to his long-term training, and his physical fitness is far superior to soul masters of the same level. This is Chuan Yi's advantage, but facing a spirit master of the agility attack system, Chuan Yi's speed is a bit stretched. In the world of speed, 1 second slower is also a huge gap. This is a field that Chuan Yi cannot set foot in, just like a boxer cannot set foot in track and field. Chuan Yi looked down at the black and red scorching sun gauntlet on his hand. But, with the scorching sun gauntlet, it is not necessarily the case. I seem to have found a way. Chuan Yi seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of excitement and madness flashed in his eyes. I saw Chuan Yi's hands bent towards the palms, and then his arms drooped with his palms facing down. A large amount of Chuan Yi's soul power flowed to his hands and condensed in his palms. Fire! Chuan Yi muttered in his heart. A raging fire suddenly burst out from the palm of the fiery sun gauntlet, like the breath of a fire dragon, burning the ground under Chuan Yi's feet wantonly. The flames instantly ignited Chuan Yi's shoes. Fortunately, Chuan Yi was wearing shorts, otherwise, his pants would probably be burned together. Who? Chuan Yi's soul power began to be input in large quantities, and the flames became larger and larger, and the sound produced by the ejected flames became louder and louder. After reaching a certain limit, Chuan Yi immediately held his breath and concentrated all his energy on the flames. Chuan Yi wanted to condense the flames. Gather! With Chuan Yi's full control, the flames were gradually shrinking, but the color and temperature of the flames were constantly deepening. Under Chuan Yi's full concentration, the flames had shrunk to the limit. The large amount of flames released made Chuan Yi's soul power disappear like water, but Chuan Yi did not choose to slow down the input of soul power. Chuan Yi wanted to continue to concentrate the jet of the flame in the middle of the palm. Although the amount of flame ejected was the same, the flame, which had shrunk by more than half, began to shrink further because the outlet was restricted by Chuan Yi. The color became brighter and brighter, and the flame was condensed to the size of a palm. As the flame shrank, Chuan Yi's arms gradually felt a force pushing Chuan Yi's palm upward. A light of joy flashed in Chuan Yi's eyes. Chuan Yi increased the control strength and pushed the flame jet was further reduced. Suddenly, a powerful roar came from both hands. The thrust of the flame jet increased significantly in an instant. Chuan Yi exerted force from his shoulders to his arms and then to his palms, and pushed the thrust of the flame with all his strength. Under the thrust, Chuan Yi's feet began to slowly leave the ground. Chuan Yi clearly felt the feeling of his feet hanging in the air, and Chuan Yi was ecstatic. At this moment, Chuan Yi was barefoot, his hands were shining with dazzling and bright light, and he was just floating on the playground. Chuan Yi did not rise high, and his feet were only a few centimeters off the ground, but even so, it was an incredible scene. Fortunately, there was no one on the playground, otherwise such a shocking scene would surely cause an uproar. Under such extreme control, Chuan Yi's face gradually turned pale. His physical fitness was very strong, but his mental strength and soul power were consumed in a short period of time, and even Chuan Yi could hardly support it. Chuan Yi slowly reduced the input of soul power, and his body also slowly descended. When his feet completely touched the ground, Chuan Yi immediately stopped inputting soul power. Feeling the sense of security brought by the solid ground, Chuan Yi laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, I succeeded! I succeeded! Chapter 49 Propulsion Mode. After landing, Chuan Yi couldn't suppress his inner joy and excitement. He raised his hands and carefully examined the gauntlet. Even if the flame was heated to such a level, the gauntlet was still intact, and there was not even any residual heat on its surface. A thin layer of steel gave Chuan Yi an unparalleled sense of security. After taking a look, Chuan Yi suddenly stretched out his right hand, palm facing outward, looking forward, and shouted solemnly. I am Iron Man. Chuan Yi maintained the posture for a while, and then put down his arm with a sense of satisfaction. Haha, it's fun. Chuan Yi imitated the actions and lines of the famous movie character Iron Man in his previous life, which can be regarded as a recollection of his previous life. Moreover, the inspiration for Chuan Yi's experiment this time came from the Iron Man in his previous life. Chuan Yi formed a high-temperature and high-pressure flame by compressing the flame and reducing the range of the flame's spray. High-temperature and high-pressure flames can generate thrust. Chuan Yi wondered if he could use this thrust to accelerate and improve his maneuverability. Unexpectedly, the experimental results were beyond his expectations. The thrust brought by the extreme compression was stronger than Chuan Yi expected. Chuan Yi actually flew up in the end. Although, with his current strength, he can only float a few centimeters, but this is undoubtedly a leap forward. It represents Chuan Yi's official entry into the realm of the sky. If Chuan Yi can further compress the flame and master the propulsion of the flame, Chuan Yi's maneuverability will have a leap forward. However, Chuan Yi cannot completely control this power now. Chuan Yi's control is still relatively limited. The flame cannot be further compressed. Moreover, the propulsion generated by the flame requires Chuan Yi's careful control and calculation. If he wants to use it proficiently, Chuan Yi will have to spend a lot of effort. In addition, because of the lack of control, it is very loud when used, and the preparation time is long, which is easy to be detected by the enemy. Chuan Yi needs to continue to strengthen his practice in this aspect, especially the compression and condensation of flames. Chuan Yi needs to be fast and stable. When can he burst from 0 to 100 instantly to be truly qualified? Only in this way can he achieve unexpected results in actual combat. Chuan Yi does not have this condition now. However, Chuan Yi did not think much about it now, and he was enjoying the joy to the fullest. This is the first time he has experienced the feeling of flying in his 2 lives. Chuan Yi, who has never been on a plane, once yearned for the feeling of flying. He did not expect that he could realize his dream with his own strength in this life. After a long while, Chuan Yi gradually calmed down his excitement. Chuan Yi walked barefoot to the side and sat cross-legged, resting and thinking. This experiment was very successful, but from a practical perspective, it is still far from being used in actual combat. The battle with the teacher will be tomorrow, and the mobility problem that Chuan Yi wanted to solve is not solved. Chuan Yi also understood this. After thinking for a while, Chuan Yi quickly thought of another way. He could try to put his hands behind him and use the propulsion to speed up his running speed. This will indeed speed up, but Chuan Yi is not sure if he can get close to the teacher at his speed. After thinking carefully, Chuan Yi quickly rejected this plan. The reason is very simple, or the same reason as before, his own conditions are not mature, and he cannot achieve instant acceleration, which will be easily noticed by the teacher. What's more, this extreme acceleration mode consumes soul power so much that it can't be maintained for long. Chuan Yi only lasted less than 10 seconds, and he almost exhausted more than half of his remaining soul power. The risk is too great. Are there any other application methods? Chuan Yi kept searching for more suitable means of application in his mind. Propulsion, propulsion. Chuan Yi kept repeating this word in his heart. As Chuan Yi thought, his eyes gradually brightened, as if he had found something. Same. Pa! Chuan Yi slapped his thigh excitedly. I'm being too picky. Propulsion, in the final analysis, is a kind of power. There are many ways to use power, and it is not necessary to limit it to movement. Why don't I use the propulsion in my attack? My hand armor almost covers the entire palm and forearm. I can adjust the position of the fire spray at will to increase my punch speed and strength. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi suddenly understood. Although he is now restricted by his own immature conditions and cannot fully demonstrate the role of propulsion, he can also use it flexibly through the transformation of his thoughts. Chuan Yi thought of a method, which is to reduce the input of soul power, reduce the control burden and soul power consumption, and carry out microfire propulsion. Any part of the entire hand armor can be sprayed at will. With the power of fire, the entire arm can perform various incredible movements and operations. To give the simplest example, Chuan Yi can completely use the propulsion to increase the speed and strength of his fist. This is just the most direct and simplest application method that Chuan Yi can think of. In addition, Chuan Yi can also think of other ways to use propulsion. Inspirations and ideas are constantly emerging in Chuan Yi's mind. This power has infinite possibilities and development space. Chuan Yi decided to focus on the propulsion mode in the afternoon training. He wants to try as many possibilities of this mode as possible. Moreover, he must make his body accustomed to the unfamiliar power of propulsion. Because once he can't control it, it will disrupt his position, and the opponent will find Chuan Yi's weaknesses more easily. In this way, Chuan Yi will fall into a passive situation. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi did not hesitate, and immediately entered meditation and began to restore his soul power. After restoring his soul power, Chuan Yi tested his ideas non-stop. After testing, Chuan Yi found that this mode consumed a lot of his mental energy, because he had to perform multiple delicate operations in an instant. Even if Chuan Yi could split his attention, he felt that his brain was not enough. It is difficult to increase the power and speed of punching. Reducing the input of soul power and fire power does enable Chuan Yi to condense the flame faster, but in order to punch stably, Chuan Yi needs to spray at multiple points around the forearm. Otherwise, a single fire outlet will not only fail to enhance the effect, but will directly deviate the direction of the fist. Therefore, this requires Chuan Yi to control the spraying of multiple points at the same time and achieve a balance of force between each other, so that the propulsion force and the direction of the fist can be unified. This also reminds Chuan Yi of the poems in his previous life. What is learned on paper is always shallow, and it is necessary to practice it in person to know it thoroughly. Only after a real attempt did Chuan Yi realize how difficult this matter is. If Chuan Yi wants to use this mode freely, there is still a long way to go. But Chuan Yi is not desperate. On the contrary, he is very excited. He firmly believes that the propulsion mode has unlimited potential, and the process of completing this mode itself is a training for Chuan Yi. He believes that with his perseverance, he can definitely complete this mode. Chapter 50, Small Steps. Chuan Yi gently rubbed his cheeks, and the cold and hard touch of his hand nails refreshed Chuan Yi. Calm down, take it step by step. Chuan Yi whispered to himself not to get too excited. This was just the first attempt, and he should not expect to get rich overnight. Let's start with 2. Chuan Yi limited the number of fire outlets, starting with the degree he could control. Puff, puff. With the input of soul power, 2 miniature flame tails appeared on the surface of the hand nail on the forearm, one up and one down. The direction of the 2 tail flames was tilted backwards. Their color also changed from red to white in an instant, and the color change also meant that Chuan Yi completed the compression of the flame in a short time. At the moment of color change, Chuan Yi used the propulsion force to punch forward. Swish! Chuan Yi's punch had a significant increase in speed and power, and a clear sound of breaking through the air was heard from the fist. The powerful propulsion almost made Chuan Yi rush forward, but fortunately, Chuan Yi controlled his body with his strong physical strength. No, there are still some problems. The power has indeed been greatly improved, but Chuan Yi shook his head unsatisfied. When he punched, he sensitively felt that the two propulsion forces were pushing his arms. This made Chuan Yi's fist deviate a little, and he did not hit the point he expected. The power of the punch and the two propulsion forces did not achieve a harmonious unity. Chuan Yi did not think much, he took a deep breath, and then repeated the above steps and punched again. Swish, swish, swish. The whole playground was filled with rhythmic sounds of breaking through the air. For every punch, Chuan Yi was fully focused, and began to repeat this action rhythmically. Just like when he first learned boxing, Chuan Yi felt every punch seriously with a beginner's mentality. Chuan Yi knew very well that there was no shortcut to this kind of skillful moves, and only day-to-day practice could truly master it. Quickly, Chuan Yi's training began to get better and better, and his mind began to become more and more focused. He only paid attention to the changes in each punch and constantly adjusted the unity of strength. When the right arm was tired, he switched to the left arm. If the soul power was exhausted, he would immediately cross his knees and meditate to restore the soul power. The whole afternoon was spent in this boring. It was dark, time passed, and the sun began to set. After finishing the afternoon training, Chuan Yi sat on the ground, eating jerky in big mouthfuls, recovering his strength while eating. The extra training in the afternoon made Chuan Yi consume more energy than usual. In order to maintain the boxing practice at night, Chuan Yi chose to have an extra meal to replenish his body energy. As the jerky was digested in the stomach, a stream of heat flowed from the stomach and slowly flowed into the limbs. A satisfied smile appeared on Chuan Yi's face, and he was silently enjoying the short tranquility. After an afternoon of training, Chuan Yi has been able to master the simplest balance of power. Straight punches can basically achieve the unity of power, and when punching with full force, they can be used straight without deviation. However, it is still very difficult, requiring Chuan Yi to concentrate, and errors will occur if he is not careful. However, this is only the first day, Chuan Yi is very satisfied with the current progress, so his mentality has become peaceful. However, at the beginning, Chuan Yi actually had a mentality of being too ambitious, because the bright prospects of the advancement mode made Chuan Yi somewhat eager to master this technology. However, in the process of constant repetition, the excitement and impetuousness when he first discovered the advancement mode gradually subsided. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Chuan Yi also realized that the accumulation of little by little is the most important. This is the same as physical exercise and soul power training. Although only about a week has passed, Chuan Yi's physical fitness and soul power are also accumulating little by little. In terms of physical fitness, Chuan Yi's body is constantly growing and becoming stronger under the dual influence of soul power and soul beast meat. Recently, Chuan Yi found that his clothes and shoes are not fitting, not because the clothes have shrunk, but because the body is growing silently. In terms of soul power growth, Chuan Yi practices in a simulated environment every night, so the speed of progress is no less than the improvement of physical strength. Moreover, Chuan Yi is still improving the trajectory of soul power cultivation. Although the results are minimal now, they are also accumulating. They will definitely help Chuan Yi in the near future. After eating the dried meat, Chuan Yi sat quietly in the playground and began to think about tomorrow's combat training during the break. Chuan Yi was very curious about how teacher Bai Yan would face them tomorrow. The victory today and yesterday was largely won through strategy. But, in fact, it was also the result of teacher Bai Yan's underestimation of the enemy. The combined strength of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu objectively exceeds that of a level 20 soul master. Because Chuan Yi's strength alone exceeds that of a level 20 soul master. Therefore, teacher Bai Yan had a serious misjudgment of the strength of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. It will not be so simple starting tomorrow. It is precisely because of this realization that Chuan Yi will deliberately experiment and try new methods. This is all to deal with teacher Bai Yan tomorrow. Although the opponent is a teacher, since it is a win or lose, Chuan Yi must go all out and strive to win. Even if this is just an ordinary combat training, Chuan Yi must do his best. This is Chuan Yi's requirement for himself. It is also because of this high requirement that Chuan Yi will face the pressure of teacher Bai Yan who raises the standard. However, pressure is motivation, and Chuan Yi feels that this pressure is just right. It is a rare opportunity to hone combat skills in a safe environment. Chuan Yi does not intend to waste this rare opportunity in vain. Chuan Yi now has the blessing of the propulsion mode. Although it cannot be used in mobility, it has made great progress in the speed of attack. Chuan Yi is almost sure that if Teacher Bai Yan gets close to his body, he can definitely touch Teacher Bai Yan's body with the propulsion mode. In this way, even if Huo Wu is eliminated, he can still remain undefeated. However, Chuan Yi has a grudge in his heart, which has been disturbing Chuan Yi's mind since yesterday. Chuan Yi recalled the scene before the first battle. Teacher Bai Yan said something before the battle. She told Chuan Yi not to be afraid of using the rhino seal. This sentence means that Chuan Yi can try to engrave the rhino seal on Teacher Bai Yan, but it is impossible for Teacher Bai Yan not to know the damage caused by the implosion of the rhino seal. Chuan Yi originally thought that Teacher Bai Yan wanted to use clothes to resist the rhino seal being imprinted on his body, but after the first battle, Chuan Yi found that the teacher's soul power of level 20 was still unable to resist the explosion at a very close distance. This means that if Teacher Bai Yan is really imprinted on his body by Chuan Yi, he will be completely unable to avoid the danger of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Therefore, Teacher Bai Yan's indifferent tone made Chuan Yi a little confused. Therefore, Chuan Yi chose to fight with Huo Wu in the two battles. In addition to the idea of not abandoning his teammates, it was actually because he had some uneasiness in his heart. If the teacher really found a certain way to deal with his rhino seal, Chuan Yi would still not be able to defeat Teacher Bai Yan even if he used the propulsion mode to increase his punching speed and strength.